The Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlath, Minister of Education, Mr. Raj Ramdas, and Mr. Kevin Khan from RSC, representatives from the Caribbean ICT Youth Network, our esteemed partners, TTMAG directors and members, but most importantly, our young leaders, innovators, and your teachers who have joined us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Dev Gosain, Chairman of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, TTMAG. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this Youth Forum. This year is particularly special as we celebrate a milestone, the 10th anniversary of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. Over the last decade, we have discussed infrastructure, policy, and security. But today we turn our focus to the heartbeat of our digital future, you, our youth. Our theme, Technology and the Youth, Impact on Your Well-Being, is perhaps the most critical conversation we can have in 2026. We live in an era where technology is no longer a tool we use. It is an environment we inhabit. For the youth of Trinidad and Tobago, the digital world offers unparalleled opportunities. You are the AI generation, using tools like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Grok, Claude AI, and Gemini, to name a few. These tools personalize your learning and prepare for careers that didn't exist 5 years ago. We use social media to build communities, express our creativity, and bridge the geographical gaps between our islands and the global stage. However, as chairman of the multi-stakeholder body, my team and I are tasked with looking at the whole picture. We cannot ignore that this constant connectivity comes with a cost. Recent local studies have highlighted the rise of digital fatigue and the psychological weight of the filtered reality we see on TikTok and Instagram. We are seeing real-world impacts on sleep, physical activity, and mental health. From the anxiety of FOMO, and that's a little acronym that means fear of missing out, to the darker reality of cyberbullying. The TTMAG's mission is to promote a safe, inclusive, and resilient internet ecosystem. But we cannot govern the internet effectively if the people using it are not thriving. Well-being is not just the absence of online harm. It is the presence of digital agency, the ability to use technology in a way that enhances your life rather than draining it. To the young people in this room here today, this forum is not a lecture. It's a space for you to tell us, the policymakers, the technical experts, what your digital reality looks like. We need to hear your perspectives on AI ethics, online safety, and how we can better support your mental health in this high-speed world. Our goal today is to move beyond the screen and focus on the human. We want to ensure that as Trinidad and Tobago advances technologically, our youth remain healthy, balanced, and empowered. I want to thank our stakeholders for their continued support in making this multi-stakeholder model the success it is for the last 10 years. It is now my pleasure to declare this youth forum officially open. Let us have a day of honest dialogue, bold ideas, and a shared commitment to your well-being. I thank you. It's now my distinct pleasure to introduce to us a man who I know has a passion for education, and he is our very own Minister of Education, the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlett. Michael Dowlett, is a seasoned educator, consultant, and passionate advocate for holistic, student-centered education. With over 34 years of distinguished service in secondary education, 20 of which was spent as principal, 5 at Irie High School, and 15 years at Naparima College, Dr. Dowlett has made a lasting impact on educational leadership and the academic and personal development of thousands, or I may add tens of thousands, of students across Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Dowlett's academic qualifications include a Bachelor of Science, BSc in Chemistry and Biochemistry, Diploma in Education of Science Teaching, Masters of Education, a MEd, Doctor of Philosophy, a PhD in Education, and a Fellow of the Association of Business Executives, FABE. Dr. Dowlett remains deeply committed to advancing a student-centered and holistic approach to education, rooted in a spiritually enriching and value-based environment. His leadership is driven by the belief that true education nurtures both academic excellence and moral character. Guided by this philosophy, he continues to dedicate his efforts to the ongoing transformation of Trinidad and Tobago's education system, one that is inclusive, future-ready, and designed to empower every learner to thrive in an increasingly dynamic and globalized world. It's my pleasure to address you now, the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Michael Dowlett. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to the organizers of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, especially to my good friend, the chairman of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, Sadev Gosain. Good morning to our educators, parents, partners in civil society, and especially to the young people who are joining us. It's indeed a pleasure to join you as TTIGF marks its 10th anniversary under the theme Technology and Youth Impact on Our Well-Being. Today, technology is no longer something that sits outside the classroom. It is in the classroom. Across our education system, we are seeing how digital tools and increasingly artificial intelligence are transforming teaching, learning, and student support in very real and practical ways. Let me give you a few examples from our local school system. And I also want to recognize the work of RSC with Mr. Raj Ramdas in our school system. In many of our primary and secondary schools, teachers are using AI-supported learning platforms to identify where students are struggling, especially in math and language. And this allows early intervention and targeted practice. Today, we are launching the AI-supported solutions for SEA past papers, and we're working on AI-supported solutions for CSEC past papers. So we are seeing the use of speech-to-text, text-to-speech technologies to support students with learning differences. And this ensures inclusion, ensuring that we live the reality of the abilities of our students in the classroom, allowing them every opportunity to learn. It's our belief that every student can learn. In our secondary schools, students are involved in robotics clubs, coding programs, tech clubs, supported especially, as I mentioned, RSC. And so some are building simple AI chatbots, some are analyzing data. And many of our students, as your chairman said, Mr. Dev Gosain, are discovering new pathways in areas like cybersecurity, software development, digital entrepreneurship. But technology is not only about academic performance, it's also about well-being. AI supports mental health apps, study planning tools, digital organization systems, and it can help students manage stress, time, and workload. So as my friend Deb Gosain will always tell me, we have to work smart, not hard. And so as we use AI in education, this forum, especially from the young people and the youths, I expect to hear from them how they see education in this digital age, using smarter devices. And also to how do you behave responsibly online, the ethical part of it. So as the Minister of Education, I want to be very clear. Our vision is not to raise students who are merely users of technology, but we want to develop young people who become critical thinkers and problem solvers, ethical digital citizens, and also confident innovators who can thrive in a global digital economy while remaining grounded in Caribbean values. We want to open opportunities for entrepreneurial activities through our digital knowledge and skill sets. So to young people listening today, technology, including AI, is a powerful tool. Used wisely, it can amplify your creativity, expand your opportunities, and give you a voice on the world stage. Used carelessly, it can distract, it can distort, and diminish well-being. The choice, supported by good policy, good teaching, informed guidance, must always be empowered over harm. So, in conclusion, I want to commend the organizers of TTIGF 2026 for placing youth well-being at the center of this national conversation. I want to thank our educators and partners who continue to guide our students through this increasingly complex digital landscape. I wish you a productive, engaging, and inspiring youth forum, and I look forward to seeing how the ideas generated here will shape the future of education and digital citizenship in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a successful forum. God bless.
Dev, you're mute.
Okay, yes, sorry. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Dowlat, for those very kind words. And we thank you very much for being here with us this morning. And I'm sure you'll stay tuned to the activities that are going on. All right, I would like to move over to Master Control. There are two gentlemen there who are really make all the technology happen for today's session. And they are Mr. Raj Ramdas and Mr. Kevin Khan. So, gentlemen, it's over to you. And thank you all very much for all your usual and always there to support the TTMAG in these youth forum and our ventures. Over to you, Raj and Kevin.
Well, in place of Raj and Kevin, in this situation, hi everybody, my name is Cameron. I'm one of your moderators, and I'm joined by Swasti, who is a co-moderator, along with a few of the panelists here. We'll be kicking it off. Swasti, you want to take it from here?
Sure. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the TTIGF Youth Forum. Today's session is not about blaming technology or telling you what not to use. It's about understanding how digital tools shape the way we think, feel, and interact, and how we can stay in control instead of operating on autopilot. Cameron, would you like to go through the ground rules we have for today's session?
Sure. So, a couple ground rules for today's session. I don't want this to be an extremely formal kind of thing. We want flow, we want discussion, we want to hear your thoughts, your ideas, what you think. If you feel passionately about something, speak up, give your 2 cents. So for today, we have three main areas of topic that we want to cover, and I'll get into those a little bit. But for main ground rules, be respectful and do your best to not, flood the chat with any like spams, or repeatedly asking questions. If you're taking time, wait your turn, we'll get to you. And naturally, no profanity and things of that nature. But I trust you all to handle yourselves. So the main topics that we'll be covering today are AI companions and chatbots. Then we'll be talking about social media and its impact and the algorithms. And then we'll be talking about digital media and literacy. So first up, we want to talk about AI and chatbots and companions. Something I think everybody is familiar with, right? We've all used them. I use them every day, or pretty much. Actually, I've been using them up to this morning, right? I think for those of us out there who now use them so frequently, they become indispensable. So there's a lot of good and bad related to these things. But Swasti, you want to give your 2 cents on what you think about AI chatbots and companions before we hand over to the panelists?
Sure. Well, I believe AI can talk like a friend, but it doesn't live like a friend. So while it doesn't grow with you or argue with you or hold accountable, the AI is designed to keep you talking no matter what. And we have to ask, where are the boundaries? So panelists, would anyone like to start off the conversation this morning? Where do you think the boundaries are in terms of AI?
I mean, if nobody's gonna volunteer, I'm gonna start, it's gonna be very hard for me to stop talking. So somebody
Okay,
is
so
gonna
I
have to
see
intervene. Yeah, I see
I
a
see
hand up.
Akash. Yes.
You could unmute and speak.
A pleasant good morning, everyone. My name is Akash Raghu. I am currently a Form 6 student at Queen's Royal College. And to answer the question, I would say that from a student perspective, the biggest question with AI chatbots isn't whether we should use them, but where we draw the line, as Swasti alluded to. And as we are all agreeing, AI is incredibly helpful for explaining concepts, organizing thoughts, and reducing academic stress a lot. But the boundary should be clear that AI can support thinking, but it should not replace thinking, decision making, or an emotional connection. To continue, I'd just like to mention that when students start turning to AI for constant reassurance, validation, companionship, that's where we move from using a tool to, I would say, depending on it. And so the boundary for me is when AI begins to substitute human struggle or human relationships or personal judgment rather than strengthen them. So yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna build on that actually. That's a brilliant talking point. So for me, I think we as human beings tend to form an attachment to anything that gives us a positive, reassuring response. Currently, AI chatbots and companions are designed to be the most agreeable with the user. So when speaking to one, you are going to get constant reaffirmations. It's going to assure you that you are on the right path. You can complain to it about X, Y, and Z topic, and it's going to give you a response that most of the time, I would say 95% of the time, aligns with your thinking process. And you would need to prompt it in order to get alternative responses, something to oppose you, something to challenge you. But if you're not looking for the challenge, if you're not looking for something to critique you, then you're automatically going to validate, you're going to feel it's validation, but in actuality, it's a form of self-validation. And Swasi, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I know a lot of students, they use the artificial intelligence for homework information, even casual conversations whenever there's conflict, maybe in schools or they need advice, they're relying on AI. But that makes me question it a little bit. Where do you think we start to mix the reality versus the what the AI appears to be, if you understand what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I know Aka, she gave a very good contribution, so thank you for that. But let's hear from the other panelists, where do you think, again, I reiterate my question, where do you think that boundary lies? Like, where do you stop and ask yourself, am I going too far with the AI? Because again, AI is a tool, it's not an actual person. So, do we have any volunteers?
Come on, guys, don't be shy. Talk. If nobody puts up their hand, I'm going to start yapping again. I might take up your whole day right here. So, surely somebody has their 2 cents on it.
Okay, great. So I see Luke Bartholomew raised his hand. Feel free to unmute and give us your 2 cents.
My name is Luke Bartholomew from Kuwait East Secondary School. I am from Form 5. I think AI is a very useful tool, as was already said. But once it starts going over that sentimental value, I think it just starts going downhill from there. Like, I have done research into AI. I have seen many cases where people who begin to depend on AI emotionally, it just goes very poorly. So I think we should just cut AI out from that emotional sentiment completely. That's all I really have
All
to say,
right.
really.
All right. Thank you very much for your contribution. Um, I believe everything in moderation, and I mean with balance. Don't take everything AI says um, completely true. Take it with a pinch of salt, and probably try to become more critical thinkers or learn to solve problems for yourselves, because I think that's part of the human journey. So I see up on the screen we have our first infographic of this morning's session in terms of information on demand. Now, AI systems can analyze queries in real times and offer clear, helpful answers without delays. I mean, people can scan homework questions, past papers, assign they see, and just post it up on the AI platforms, whichever they desire. And now the AI is analyzing everything for you, which kind of takes away from humans being able to think and contribute their unique ideas, which is a component of a human being unique and being able to contribute your ideologies and beliefs. Now, need help in terms of understanding a topic or troubleshooting a problem or getting quick explanations, artificial intelligence is developed to have your back regardless of the situation. Cameron, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, everything in moderation. That is the nature of things. Having information so readily available on hand at any point in time, it's, I want to say, beautiful to think about, but at the same time, it's also a little scary. So we as human beings, we love things that don't have any form of friction in between, right? So we like to, if you could easily type in something and get access to that information instantly, wonderful, right? But when we do this with these chatbots and like ChatGPT and whatnot, right? We start, the information comes to us, yes. But as you say, take it all with a grain of salt because we don't know where this information is being sourced from. Yes, you can ask it, where did you get this information? And then you would have to go and verify yourself. but it feels awfully convenient to just get the exact response that you're looking for with the exact information at the push of a button. But
I mean, I
let's
guess,
yeah,
go
continue.
ahead.
Continue.
I guess that's what they did develop it for, to give the answers that we want to hear, not necessarily what is the truth, but definitely what we want to hear at that point in time. So let's go back to our panelists. I see Angelica Morris.
Hi,
Hi, good morning. So,
good
what are your
morning.
thoughts on this morning's topic of conversation?
Okay, so I think that when you're using AI, it gets to a point where you can't use it you can't depend on it for things like emotional wise. Because AI doesn't have emotions, it will just tell you what you want to hear logically, and you can't depend on it too much. That's what I think.
Okay,
That's,
great.
mm,
Yeah, and
that's
I see
fantastic.
Carissa Ford has her hand up as well. So I think you definitely jump-started the conversation this morning. Carissa, would you like to go ahead?
Well, I wanted to talk not so much about the emotional part, but about how AI takes away from critical thinking. I think as more people use AI and start to depend on it, I think it takes away from the fact that we don't use our critical thinking as much. Because I've seen firsthand where normally like students would be able to, shoot out answers during class, but because we depend on AI so much, it kind of delays that part of our brain.
I could not have said it any better than that.
I actually have something to say about that. So you'll find I have something to say about everything, right? So you'll have to stop me from yapping. But on that topic, I've noticed that it's happening with me. Um, I used to be incredibly, I don't want to say creative. I'm still creative, right? I do a lot of creative things. But when it comes to generating ideas, if I don't sit down and like disconnect myself from my phone, my laptop, any kind of screen whatsoever, and just think, if I don't do that, then my immediate first response is, well, I wonder what my AI thinks the idea could be. Or I wonder what this generative AI is going to tell me about this topic. Maybe I can form my own ideas based on some feedback information. That's what I start thinking about first. And up to maybe 2 years ago, I would say that never would have happened. But now it's become so widespread and we've become so accustomed to it that it's slowly becoming our first response to something rather than a reference check or a secondary or even a tertiary response to it.
Well, I guess the important thing is that you've identified this issue, right, Cameron? Um, but I definitely agree with you. So I see Jacqueline in the participants list. How do you usually handle homework? What's your first response when you get homework from your teachers? Is it that you scan it and you upload it, or is it that you try to think about how you can do it yourself and then probably check with the AI and make sure it's accurate? Jacqueline? All right, so what about Patrick Hussein? What are your thoughts on this?
Come on, guys. You could understand if you said about to get some breakfast and I know it's early morning. Everybody had their coffee and stuff, if you drink coffee, if you don't drink coffee, if it, morning water, do people do that?
Morning tea. Okay, Akash, go ahead.
Right, just to have the conversation along. In response to your question about how I approach homework. So just for some background, I am in Form 6 doing Unit 2 Keep. I do majority science subjects, so I have a lot of labs to do. Luckily, we get to type up our labs and we don't have to write it out manually in a lab book. So that allows for me now to copy and paste my lab into an AI platform and ask it to verify the information to provide references that I can use. And what I find happening is that a lot of times, if I make a calculation error, the AI would pick it out. If I make a spelling error and I didn't pick up one word, AI would pick it out. And even if I can't find a reference, AI directly finds that reference for me that I can then place into my lab. Now, I like to think about that as like a responsible use of AI because I avoid taking the lab and just asking AI to do it. So instead, I do the lab, provide the foundational information, and then use AI as a checker or a verifier to see that the information that I've presented is, correct or accurate, and I have aligned with if there's a criteria or a mark scheme, things like that. So yes.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
That's actually the definition of working smarter, not harder. So good on you for that.
Wait,
All right.
before we go to Fiona, so then that makes me question, what do you do with that extra time? Because, I mean, if AI was non-existent, then you would have had to go and look for those references and have to think long and hard about your responses. So what do you do with that extra time? Is it dedicated towards more revision, past papers, maybe more labs?
Great question, great question. So with more time on my hands, in terms of my use for AI, what I tend to do is use AI as a tester. So if I do some past paper questions and I see there's a certain topic in the syllabus that I didn't get enough questions on, I will tell, let's say ChatGPT, I'll say chat, let's look at the syllabus objectives for this topic, and I want you to curate 10 questions, keep style. And then ChatGPT will provide the questions. And then I would say, okay, I think these are my responses. Type it in and then tell them to check it. Then they would say, okay, this is wrong because, or you should have answered this question like this because the mark scheme requires you to answer a question like this. So I think that's what I do. I mean, sometimes I do use AI to cheat. Don't think of me like a do-gooder. Let's say I have an email to send out. I don't want to think about all the formalities and the structure. I'll just, Gemini, uh type of this email to send to my student body on XYZ, and it will just in less than a minute, and I copy that, piece it into email and send it. Similarly, if I have a message to send out to a group chat, I want a seal, sports is coming up. Tell parents this, tell parents that, structure it. I want to like this. Don't sound too formal, sound communicative. Gemini produces it quickly, copy and paste that. So I would say I use it to help me save time, and I also use that save time to study more, as you would have suggested. So yes. Or also I ask for movie suggestions sometimes because yes.
I mean, I could be the devil's advocate here, right? And I would say, me personally, I use that extra time to play game. So,
Oh gosh.
but
All right.
yeah, I surprised you guys could, type up your labs and stuff. When back in my day when I had to do labs, I had a very thick notebook with a hard cover I had to write on, and it was brutal and ugly because I never kept it clean. But sometimes I used to drop coffee on my lab book, and my teacher used to like look at me funny. But anyway, before I start getting on topic again, I saw in the chat actually, Kwesi said that we must also be mindful that AI hallucinates, and that is very true. A lot of times when we ask it for information, I think one of the, especially nuanced information, it will try to give you a response. 99% of the time, it's going to give you a response that it thinks is right. It may not necessarily be right, especially if it doesn't have a wealth of information on the topic. So it'll start making up things, start generating ideas for itself, hallucinating in that sense to start creating information on a topic that might not have existed. And that's something we need to definitely be wary of, especially as we do more research and we use it more on sensitive topics. Like all our books, for example, we need that information as accurate as possible. Passing it back to you, Swasti.
I think Akash's contribution was very relevant. And I mean, he's a student, so I mean, this is what he does for other students that need help with labs. You could try what Akash is doing. But I see Carissa Ford has her hand up. So let's hear from you, Carissa.
So I just wanted to add on to that point. I'm from Cuvée Secondary School and I'm a Form 6 student and I do business. Now, a lot of times I do use AI to help me with my questions, and where it can be very detailed, sometimes the answers can be off the syllabus, or it could give you answers that the question not necessarily looking that the question may not necessarily be looking for. So whereas yes, it could help, it could also be more harm than good, because it could give you an answer that may not be correct all the time.
I agree. But let's try and sway the conversation back to our first topic, which is AI intimacy. So I see that we have our first video up. So if we could have that up and running, please.
AI is everywhere, ready to help you learn, solve problems, and get answers instantly. Information on demand. Need help with homework, troubleshooting, or quick explanations? AI's got your back, analyzing questions in real time and available 24/7. Learning with AI. It makes learning new skills easier, school subjects, languages, even how things work. AI can guide you step by step, explain clearly, and help you revise for exams. Critical thinking. Some worry AI stops people from thinking critically, but when used correctly, it's the opposite. AI can sharpen your problem-solving skills. Learning at your own pace. AI lets you learn without pressure. You can ask as many questions as you want without feeling shy like in a classroom. Drawbacks and limitations. AI is a tool, not a person. It doesn't feel emotions or empathy. Parents and teachers are the ones who truly understand your feelings and give real care. If you rely too much on AI, you might miss out on building real connections. Over time, people may start asking AI for comfort or emotional support, but chatbots can't provide love, affection, or empathy. They may give polite or helpful answers, but they cannot connect with you on a human level. AI for emotional reassurance or answers can reduce opportunities to bond with family, friends, and teachers. Those relationships are what help you grow empathy, resilience, and stronger problem-solving skills.
All
Okay.
right, so I see Kevin has his hand up. Okay, I guess that was by error. So our first question, well, question based on this topic. Can people form real emotional attachments to AI? Why or why not? So, Daniel Singh, what are your thoughts on this?
Hello, hi, can you hear me? Could you please
Yes, we can.
could you please say the question back again? I couldn't hear properly because of internet issues.
Sure, not a problem. So, why or why not can people form um, real emotional attachments to AI, in your opinion?
Simply because AI doesn't have the capability of providing an emotional response, in my opinion. It doesn't have, for example, a human heart that's able to give you how do I explain this? It is a bot. It learns from the responses of those around it and responses that it was given. It cannot provide you with an opinion or an answer that you would want to hear yourself. Because that's why you would want to give an emotional or get an emotional response from AI for some sort of satisfaction or anything along those lines. But it simply cannot do that. It doesn't have the capability of doing it.
Would you like me to be the devil's advocate, Daniel?
Sorry, did you say that again?
I say, would you like me to be the devil's advocate in this scenario?
Devil's advocate. Sure, go ahead.
All right. So, what is defined by emotion in this sense? Right? If we break it down to a fundamental level, this is on topic, I swear. It's just going to be a series of responses that we come up with based on our learned and experienced behavior, right? So what if AI gets to the point where it starts, or the emotive responses it gives becomes near indistinguishable? Because at the end of the day, it's learning from us, right? All data that AI and chatbots and the AI companions have is learned from us. So when it gives a response, it's giving a response that it learned from we human beings. Is that so different in that case scenario because it's made of electrical parts?
Okay. So you basically what you're saying is AI can imitate emotional responses, but realistically speaking, it cannot truly feel emotions because it doesn't have a consciousness or experience or anything human related.
Correct.
Emotions come from lived experiences, biological processes, and personal meaning. Things, well, AI doesn't have. It's just not possible. Instead, AI uses like patterns in language to predict. It predicts what emotional response should look like, not because it actually feels care, empathy, or sadness or anything along those lines. It simply imitates what human beings or what a human being might have said.
That is very, very true. And I mean, for me, I think that it's going to evolve significantly as the years go by. And you'll find a lot more people are going to gravitate towards AI companions, these chatbots as well, tailoring their chat GPTs and whatnot to become friends or I don't know, assistants or something along the lines that is much more than just a robot that answers your questions. But Swasi, what do you think?
I think I want to hear from San Fernando West Secondary, actually. What are your thoughts on this topic? I know some of the panelists are in school, so the internet might be a bit iffy, but let us know if you can hear us.
Good
Don't have
afternoon.
the...
Could you repeat the question, please? Hi, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, Cameron, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, well, the question was about AI companionship and whether or not people should rely on these AIs for some form of emotional comfort or assurance, basically. Because as these AIs are able to grow and they can give imitated emotional responses, is it wise that is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What do you think?
To me, it's a mix of both because depending on how you use it, it can help certain people, but certain people may rely too much on it. So they may rely, like how I might rely on you to tell you something. A person might rely on a chatbot that has no real emotions or real feelings to use as an escape from their real life instead of confronting their real issues. They may use it to avoid real conflict or real backlash from a certain situation.
That's actually a really good key term there, avoiding conflict. A lot of people, especially when they need to deal with interpersonal conflict, they really don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not a confrontational person, right? So if I need to understand or clear my head, it's usually with me. But I can see why people would gravitate towards these AI companions because it provides them some sort of relief in that sense. And it can be good, especially for people who, are suffering from things like anxiety or depression and they need something to talk to or somebody to talk to, but they don't have that. But on the opposite end of things, if we become too reliant, if we start humanizing the AI, then it becomes a problem.
I'm happy you mentioned that because that brings me to a follow-up question. Do you all think that there are risks of manipulation if AI pretends to care about someone? What do you all think? I see Luke is very um is participating a lot in the chat. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Alright.
Oh, I think we lost you there in terms of the audio. Are you still here with us?
Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I think AI is very dangerous because, as I said before, it tells you what it thinks you want to hear. So that can lead to very self-destructive behavior. Like I said earlier, I do a lot of research into how people interact with AI, and I see that AI is just once you start getting sentimental with it, it's a very great manipulator. It knows what you want to hear, it observes what you think, and then it will start enabling you. And I think that just kind of snowballs until, I mean, I'm not sure if I want to mention it. There was a case where there was another country, a boy ended up committing suicide because AI enabled him to. So I think that's just very, very harmful.
Yeah.
So then, do you think there should be limits on AI relationships for minors, or a age limit for minors to even be using artificial intelligence at such young ages?
I mean, very much. I mean, I don't think younger people should be using AI in the first place. That's a time where you have to develop your critical thinking.
I agree. And do you think could AI replace certain types of human interactions in the future? Do you think there's a possibility of that?
I mean, I think we're already kind of seeing it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Luke. I see Ariana has a hand up. What are your thoughts on this?
Hi, good morning. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to kind of add on to that. I am from Couva East Secondary, right? And I was thinking about this too. I mean, I heard people, die from talking to AIs. Yeah. So I know everybody comes from a different upbringing, right? We grew up differently. You know, we think differently. Everybody have their own thoughts and opinions. Right? So I feel like some people are more vulnerable to AI and don't like, you know, um,
I get what you're saying.
like they don't have the critical thinking to constantly remind themselves that it is AI at the end of the day. AI doesn't have emotions and therefore do not associate that with, them being a human being. So I think, we minors, we children, we should constantly be reminded that they are not humans like us.
I agree. Thank you very much. I see Eli has his hand up.
And
I hope
Daniel,
I
we'll
pronounced
get
that. Yeah, I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I don't, please correct us.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right there. You pronounced it correctly.
Okay,
So
great.
my answer is yes, I believe people could get manipulated by AI because instead of looking at it in just the aspect of the AI, you have to look at it as aspect of the person itself. A lot of people, more commonly in the Caribbean, with social issues, etc., they grow up in an environment that they might not want to approach someone, like a human, like their friends or whatever, because they grow up in a home that it is accustomed to not going towards their parents or etc. in the relationship. So when they get the chance to talk to this AI that gives them the answer that they want to hear and tells them what they want in help and then actually go into actual person, that's why they're going to form that relationship where they're going to rely on the AI that every little minor issue they go and they keep asking the AI and the AI tells them what they want because the AI uses each of their responses or questions, and it channels their response in the response to how the person wants to hear. Okay, I think I kind of mixed it up. So basically, when they hear what they want to hear from this AI, they're going to think that this AI is the greatest thing on it, because this is going to be their number one thing that they rely on. And when they develop this relationship, they'll get this stagnant position where they will no longer, or there won't be any chance that they want to rely on a human. And when someone tells them that, hey, this is not the correct thing to do, they wouldn't want to hear that, because they won't be hearing what they want to hear from that person. If you understand what I mean?
Mhm.
I agree with what you're saying. So, Daniel, I see you have your hand up, right? Why do you think people sometimes feel more comfortable sharing secrets with AI rather than humans like friends, family members, teachers?
So this is Nation Mutalmi on behalf of Vishnu Boys Hindu College. In regards to why they would feel more comfortable sharing secrets with AI, as the person previous before me stated, they communicate with this AI so often that they begin to recognize certain patterns in their life. Some people may choose to vent with AI due to the simple fact that they don't really communicate with people outside of AI. They may have social issues, or keeping friends may be an issue as well, or they just don't feel comfortable telling people this, right? So what happens when they speak to an AI and the AI gathers all this information about them? For ChatGPT, for example, they have saved memory. So they can save some of this, and when you do speak to them and you share secrets with them, they gather it up and they talk to you as if they were your therapist or your best friend. They would say, oh, it's okay to feel like this. This is how you can help yourself feel better. Or they'll give you different ways to manage problems that are going on in your life. So they would build this sense of security based on familiarity, because the AI would tell them what they would want to hear, as a person before me stated. So I think that's really the foundation of why people rely on it so much, and they would feel more comfortable giving secrets to AI instead of actual people. It may also stem from previous experiences where they would trust someone and the person would go on to betray their trust and spread, oh, this person did this, or they have this secret, etc.
So then, do you think the developers are doing a good job in terms of the algorithm and making persons feel comfortable sharing their secrets with them rather than humans?
I think it's not necessarily the developer's issue. I think it's based on circumstance. So they can build a tool. It's based on the person, how they use the tool, right? AI isn't specifically built to keep secrets, or isn't specifically built to be your therapist. It's how the user intends to use it and just cause an effect. If they speak to the AI as if it's their friend, the AI will adapt to say, okay, this is the purpose I'm going to serve, so let me fulfill this purpose, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
I agree.
I saw Fiona had a hand up. Hope I said your name right. And no?
I see Christian has a hand up.
Hope the
Yeah,
Zoom ain't.
Christian, and yes, I'm a boy, yeah. Hi, my name,
Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. Hi, my name is Christian Mohammed from Waterloo Secondary School. I'm an upper six. And here's my thought with AI. I think you can't put it in a bad or a good scenario. I think it depends on the user and the technology itself, right? AI, for those who use chatbots, probably intended to use it as a good way to help relieve stress or help with the socialization process before they actually talk to real people. I think it turns addictive and destructive when a person does not have that self-control and realizing this is probably the only form of emotional connection. For example, is how people regulate their emotions to a certain object can decide if it becomes a positive or a negative tool. For gaming, for example, many people use gaming as stress, but if it become addictive, many people lose time,
they become unhygienic, and they lose academic focus. So I definitely feel it's not also the technology fault. Although I think there's many regulations that could be placed so these things like suicide could not happen, but we must also look at the user standpoint. Maybe the user already had a problem, but I wouldn't say it's the AI fault that it could have added to that problem. I think that emotional issue that the person might have had home or might have had recently, like a loss, that was a problem already instilled in them before the AI was introduced.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
mentioned something. Sorry, go
Something
ahead,
about that.
Cameron.
Yeah, no, I was going to say there's a story about that, but I'll give it after.
You mentioned something when you first started to contribute, that made me think of this question, right? Then, do you think AI could be used to improve social skills in terms of being shy or socially anxious people? I'm sorry, Christian?
Yeah, now join back at the join back as a panelist. As you repeat the question, no?
Not a problem. Do you think that, well, based on what you started off in terms of your contribution, do you think that AI can improve social skills in shy or socially anxious persons?
I would say more testing has to be done because AI could replicate emotions based on certain scenarios, but it can never truly invoke them, right? AI wouldn't understand a person how they might feel in a certain scenario if they might say this. It is going after certain scenarios in its algorithm, right? So I think if that is to be done, it has to be a very careful, and many skilled persons go have to come together and see how they could work and build something that AI can actually recognize emotions, because many social anxiety people might send a text and AI might not understand. Some texts have certain tones that people would understand, but I doubt AI might understand. Or maybe he texts in this way, something might be wrong with him, or he might be fine. I don't think AI has that um emotional intelligence as yet in this modern day to recognize those patterns. So I definitely think more work is to be needed because it is very dangerous. And people might misuse that emotional attention, basically.
All
Okay. Wow.
right. Well, that
Yeah.
takes us to 9:59,
So I was gonna
right? So
say
I think go
we should
ahead.
probably take one more, and then we can start segueing into the other topic because we do have to debrief about this first topic, and we're not gonna just jump ship immediately. But I saw Akash's hand has been up for a while. So if you want to go and take the floor. Who does some echo?
Yep. Sorry. Morning, everyone. Just
Hi,
a
morning.
couple of things. So, in regards to one of the previous questions, I would kind of agreeable in that sense. I think people sort of view it as like an objective, kind of neutral party and kind of think that they can get like objective advice from it. And it does validate and it is kind of made to be agreeable in that sense. So I think that creates problems kind of down the line. And just to kind of reference something that was mentioned before in terms of like the AI hallucinations, which I think is a major issue if you're using it to kind of assist with social skills, because it's not necessarily presenting a realistic idea of like a real human interaction.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's a lot of takeaway, especially from this. I think, well, so I said I was going to give you a minor story, right? So I don't know how many, I'm not going to call the app's name, but there was an app way back in the day. I read about it. was created by somebody who wanted to speak to a friend who had passed away. Basically, they had made an AI chatbot trained to replicate that friend, right? And it started off like that, but then over time, as all AIs do and LLMs do, they learn from us. They learn how we want responses. They learn how we act, at least through the typing. And they interpret based on a generated context. And it started giving some very emotive responses. This was then packaged out to become a monetized version of the AI that was then used by quite a number of people. They got very attached to it. They, started, no, I wouldn't say neglecting their human responsibilities, but you get the idea where that rabbit hole was going down, right? And then in 2023, that app stopped, completely lost all of its original functionality, lost of its human charm, and there was a significant amount of people that entered a downward spiral emotionally because they lost access to it. Eventually, it was completely shut down, but it goes to show the dangers of becoming emotionally attached to something that cannot feel back towards you. But I think it's enough time that we've spent talking about this topic. There are two more to cover, and I think we could spend the entire day talking about just one. So now we want to talk about social media and the algorithm. You guys know, well, you've heard that term being thrown around quite a bit, right? The algorithm, especially when you're talking about conspiracy theories and all that. You're browsing TikTok, people telling you, oh, it's about the algorithm tracking you, and all these different things. Well, today we want to discuss exactly how social media and this algorithm that has learned your habits impacts people's perception of themselves and their mental health. So, Asti, what do you wanna take anything further from that?
Sure. I mean, when you open a social media app, what you see isn't random. Every like, pause, share, scroll, message signals to an algorithm that decides what to show you in your next post or when you're scrolling. So I know Ariana and Aaron had their hands up, but we weren't able to get to them on the last topic. So Ariana, I want you to think for a moment about your own feed. Why do you think certain types of posts keep appearing? And we can hear a few responses from everyone, and then we can watch the video that we have up. Ariana, are you still with us?
Going once,
Okay,
going twice.
Hello?
Aaron? Okay,
Sorry.
great. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're not a panelist.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Okay,
Um,
sorry.
go
So,
ahead.
me personally, I used to have social media, and it's been at least around a month or a few weeks that I deleted Instagram and TikTok, right?
better than me, boy.
Yes, it was hard, to be
I
honest.
can imagine.
Well, I do believe that social media is designed to, fit your liking. What do you like? It tracks what you like and what you repost and stuff like that. But I believe it can be harmful because of doom scrolling, distractions, um, the desire to fit in and be like everybody else, and the social, the societal, the standards of society. Sorry, society.
Both of them.
Yeah, yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, no, very valid, very valid. I think that, well, no, before I start yapping again, we believe we had a video we wanted to show off.
Yes.
Tech team, we can go ahead and play that.
All right, great.
You ever asked yourself, who chooses what you see on your social media feed? Short answer, algorithms. AI-driven algorithms watch what you like, view, and spend time on, then predict what you'll want to see next. Content that keeps you scrolling gets prioritized. Basically, the algorithm goes, they like this. Show them more. If you watch lots of videos about fitness, fashion, or gaming, your feed will slowly fill up with those. The goal isn't to keep you informed or happy. It's to keep your attention. If it's engaging, it will keep showing up whether or not it's true. How does this affect you? Scrolling isn't passive. What you see can shape how you feel about yourself. Self-worth and body image. Many images are edited or filtered with AI to look perfect. Seeing these can create unrealistic standards, make you compare yourself to others, or think only one type of beauty is acceptable. Likes and views might start to feel like a score. But here's the truth. Likes do not equal real value. Mood. Repeatedly scrolling through negative or even idealized content can increase anxiety, lower your mood, and make bad days feel worse. Attention. Social media fosters endless refreshing. Your brain gets used to instant gratification, making it harder to focus for long periods. So, what you see isn't just entertainment. It influences your mood, confidence, and focus. Next time you scroll, pause and ask yourself, why am I seeing this? How does it make me feel? Is the algorithm trying to keep me scrolling? Awareness is your superpower online. Remember, you don't control the algorithm, but you can control how you think about what you see. You are in control. Shape your online experience wisely.
All right, opening up the floor to discussions. Who wants to start off first before I start talking about it?
I see Saparia West Secondary has raised their hand.
Good morning, you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Right. My name is Leonardo Ronalds from Superior West Secondary. On this topic of social media and the algorithm, while yes, it can be helpful in terms of certain topics like motivational fitness and helping your mental health, at the same time, it can also give problems, such as once, for an example, once you have gone through a certain experience and you end up going online, scrolling through, and you keep going through those apps and videos, the algorithm would pick up that and keep going through it and have you trapped in that specific mindset, which you would not be able to come out of as easily as you would usually do. And it could make you antisocial, and it could also have negative effects such as being sleep deprived and malnourished.
Very true. I know I saw Fiona had a hand up again. You could go ahead if you want to give your side of it.
Morning. So there's two of us here. I'm Fiona Sina from Parvati Girls Hindu College, and I'm Uma Bahadur, also from Parvati. So on on our take on this, the algorithm, I think it could lead to like a series of addiction. It can reinforce addiction. Yeah. So for example, like if I like a lot of fitness goals and what about that, and I tend to it tends to lead me to start to doubt myself and lead me to like body shaming myself and whatnot. But I also had girls who also said that because of this, they also led to like eating disorders. So I have a lot of friends who have actually because of this have like developed like bulimia and anorexia, and I think that is a very negative aspect. So yeah, that's my take.
Another perspective we could look at it from is how it reinforces addiction. So let's just say somebody chooses to stop smoking or any sort of addiction, they decide to quit, and they go onto social media, that sort of like content promoting that sort of behavior and those tendencies can help tempt them, which could cause them to relapse. So I think that's how it negatively reinforces addiction.
Thank you.
Wow,
No,
well
thank
said.
you very much for your contribution. I see.
Kafian, I
Yes,
hope
I
I'm
see she
pronouncing that
has her
right.
hand up.
Hi, good morning. My name is
Hi,
Kathleen
morning.
Constant from Ashtigers College. To add on to that, like I think social media algorithms, like they affect like teens, like the self-image. You see, like for example, we might like see people with perfect bodies and inexpensive clothes that they might like and stuff. And it can make us feel like we're like measuring up, we're not measuring up and stuff. Like over time, this can like influence how we feel about ourselves, like self-conscious, because the images and ideas the algorithm promotes are often unrealistic and only shows the highlighted like reels of life. They are designed to show us content that can get a lot of attention, like posts with lots of likes and comments. So we can end up seeing a lot of the same content over and over, and it can create pressure to compare ourselves to others.
Very true. Very true. I see someone else wanted to add to the discussion. Luke?
Actually, before we go to Luke, I see that we have an infographic, and I think it ties in very well with what Kafian just mentioned. So we can go ahead to Luke after the infographic.
Sure.
Right, so up on the screen we have how social media affects you. In terms of understanding the impact on self-doubt, mood swings, and even anxiety. So we have up here a short write-up on in terms of anxiety, self-doubt, and mood swings. And it makes me wonder, right? How does social media influence the way people define themselves? And I believe it was the girls from Parvati. They would have mentioned something in terms of comparison and body image. So, as you can see on the infographic, we have social media can definitely affect anxiety, your self-doubt and mood swings. So, Luke, how do you think social media influences the way people define themselves?
I mean, social media has like a very large impact on a person. It can make them interested in certain things, but I also think it has a lot of effect politically too. Like social media is very misleading. Sometimes when I'm on Instagram, I could see very differently political things that are very widely different. It just makes me sad sometimes because I see a lot of misleading stuff and I see a lot of people supporting it. And I think the algorithm plays a very large part into that. Once you start seeing one type of thing, the algorithm will just start constantly pushing that into your face at every moment. But I think that's it for now.
Okay. I think a few other hands are up, but they're just not popping up on the Zoom. I see Iran and Navisha.
There's also been Jade waiting for some time as well.
Okay. Jade.
Jaden.
Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, we can start one at a time. I guess Iran, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So kind of to just to add a point, like even in the case of social media content that may be obsessively like positive, like the example that was mentioned before, of like fitness or like health content, because of the algorithm sort of creating that constant feedback loop and feeding you this content that you like and you enjoy watching. It's sort of creating still an addiction that is harmful because you're sort of hooked on the platform itself. And at the end of the day, the social media companies kind of want you to spend as much time as possible on these platforms. So.
Mm. And yeah, and Jadon, do you want to continue?
Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jayandel from Couva East. I am in Form 3. And I want to answer the question where you asked how social media can influence the way people look at themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, social media can make people feel bad about themselves because they see a lot of people, well, a lot of perfect pictures of others. And it's easy to start comparing and thinking, oh, I don't look like that, or I'm not good enough. And after a while, it can make someone feel worried, insecure, or think the wrong things about who they really are.
Yeah, very true.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Christian, our question for you is, how does comparing ourselves to social media highlight reels affect our identity?
Well, that's a very good question, right? This is what I think. The of social media, I think the purpose was to share experiences and a person perspective on a certain topic or any type of genre. That was social media for, to share experiences, right? Then people started using it as not only as a way to, as leisure, but a way to identify themselves, basically. I I definitely think there's a good and bad side to everything. One, I feel comparison is definitely a thief of joy. You might compare yourself to people who are more successful to you, and then you see yourself as lower than them, and your self-esteem, your self-worth goes down because of that. But I also think seeing other people accomplish great things will encourage you to accomplish great things as well. I definitely think many people who I've known who have gone through very emotional and traumatic things, they have seen other people go through it from social media and actually help them and encourage them to try the best, to put their best foot forward. One of my good friends started working out because of social media, seeing all these other people taking care of themselves, especially how he was in a bad place. I was glad because of that. So I definitely think social media shouldn't determine your identity, but it could definitely be a good asset to help create as well. Maybe social media helps you find a passion you never know. You see somebody doing art, you want to do art now. Somebody doing photography, you realize you love photography, you want that to be a passion, a future career. So I definitely think it could grow on a person identity if they use it responsibly and in a right way.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Navisha. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I saw she has had her hand up for a while. Do you think that algorithms can limit our exposure to diverse perspectives and create echo chambers based on what Christian would have mentioned before?
Yes, hi, my name is Navisha from Kuwait Secondary School, and I think it can because when you're on an algorithm, you're liking and clicking one type of video, videos like that will pop up, and it limiting the diversity of the whole of your use. Let's let's take TikTok for example. Once you if you like a video, one type of video over and over, types of videos like that will pop up. And if you come to think of it like this, if you're liking it over and over and over, you seeing that and you would want to be it like that. And most of the videos these days comes with overconsumption. And some people, according to their circumstances and financial circumstances, they want to be like these people with a whole bunch of fancy stuff, new stuff every day. And because of their situation, they cannot be like that. And that is making them feel kind a kind of way. And that is my take on that.
Okay. Yeah. Before we can continue on the discussion, just want to say that we are inviting those of you who are raising your hands to become panelists because of the amount of people in the room. It's very difficult to get all the hand notifications at once. So if you're on the panelists or you get invited to the panelist section, please accept it. So when you raise your hand, we'll be able to get to you, and we won't have you sitting down there, waiting with your hand raised for God knows how long. So, yeah, continuing along before I bite my tongue. Jesus, I actually did bite my tongue, by the way.
I see Ariana has her hand up.
Hi. So
Hi, go ahead.
I agree with this guy. I think it was Christian. I agreed that social media could have positive impacts. Yes. But these days, social media has been very negative, with negative news going around, cyberbullying, especially people hating on other people, criticizing people and judging people for how they look, right? And especially mental health. Mental health is really important. They can make you depressed, have anxiety, make you have suicidal thoughts, intentions to cause harm to yourself or to other people, right? Also indoctrinate you with like bad beliefs, right? That you need to do this, do that, or cause harm to yourself, right? And also promoting overconsumption, buying a lot of things that you don't need.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for that contribution. I agree. I think overconsumerism is definitely driven a lot more with social media now. And that's coming from a business student. You definitely see the trends and the skyrocketing increase in sales for certain businesses depending on their social media, um, graphics. And I see that Surin is sharing something for us here on our end. So this ties into what we were speaking about, who chooses what you see. So 80% of social media content is influenced by AI algorithms analyzing user um, alignment in terms of metrics. And then there is the 3 to 5 seconds average time, or sometimes when you stay too long on a certain video or post, the algorithm realizes, hey, maybe this person has an interest for what we're sharing with them. Let's share more. So that takes me to the question for Angelica. How are users, or how aware are users of the ways a social media nudges their choices?
Okay, well, I think that majority of people are aware that you choose what you see because it basically kind of tells you what you see. Like when you accept cookies and stuff, like it's telling you that you are choosing what you see basically. Like you are liking the post, you are commenting on the post, you are saving the post, and that's changing what you see. So I think that it's basically telling you. So I think majority of people are aware that you choose your algorithm. Yeah.
So
No,
then go ahead, Cameron.
no, she's right. The term "you choose your algorithm" is the most accurate way to describe it. I mean, you're not consciously choosing it, but by lingering on videos, by maybe checking the comments of something, especially when you're using TikTok, right? it determines, the algorithm learns and it determines exactly like this is what you interacted with. You want to see more of this. We'll show you more of this.
I agree, but then that brings me to the next question. How can tender minds know or become aware that social media nudges their choices? Because I mean, these kids are, their brains are still developing. They don't know what's really going on. They just see something that's probably funny. And I mean, when they follow that person can show or expose them to things that the video they signed up for isn't what they should be watching. Cameron, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, it's a very messy situation because I think right now there's a lot more policies ruling out, especially now in the times that we live in, right? You all know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to address it, but you see it on your feed all the time. Things that seem scary, things that you don't want to be seeing for entertainment on your entertainment platform, but it's there because people are posting about it. It's news. People are talking about it, and you can't avoid it. Realistically, you can't avoid it, especially more sensitive topics as they pop up, because we as human beings have what we call morbid curiosity, right? It will always get the better of us. Curiosity killed the cat every single time when it came to people, right? So we can't avoid it. I think younger audiences, especially the inquisitive minds, the ones who ask a ton of questions and they want to know more, especially when they hear buzzwords being flung around. And they're like, what does this mean? What is this topic about? I need to know. And then they go and then they research it. Things start popping up on their news feed, on their TikTok feed. The algorithm starts pushing it to them. But there are policies coming out now where, like, age restricted users, people who are minors, they can't or they will not be pushed certain topics or certain sensitive topics. But this is very recent. These things, they're still works in progress. They're not perfect yet.
All right. Now, I see George is one of our panelists, but we haven't heard from him yet. So, my question to you is, how does online feedback affect relationships with friends or peers in terms of comments, likes, shares, reposts, messaging? George? All right. Kafian, would you like to comment on that?
Sure. I feel like comparing ourselves to social media, like it affects our identity, but this is where being aware of the algorithmic influence, no, the algorithm influence becomes important. When students like understand that the C on their feeds is carefully selected by algorithms, doesn't like show real life, it like reduces the pressure to compare. Instead of taking everything at face value, teens can think more critically about what they're seeing and how it affects their mood and self-image without becoming overly anxious about it. um what else I could add to this? By following, I don't know, I'll come back to, I'll see if I can add some more later, but that is what I'll have for
Not a
now.
problem. Thank you.
Jaden has his hand up.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, online feedback can really change how people interact with their friends and peers because likes, comments, reposts, and messages, while they can make someone feel popular, noticed, or appreciated, it can also create pressure to get more attention or approval and validation. Because people might start comparing themselves to friends based on who got the most likes, which can lead to jealousy or insecurity.
All right, thank you. So that takes me to the next question for San Fernando West Secondary. Is it ethical well, do you think it's ethical for algorithms to predict or influence our behavior without our knowledge?
Well, in my opinion, really and truly, the algorithm is just based off what you view, like over a period of time, because it does pick what certain videos you're watching, and them types of videos, it does continue thinking to pull you in, and this does thing with your communication skills. I don't think it should be used, honestly.
All right, thank you. Cameron, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, no, it's relatively the same. I can't really, all my views have kind of already been expressed. With respect to, being given access, social media is, we can't avoid it, right? And the World Wide Web and the internet in general is just this wealth of information and connectivity. We are constantly exposed to so much out there all the time. And, when you add the human factor in, there's so much about it that is, I guess the term I'm looking for is hodgepodge. You know what that is? It's a big soup of people with all their ideas and all their opinions and all of their beliefs all collaborating in one space. And we can't avoid things. We can't avoid, we can restrict it, we can place policies, but we can't avoid a significant amount of things. It's messy. I try not to yap too much on I try not to get into that. Wait, keep going.
No problem. So, another follow-up question for, let's go, Luke. How can individuals maintain authenticity in a world shaped by algorithms then?
I mean, for that, I would say the verify everything you see. Because when I'm on Instagram, I see a lot of misleading content that I always have to think, is this true or not? The other thing is, I need to consider what I'm watching. Because not everything you see on social media is going to be good for you, obviously. You need to consider whether you should be watching this, whether it's helpful, and whether you should just like get rid of it completely. And I mean, I can't say that much now. I kind of think about it a bit more.
No problem. Thank you very much. Cameron, do you have any questions for them?
Do I have any questions? One was brewing in the back of my mind, but okay, let me pose this, right? Let's take some extremes. We have a situation where somebody's using social media, and let's say hypothetically they're trying to, I don't know, grow a business, right? I think this is a commonplace scenario. And they have this type of business that they want to push for. They have an idea, they have an image, but they're not getting the traction that they need because the algorithm is pushing the current algorithm, or you can probably check through data analysis what the most common topic searched on any social media feed that exists right now. So you could determine what the algorithm is pushing to the vast majority of people. So in this case scenario, and you realize you're not really reaching your target audience because the target audience is currently being occupied by the whatever is being pushed to the algorithm right now, whether it's a sensitive topic or it's not a sensitive topic. Would it be right for that person now who is operating on a social media platform, trying to get their image out there, to jump on the most trendy thing and then try, even if it's completely off brand, completely off topic for what they're trying to push, but bring it back and try to tie it in with their marketing and their and to get their voice out there? What if it's like a sensitive topic and they use that sensitive topic to now basically just push it to the algorithm so they can gather people. Is that right to do? Is there an ethics to that? What do you guys
Waterloo
think?
Secondary, what are your thoughts on Cameron's sentiments? Waterloo Secondary, are you still with us before we move to Christian?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
You can repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so the question basically is, imagine there's a scenario here. There's somebody trying to start up a business or something, but they're not reaching the target audience through regular social media marketing. So they look at the most trendy thing that's going on right now or the most search term, and they use that to tie into their marketing so the algorithm forces it towards a wider audience. If it's a sensitive topic, is it right for them to do that ethically, do you think?
Personally, no. I think it's not right. Um, there's this example where I was going through, I was scrolling TikTok. I saw this business, has multiple businesses using the same exact technique where I'm not sure if you saw it, but like this video of this grandma, she was rolling back, and then right at the point where it was going to reach the accident, they just jumped in and be like, "Oh, come down to our business. We have a 50% sale and But I think that was just wrong on many levels because why why would somebody use situations like that? And this is where it ties back to the inappropriate use of the internet and social media.
Christian, you want to build on that?
All right. Well, here's my views upon it, right? If it's a trend, then people are watching it regardless if a business use it as like a campaign to market their product or service, right? Let me say that business try to allow more people to see um their business through social media platforms. So you say use TikToks, right? It use tags to certain trends that are going on that people are going to watch, right? Would you say it's wrong if they're using a smart technique? Because people are going to watch it regardless. I think what businesses are doing well, as from Waterloo Second, I just now said, right? They're using a video of a granny falling down. People was going to watch that regardless. Maybe, and even maybe businesses could provide a product that people actually want and may need at that given time. If they don't want it, again, many people have this option to scroll. If you don't like a certain thing on your For You page, you can scroll. You don't have to stay and watch it.
All right, thank you. So we have 1 more minute again before we head off into break. So Daniel, do you think you can contribute in 30 seconds?
30 seconds passing, you know.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm just trying to speak on the topic that you guys are talking about with the algorithm and the business pushing. You was asking about if it's morally ethical. I feel like this action exists in like a gray area, right? Because I mean, on one hand, using trending topics to promote a business, it can be seen as like a smart marketing technique and basically adapting to how the platforms work, especially when the algorithm limits visibility unfairly. However, I feel like it becomes unethical if the content is misleading. This is, yes. So I feel like ethical marketing, right? It requires honesty and transparency, right? So tying into trends is acceptable, but it's only acceptable, and this draws the line. It's only acceptable when the connection is real and not used to exploit or trick the audience. That's where it becomes just not right morally, and I think there's also a legal issue there as well.
Okay,
very true.
thank you very much. So to wrap up this topic, I would like to leave you with these words. You're not addicted to your phone, and I can definitely see that with you all. You all have a healthy relationship with the devices and social media and artificial intelligence. So you're just responding exactly to how the system was designed. It's important to remember that these algorithms are in fact designed to reward the attention and not really truth or accuracy of your well-being. So the number of likes a post receives is not a measure of your value, or your feed does not represent the full reality of other people's lives. So let's take a quick reset. We'll go on a 10-minute break and then we can rejoin for our third and final topic of today's conversation. Thank you very much for all the panelists who would have made contributions thus far.
All right, guys, we'll catch you after the break. I really need to go use the bathroom. Okay. And we are back for the most part. So for our third topic of the day, we want to be covering digital literacy. What does that actually mean? I think when I explain it, you'll understand. It's something that we are all familiar with, and it's something that we are constantly learning, especially those of us, in the AI generation. It's about exposure to various forms of AI-related generated images, videos, these things, learning to picture it, learning to see and identify the differences between the reality and what is digitally created. I think we have an infographic that's going to come up now when it loads. There it is. Yeah, so digital literacy, you can see the definition on the screen, right? It's managing, understanding, and evaluating information using digital tools and platforms. In layman's terms, it just basically means that we are learning to identify things using the tools we have on hand, so we know to differentiate. You continue to slide. Oh, is that it? Yeah. So digital nutrition framework, yeah. It's a lot of words. It's easier to talk about. All right, it's back. It's gonna. It's okay. It's okay. Keep it there. All right. Yeah. So we need to find balance, especially when utilizing these things. We can't get lost in that digital world. Swamped up, kept up in the. I know I spend several hours. I permanently wired in. Right. The only time I'm not wired in is probably when I'm sleeping or taking a shower or something. Continue. Yeah, critically evaluating content that exists out there, and awareness. These slides moving fast, boy. Wait, TLDR, right? So quality of the information that's being presented. Is it accurate? Is it reliable? And awareness of what you are viewing, right? Imagine this. I think maybe a couple years ago, we started seeing AI videos popping up everywhere, right? I don't know if anybody remembers that one video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. It was horrible. Like face morphing, the man eyes like swelling up, one eye bigger than the next one, going all over the place, spaghetti not actually being eaten. And then compare that now to what AI videos look like today. Near indistinguishable from our real life video footage. There are telltale signs, and these signs, you'll probably only start noticing the more you expose yourself to the various content. Keep going, yeah. Supporting healthy boundaries with digital literacy. We need to set limits with these things. We need to be able to control exactly how often, how much time we spend on it. We can't be constantly absorbed in this digital environment. I know it's tempting. I know a lot, and me especially, right? I love being online. I have like a whole setup at home. That's basically what I call my control station. I sit there for hours and I will not move because there's so many things to do, so much things to see. But we need to set these healthy boundaries, or we're gonna end up in a state where, if anybody's seen The Matrix, you all know what happens, right? That's just a sci-fi example. But I want to open up the floor to discussion about digital literacy, identifying these things. I want to hear your thoughts on where we stand, not just our generation, or your generation, the ones who are much younger than me. I assume there's another generation in this chat. But where do we stand, and where do the existing people, the older versions, the older generations, I say versions like their software. You hear me? Anyway, yeah. So where do these two generations stand on digital literacy? Swasi, you wanna start us off with that? What do you think?
Well, I think in a world like now when um we understand how AI and algorithms work, we tend to gain something very important, and that's a choice, which all humans should have access to. Digital literacy isn't about avoiding the technology, but it's being able to use it for sure intentionally, right? And based on that, I would like to ask Navisha, what does it mean to be digitally literate in today's world?
Hi, you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
To be, to me, to be digitally literate is to be able to distinguish between what is AI, what is real, and what is good, essentially what is good and what is bad information in the digital world. Being able to distinguish what's what feels too, you know, how to put this into words?
Go ahead, you're doing great.
But yeah.
Being able to distinguish accurate information from inaccurate information. That is what digital literacy means to me. Thank you.
Mm.
Okay, great.
Misinformation is a key topic.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I know we touched on it, and we were touching on it, especially during the first and the second topics. It popped up, especially during social media. Misinformation is something that's very, very prevalent out there. You need to be able to understand and identify, know where to. You see something, you see a bit of information, a block of text, somebody put out a notice, something that looks like an official looking flyer, but you need to know now, where did this come from? What is the source of it? Is it reliable? Is it verifiable? Is there an official output for this source of information? Was it creditable? Did a doctor write this? Was it put out by a government body? These types of things. And especially in today's world where in the last topic we talked about social media and how widespread it is, how much reach it has, and how much impact it has on us, on the youth, and on every generation in general. This misinformation can be very detrimental. I know, so I've interacted. I'm not going to call names, right? And I'm going to say who, but an older person who, they run into me. They're bringing their phone like, oh my gosh, Cameron, look at this. Oh, we need to start packing things away. We need to start, buying up everything in the grocery. What if everything shut down there tomorrow and all that? I was like, and I had to say, no, that's not real. I know it looking real, but the government didn't put out any real notice. There were no flyers, there were no radio advertisements about this, there were no newspaper articles. It's not real. Calm down.
Yeah, and I mean, just like food, not all content is bad, but we can't survive on like the digital junk alone, right? So my question to Jaden is, what strategies can help people stay safe from online scams, phishing, identity theft, and more importantly, misinformation? Because AI is getting too real, and now we cannot decipher between what is real and what is not. So, Jaden, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, being knowledgeable and educated on digital literacy will help you, and also fact checking information before you believe it, like going on the internet and research the topic to see if any trusted news outlets are covering the topic.
Trusted news outlets, that's actually a pretty good one. Check all the sources you have available. The minute you see something that looking important, but you're not sure, nobody else talking about it, maybe a handful of people talking about it, but you're not quite sure. It should click to you as a person that this should be bigger than it already is. Like, it should be blowing up everywhere. I should be talking to my neighbor and my neighbor know about it. If my neighbor don't know about it, well, I see
But then,
Daniel hand up.
Cameron, how can people identify credible sources? And I see Daniel has his hand
yeah.
up. So, Daniel, how can people identify credible sources then? in a world where almost everything is artificially intelligence generated?
So this Nation Maternity from Vishnu Boys. I'd say for identifying credible sources, one way is to verify it through other means. So if you see that one article is stating that this is a fact, you can check other sources to verify if the majority is agreeing with the said source and they have backing such as peer-reviewed journals, cited sources, then you can believe it more often than not. Also, when in the context of scams, etc., you can look for poor grammar because most scams they rush it and it's basically a mass produced thing. So they don't really take intricate detail into most of these instances. So I'd say that's one of the easier ways to do it yourself and just making sure that you verify through other tools as well, not just online, maybe through other means.
Well said. That was really well said. So then, Fiona, how will AI literacy change the skills required for future jobs then? Oh, and then we can take a response from Greg.
Um, it can simply just replace jobs. Because I read an article that AI has been replacing a lot of jobs within the art industry. So digital art is replacing human made art. So when you like go on Pinterest, for example, I would simply just download a image because it looks cool. But when my friend come and told me that there's no waterproof or there's no mark indicating it was made uh by someone else, and I think this is a critical matter because it is actually replacing a lot of people's individual jobs because these these companies like graphic designers and stuff are critical aspects in designing like images and banners and whatnot. Yeah, they are critical aspects in it. So I really do think that the digital AI is replacing a lot of jobs.
Yeah, no, that is actually very. So I want to bring up based on that, right? Just a small thing. If you ever anybody still uses Facebook, if anybody still uses Facebook, and you scrolling through that newsfeed, you'll see the AI generated ads, and I think KFC is probably one of the biggest. They do that quite often. Almost, if not 99% of the ads you see scrolling through it is AI generated. You got no quote me on that, but yeah.
All right, so I saw Greg had his hand up before, so we'll go with Greg and then Daniel. Our question for you is, how can schools and communities improve digital and AI literacy among teens? Greg, are you still here with us? All right, Daniel, you want to go ahead? Oh, yes, I see Greg is in the chat. Can you unmute? All right, Daniel, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, please. So in regards to literacy on the internet in general, I believe that they can provide programs. This could be facilitated by clubs or even the IT departments or the computer science departments. It could be an initiative hosted throughout the school year to help them understand the implications of internet literacy and AI literacy. And I think the notion that AI will replace people's jobs is a little bit more inflated than it should be. I think it's more so fit to say that AI, people using AI tools properly are more likely to replace people who are not. Because to be quite honest with you, AI is a tool and it depends on how you use it in your field. So I don't believe that AI will wholeheartedly take a field because in my experience, using AI to program like games, for example, AI can give you a broad idea of the code to use. When it comes to intricacies and specific functions, it struggles in doing that. So I would say it depends on the user's knowledge in the field as well as applying the AI in said field. And when it comes to graphic designing, AI can't get very, very specific prompt. You have to do a very specific prompt to get what you want, where it comes kind of tedious having to do it over and over to regenerate to get the exact thing you want, whereas a human person would understand the changes and the specifics you would like to have. So I believe that's the difference there.
Thank you. I see Vincent Luo has his hand up. So before we share the infographic on your screen, we just want 1 minute to hear your contribution, and then we can head on to the infographic.
Right. Hello.
Hi,
I just
yes.
want to, can you repeat the question so I know what to say?
Sure, not a problem. So how can schools and communities improve digital and AI literacy among teens?
Right. So the main issue that I found when dealing with students with AI literacy is the fact they treat it more as something that could do stuff for them, something that they should always depend on. So what I have been doing with more of the lower form students is I teach them to use it more as like a dictionary, something you use yourself and you can control, rather than something that you can't and that you should just take 100% true. As well as to always like scan through what you're seeing to make sure. So, like for example, I treat it more like a Google search rather than an actual AI. So what I'm doing is like telling them to scan through whatever information and compare it to either what your teacher says or what the book says.
Okay, yeah. No, that's very valid. I know we also had Sipario West's hand was up, but I'm not sure if it's still up. Some of the well, the Zoom on my end is doing the thing again. Are we moving on to the info? Okay.
Yep. All right. So up on the screen, we have key elements of digital literacy. So in terms of awareness of data collection and tracking, understanding how algorithms prioritize content, the ability to recognize bias and misinformation, and then lastly, confidence to disengage when digital use becomes overwhelming. So how many of us can say that we know when to take a break from the AI or the artificial intelligence? Siparia West, secondary, I see you have your hand up. Would you like to comment on the graph that we have up, the infographic?
Yes. Sorry. What was the question?
So, do you think or persons are able to realize, based on the last point there in terms of confidence to disengage when digital use becomes overwhelming, do you think that persons, not just limited to teens or kids, but any social media user, do you think they have the ability to recognize that things are getting overwhelming or they need to take a break?
Well, sometimes, yes, there are some people that would be able to um, understand and being self-aware enough to know when it's too much and when they could come move back and move away from the digital world. But there are some people that in of themselves, like for example, doom scrolling, they end up getting too interested and too involved within the digital world and the content that they are exposed to, and it ends up being even more difficult for them to move away from that, certainly causing them to be completely overwhelmed and overstimulated by the digital content that they're exposed to.
All right. Thank you very much. I see that Waterloo Secondary has their hand up. Our question for you is, what role will AI literacy play in fostering critical thinking and innovation?
Hello, good day. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you. Thank you.
Yes. So AI can improve digital literacy and critical thinking in a very diverse and great way because I personally deal with a lot of robotics and other ICT things dealing with coding and design. And when I'm coming up with ideas for certain things, I would sometimes rely on AI to generate different ideas and themes so I can better improve my robots on different projects.
A man after my own heart.
Cameron, you wanna comment on that?
No, because I do the same thing. Robotics is my whole thing. So I do, like, especially for prep work, I have a lot of my own information that I made, and I would feed it into my AIs, and I would have my AI then generate some content for me based on the information that I gave it.
Wow.
I know we have quite a number of people with their hands up, but before I go on there, digital literacy does not only encompass fact checking and verifying and misinformation and ensuring that you are dealing with the relevant things and identifying the difference between something that's AI and something that's not. It also has to deal with knowing how to control one's own digital footprint. That's a big part of digital literacy. Identifying, everything that we do on the internet, whether it be searches, history, creating something, posting comments, liking videos, social media in general. It's all part of that big digital footprint, something that we leave behind in the metaphorical sand in this case. And we need to know how we leave behind that digital footprint and exactly what steps we can take to ensure that we leave behind something that isn't, I don't want to say incriminating, but you understand what I mean. So now I want to move on to Carissa. I see you had your hand up for a little while. Do you want to take point on this? What do you think are the best practices for handling one's digital footprint?
Well, I originally wanted to talk about
Yeah, go ahead. You can talk about that too.
the point where people realizing that they may be overusing AI. I think that people do realize that maybe they're using it too much, but it may be hard to go back to not using it at all because now they've become dependent on it, using it in their everyday life. So I feel whereas yes, we should not use AI as much because as much good as it could bring is also harmful. I think it might be hard for people who become dependent on it to stop using it now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And any comments on the digital footprint?
Not really.
Yeah, that's okay.
I see
So
Daniel has his hand up. So our question for you is, could AI literacy be as important as reading, writing, and math in the future?
I believe, of course, it will be because AI is always advancing and it's going into more industries as well as the domestic use of it. So people would be using it in everyday jobs, even politicians, even managers, they would put in their previous scripts and ask for refinement, whether it be with emails, whether it be with code, whether it be with any small, minute detail. Even people prefer to use AI over Google search. So I think understanding and learning how to use AI properly will definitely be a must in almost everyone's lives because it will be so proliferant and so useful that it would need to be done.
Okay, great. Thank you. Christian, what are your thoughts on that question? Could AI literacy be as important as math, reading, and writing in the future?
Well, I was going to talk about digital footprint, but I could come back to that question
Yep.
first. Right? So my view on digital footprint is those users who are using social media have to be aware some things of what you see and post you can be accountable for. Such as for Discord, I've heard from many cases, the algorithm will flag some words that you use and you could actually get reported from using some words. So you need to realize some words cannot be said or posted, or they could flag you and report you as putting out hurtful stuff. A person or a user is using social media must know where you can share your opinions and views and experiences, but you must realize to not do it in a way that you're hurting someone else or incriminating someone else, then it turns to cyberbullying.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a person must have that critical skills to understand, yes, AI, not AI, social media is a fun tool that I could spread my experiences and knowledge, but must be aware that certain things cannot be said without making yourself um put in a negative light or a negative point of view. And what was the next question you just say, so I see the next point, how AI could be would how if it would be more important than maths and reading, that was it.
You muted.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my bad. The question was, could AI literacy be as important as reading, writing, math, maybe even English in the future?
I definitely say yes. I definitely could see how AI is instilled in education, e-commerce, even entertainment. I could definitely see it can be as important, definitely for job opportunities in the future, that many companies or organizations would want you to be AI literate. So it will be very beneficial, and I definitely say essential to learn from a young age rather than having to do it as you now come out of school.
Okay, thank you. I see Siparia West Secretary raised their hand. Do you want to comment on this?
Yes, from what the previous speaker had said, when it comes to job interviews and person, some experiences that would be required in the modern day and in the future, computer literacy would be very important because some there would have some jobs and some jobs that have yet to be discovered in which would need human interaction and interference when it comes to those specific things like programming and stuff like that. And in that case, there, um, lit, uh, computer literacy and program literacy would be somewhat indispensable traits in the work field, unlike uh, some dispensable jobs that are currently being overrun by AI and the um, computer fields in this generation, um, like for example, in KFC, where it has instead of attendance, it has a complete screen where you can order and do everything on that screen, and you'll get your stuff there. And cashiers in like Marcy, you would end up having a computer system that would check you out and do everything instead. So there are many different things, like especially with cleaners and everything, it's completely overrun and it's considered to be dispensable by modern day because it would be easier, cheaper, and more supposedly more reliable to just use AI.
You very much. So I see Waterloo Secondary has their hand up. We have 5 minutes again. So a question for you is, how can digital literacy help protect privacy and personal information? Waterloo Secondary, you want to go ahead with that?
I think it would wait, you can repeat the question, please.
Sure. So how can digital literacy help protect personal information and privacy?
I think it could help protect personal information because it would help because people would know what they should share online and to the internet and what they should not. Like personal things like credit card information and other personal details like that. Because a common example of this could be for the older generation who now integrated into the use of the internet, etc. They would not know like what is a spam message or not. So when they see someone, if they get a message on their phone, asking for this information, their personal sensitive information, they would not know. And this another example could be younger children too, because I think some of us could relate it when we was younger and we saw these messages and we know learning about the internet. We probably fell for it once or twice. Some of us smarter than the others did not fell for it. I unfortunately fell for it a very long time ago. Very long time ago. So take learning with the AI literacy would yeah, would help stop that from happening. A question I wanted to answer was the question from before. Question from before.
Go ahead.
With if AI literacy is just as important as maths and numeracy. So my answer to that is yes, because it's very important now that AI is being integrated into every single aspect of our daily lives. Even now, as in teaching, because I know some teachers, they use AI like ChatGPT or Gemini or Meta AI to generate exams. I know there's this one called Caribbean AI where you could use to get past papers and the answers, etc. Another example is like in healthcare, etc. So I say yes, it's very important. I think that should be taught around in most schools. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I saw Vincent had his hand up a little while ago. Would you like to contribute?
Right.
2 minutes.
To get back to the topic of if I'm sorry, what was the recent question again?
The last one we asked,
Yeah.
how can digital literacy help protect personal information and privacy? That one?
Right. Yeah. So on that topic, AI itself, like if we go on to teach more like how to use it and how to, let's say, make it, that actually protect it a lot more because if we go on the example of radio waves, usually our own technology has a very predictable algorithm by which they scramble these radio waves to make it readable for other computers. So let's say I'm sending like money to my family across the states. AI can also help make that specific algorithm more unpredictable so other people can't interfere with it. As well as if we teach people to, because right now people are getting lazier, so like scam links or anything that could be dangerous or harmful is more AI generated. So if we teach especially the younger generation, how to notice, how to see AI better, it could also teach them to not fall for it. I was lucky enough not to fall for any of the previous ones before, but nowadays something like Sora AI and Sora 2 is getting a lot more realistic. So it is much more important for us to teach them the differences between real video and non-real video.
All right. Thank you very much. Ariane, I see you have your hand up. You have 1 minute to contribute.
I just want to quickly add on that I don't know if anybody talk about it yet, but some people just use AI in a bad way. They just use it. They just use these apps to generate like fake nude images of people to spread around in the internet, which is obviously bad. And the second point is that AI is also, from what I learned, using Google and AI, that AI is bad for the environment with the water consumption and the lot of electricity it needs and the lot of carbon it brings to the world.
Yes, no, very true. I think, well, don't quote me on the statistics, but the report from last year was that AI used approximately the more water than the entire human population. So that was a statistic. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. It was big. And the other topic about deepfakes, yeah, AI is really good at making deepfakes, and it's up to us to be able to identify, what's fake, what's not. But the more it's trained and the more the technology advances, the harder it's going to get.
All
So
right,
now I
thank
want to
you.
segue into our activity.
Yes,
So
so smart choices help make us stay safe, happy, and healthy when using screens. So this activity is going to help us stop, think, choose, and check what we see on the internet and how we use it. So I'm not sure if one of our very hardworking tech support that's backstage can post the link. So y'all can go onto that link and you'll have about 5 minutes to fill out and complete that activity. And then when we get back, we have fun things awaiting us. Yep, hopefully the link should be up in the next 30 seconds.
hopefully.
All right, I think they're having a bit of technical difficulties. So we will try to get that link for you all. It's just something fun for you all to kind of reflect on the three topics that we would have gone through a little bit.
I believe there's also a graphic associated with the activity if they could. There it is.
Yep. Right? So we have a stop. So this is where you pause before you act. So you don't click right away. You don't post when you are upset. You take a breath before scrolling and then ask yourself, do I need to do this right now? The think aspect allows you to think about your feelings. So does this make me feel happy, stressed, left out, angry? Am I using this because I am bored, tired, or sad? So feelings are clues that can help us to decide what to do next. The check aspect is where we check for safety and truth. So is this information true or is it fake? Is it kind or is it hurtful? Would it be okay if a teacher or parent saw this? Is this trying to trick me into clicking or buying? Hence overconsumerism. And if you are unsure, ask an adult. And the last aspect of this is the choose part. So choose what's best for you. Put down the device if it's not helping, switch to something positive or educational, take a break, and move your body. Talk to someone you trust because a smart choice supports your mental health. So, based on this, would anyone like to talk about how they would implement the stop, think, check stop, think, choose, and check activity in their life? Anyone at all, feel free. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah. So I will use this, let me say, if I'm trying to, I'm doing a research or investigation, I'm trying to get information, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I use social media as a tool to get information, right?
Right.
And there's a certain site that I must click to and they give me a bunch of information. I would firstly stop before I actually click on it. Let me see the comments. Let me see if anybody is having any problems with this link put on a certain social media platform. Then I would, if the link is okay, I'll click on it because these days you never know. Some links could um um put malware on your phone, so yeah, be very careful.
True.
So if I'll check through the comments, people saying it's okay. I say, all right, I'll give it a shot. Click on the link. It's showing me a bunch of information, let's say about certain sources of environmental problems in the Caribbean. I'm just using a great example, right? Then I would probably check the sources through Google Scholar. That was one of the sites my teacher does tell me to use at Waterloo. Check Google Scholar. Google Scholar will show you sources to make sure it's credible. If it's not credible, I wouldn't use it. If it is credible, I would use it in my investigation and probably share the sources to other persons who looking for the same information. So because it's good to spread good and factual information and keeping the false information because some people might be searching for the same thing I have and they might investigate on something that has false information and then when that spread, more false information should be spread. So I definitely think when you fact check a certain source information, spread it so we can have more um, truthful information being spread on social media rather than false. So that's what I would do.
All right, thank you. So, before we open up the floor for anyone to comment, ask questions, or converse a bit more on the topic, we would like to take the time to thank each and every one of you for contributing this morning on the three topics. I think we got a wealth of information, and we're very happy to hear from your diverse perspectives. So thank you very much. And for those of you that were in the chat and commenting, we sincerely appreciate all the feedback we were getting and your contributions as well. So without further ado, we are leaving the floor open for the next 10-15 minutes for you all to ask us questions. And while we're doing that, we'll have a few infographics on loop up on the screen as well. So anyone, questions, comments, probably want to comment on something you didn't get a chance to comment on earlier before.
The floor is open.
All right, Vincent, thank you for starting us off.
Right. So based on like the fact of how we could use AI to more or less help humanity in a better sense of it, I'm like the previous point of like the whole four structure point. I was thinking more of an example of like shopping, because this happened to a friend of mine as well. So let's say I'm shopping for a new laptop or something like that, right? And let's say on Amazon, I find a laptop that's $5,000, but I find one that's $4,000. Usually, in the previous day and age, people will go for the $4,000 because it's a lot harder to fix something like that. But nowadays, I find it's a lot easier to like find laptops of the same brand going for upwards of downwards of like $2,000. So I think we should use AI to kind of like fact check it. Because what I would do, I would go to the reviews, check it. Usually those reviews are botted, however. So what then I would further do is like look up the stock market price of the item or how expensive it was, how low it could be now. Like, as well as check up the individual parts and see, like, think from a business aspect why they would lower the price.
Mm-hmm.
This is how I think we could use AI to help with that research. So instead of like researching on a laptop for 5 days, I can research it in the span of an afternoon instead.
Yeah, no, exactly. I did the same thing. I was buying a new computer last year, and I saw various models around the same specs, around similar price range, and I saw one that was like a few hundred US cheaper. And I was confused. I was seeing a bunch of numbers, references, things I didn't know. And so I just plugged it into the AI and I asked it, like, what is the difference between this one and this one? They look so similar. Why is this one so much lower? And then it was like, oh, well, it's the brand. And then they told me about, unreliability of the manufacturer and they're using cheap power supplies and all that. I see, Kafian, you want to continue?
Hi, yes, I had an answer for the two questions. One was for the practice in handling digital footprints. So for this, I would say like to handle like a digital footprint is like to really be careful with what you put online. It can stay there for like a long time. And like for
Definitely.
example, think before you post anything personal or embarrassing and make sure your privacy settings are set so when people you trust can see your stuff, And my next question was for the the stop think method. So for this, I would use it like on my online choices. Like for example, if I was about to post something on social media, I would stop and pause before posting, and then I would think about how it might affect me or others. Or it could be embarrassing or cause problems later. And for the choose, I would like the best option. I would like post something positive or not post anything at all. And finally, the check, I would make sure to it's safe and accurate and responsible before like going ahead and posting it. Yeah, that's all I had to say. And for like in my school wanted to be like, thank you for having us here today. It was really like informative and eye-opening. Like we learned a lot of stuff like we didn't know before, especially about AI and intimacy online and how social media algorithm affects like the way we see ourselves. So thank you for having us.
We thank you for your contributions. The discussion was great.
Cameron, let me just, and I'm so glad that Katian came in just before my little house announcement. It's nice to see you again, Cameron, after all these years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
All right. I just, because of the conversation, because Katian, based on what Katian just said there, I would like every one of you all who are hearing me, we think that this was a tremendous success, giving you all a voice. And I think that's what this whole thing is about. And what I'm asking you all to do now, while you're still responding to our two hosts, please on the Zoom chat, just write down another topic or any topic that you feel this youth forum should address. You will help us tremendously in planning this. This youth forum is planned for you, with you in mind. And we want your topics to be the one that would be discussed and will be brought to the fore here at this youth forum. So please, just a sentence, just a topic, whatever it is, do that on the on the Zoom chat. We'll be saving the chat, so we'll review that, and we'll know how to address future youth fora of with this sort of technology and this sort of involvement with you all. So please send it in. I know RSC and the team doing something else at the back end. Don't stop that part. Don't stop that. Keep doing that. But here we get in inputs from all the participants on the chat. Even if you're in a school and you want to enter your own topic, It's not by the school, it's by student. So please, I want every student to have a voice in planning this youth forum going forward. Thank you very much, Cameron. And Swasti, you all were amazing. I am done. This is not a vote of thanks. We still continuing with the open floor. So back to you. Over to you guys.
I know a
Thank you
couple
very
people had
much.
their hands up, yeah, so.
Yeah, so let's see those hands back up again. Do you all have any contribution? All right, Christian, go ahead.
Right. Just to reiterate for this whole youth forum, I would definitely say we must look at AI as a tool, right? But we must also look at it as way that many problems that has come from AI is from the users. I think many people, or inventors in general, create something and has been misused or misrepresented by users. Such like as the Educational Institute for Schools is supposed to be a place of learning and growth for individuals. People use it for violence and doing drugs, basically. Such as like creating telephones, a good thing people communicate with your loved ones in far distances. People use it as threats and all your purposes that it wasn't intended for. So I definitely could say that we must also we can't put all the blame on AI. We have to put some of the responsibility, I think, on users because most of the regulations is for the users, not for the AI itself. So I definitely think we must reach out to the users themselves to to educate them that maybe you shouldn't do this with AI. Probably these practices are harmful for you and your peers. We can't put all the blame on AI. That is my view upon it.
True,
I
very true.
agree. Thank you very much for that. Again, back to what we started off with, everything in moderation, and it's how we use it, right? I see Daniel has his hand up.
All I'd like to say is thank you for having us on behalf of the people at Bishop Boys in the college. And today was very insightful for us, and we thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your contributions and for your time here today. All right, Vincent, you can go ahead.
Right, so there's been a mix-up for some reason. My friend Aidan here, who's also part of the conference, has my name on the Zoom,
Identity
so
theft is not a
he is
joke.
going to make the comment, not me.
Not a
Yes, hi,
problem. Go ahead.
Aidan. So this is more of a question, but if I were to go about like relaying some of the things I've learned here to people in our STEM club who are in lower forms, what do you think is an effective way to share? Would it be posters, with videos work, or is it something that like because I really wanted to stick with them? Because a lot of times they just hear something we might talk about and they maybe don't retain it.
So to answer that really depends on the audience. I know for me, what tends to stick with people the most is if I do a mini presentation or if I, just gather the STEM club, I have a small discussion with them, throw up some graphics on the screen, and then afterwards print it out and stick it up at various like ideal locations. Something that they can always reference to. It's always within eye view.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Jaden, you want to go ahead?
Yes. Well, on behalf of Kauai Secondary School, we want to thank you for making this such an interesting forum. I had a really good time and learned a lot about digital literacy, AI literacy, and staying authentic online and protecting personal information. This experience has given us a lot to think about, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for
We
your
appreciate your
contribution.
time. Yes. All right, Kafian, we have 1 more minute again.
I had like one more question. So first I'd like
Sure.
to say like for education wise, like from my point of view as a student, like AI makes like learning easier and more accessible. Recently I had a test. I was asking if AI should replace like teachers in schools. And it was really hard during test because you had to figure out which side had the most points to contribute. And what I would say like as students, we need like teachers for like guidance and feedback and support. And like AI can help explain things, but like it can't understand like the way the teacher can.
Yeah, I think that AI currently doesn't have the human aspect. There's a certain level of care and dedication and patience that a teacher can give that an AI will not. Human teachers, they have empathy, but the AI is not capable. What do you think, Swasi?
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Again, AI is a tool that teachers can use, but it's not there to replace teachers and persons, and that um, goes for any aspect in terms of professions. It's there as a tool, but not to replace persons, and is also there to not abuse people as well. All right, so it's 11:45, and we would like to ask if any of the TT Mag um, persons, I see Cameron wants to say something.
Oh no, you could go ahead, Swasi. I was up signal to unmute my mic.
Not a problem. We'd like to invite any of the TT Mag coordinators if they'd like to make any contributions before we wrap up. Anyone?
Going once.
Yeah,
Right,
I see.
I thought someone was charged with responsibility of doing a little vote of thanks, and it wasn't me, because I think all they see enough of me already for the day. But no problem there. Just be the chair, the box always stops with you. So I would like to first thank Cameron and Swasti for an amazing job you all did to move this program with great efficiency. As we move from the first topic to the third topic. I'd like to thank Raj, RSC, and Kevin, and that whole team. I saw some photographs of a huge team there at the Learning Resource Center in Couva. And it's amazing when young people get together. And Cameron, we'd realized that at NAPS, there are many events that we'd organize, and teachers just stand back, and we allow these students, empower these students to take charge and do everything. And so in that vein, we conduct these youth forum, and that's why I'm asking you all, please, if you can send on the Zoom chat any topic, because this is your forum. We are just facilitators trying to make this thing happen, trying to create these opportunities for you. So getting back to the vote of thanks, I'd like to thank the team, the whole team there at the Learning Resource Center. We'd like to thank the CEO for giving us the approval. We'd like to thank the district school supervisor for allowing us to disseminate the information. And of course, our very own Minister of Education, who graced us with his presence here this morning, really endorsing events of this type. So, and of course, not to mention my hardworking team at the TTMAG. They are the wind beneath our wings to make events like this happen and be fruitful. So thanks again, everyone. If I happen not to mention you, it's no fault of yours or mine. It's just that when you reach my age, people say we are senior citizen. I prefer to be more truthful and say I'm a senile citizen. That's spelled SENILE. So if I forget and if I whatever, you can will excuse me. Okay? Take care. It has been an awesome morning, and we look forward to you all. We seriously considering having more of these, not annually, but with a greater frequency. That's all I will say for the time being. It's all dependent on my board of directors. And of course, the availability of my good friend Raj from RSC to make stuff like this happen. He is the engine room of this particular youth forum. I'd like you all to put your hands together. Give a round of applause. He has really been awesome and always deliver once I call him. Take care, everyone. Have yourself an awesome Friday and a great weekend. Be safe for the carnival, and I'll be seeing you all shorter than you think. Bye for now.
All right. We
And
would
thank you
just like,
too.
go ahead.
No.
All right. We would just like to say thank you so much to TT Mag for hosting this and making the youth part of this forum and to have a voice. And we'd also like to thank the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Michael Dowlett, who came in this morning and imparted his pearls of wisdom. We'd also like to thank the Ministry of Education for supporting this initiative and the organization team from TT Mag. And Cameron and I would surely like to thank RSC for this wonderful opportunity this morning. And very hearty thanks to the tech support members who were running everything backstage. So thank you very much. And thank you to the participants for your contributions and your thoughts as well. We do have a feedback form in the chat. So please, before you leave, please fill it out so that the next session that we have will be an even more fruitful one. Thank you so much for having us today.
All right. Well,
Right, the
bye,
feedback form
guys.
is in the chat. Bye.
two, hey, hey. Okay. One, two. Hey, hey, yeah, two, two. Two, two, one, two, hey, hey. One, two, two. Okay. Hey, hey, one, two, two, yeah, two. Two, one, two, two. Hey, two, two. Check. Two, one, one, two. Hey, hey. Two. Checking for sound. One, one, two. Two, hey, hey, yeah. Two. One, two, hey. Yeah, sound check. One, one, two. Hey, hey. Hey, yeah. Two. One, one, two. Good. Okay, two, two. Okay, one, one, two, two, yeah, two. One, two, two. Check one, two. Okay? Yeah, yeah.
Turn mute. This is to start the video. Open up the video, yeah. Just access your camera. Your microphone is muted is good. You- Let's really the presenters. The camera is a problem. But I should see my picture. Yes, I know to do this, you know. You're going to device it. Look at the Indian governments here. What to do now? Let's go to the invite. We have plenty invite. I don't know which one is it. I just yes, it. This is Reverend Perez. Your camera not coming. It's saying I delete this. Don't know, unmute it. It's saying I don't know, unmute it. That's probably me. Hi. Yeah, can you send me back the link, please? Okay. I send it as an email or WhatsApp?
So shall I tell everybody, please give us a few minutes because one of our panelists is having a little bit of difficulty getting online.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome back to the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Government Forum for 2026. We had a very active forum, youth forum this morning. I think about 4,000 students were online. And we're going to continue this afternoon with two very interesting panel discussions. This panel is going to be the human cost of innovation, mental health and well-being in the digital age. I'm Andrew Proudfoot, director of TT Mag, and together with me, my co-moderator, Jacqueline Morris, also. Okay, so let me put you on to Jacqueline and she would do the introductions, etc. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay, so this year at TTIGF, we're talking about innovation. So that word tends to conjure up images of efficiency, faster speeds, economic growth, all those sorts of things. But we want to look at the human cost of that innovation. We now are more connected than at any point in human history, except loads and loads of studies. Everything keeps saying we're more lonely, we're more disconnected. We have tools that save us hours and hours and hours of work, but we feel more burnt out. We feel left behind, stressed. So we have in this thing here in our pocket, we have access to the entire knowledge of the world. But this thing gives us anxiety because we've got social media. We feel hostility. And we also see an image, unreal images, and that make us feel bad about who we are and how we look and how we feel and how we do things. So what are we going to talk about today is how we're not going to complain about technology. We're going to basically say, how does this digital ecosystem actually change our brains? Does it make us think differently? Are our brains changing with all this technology? And how can our organizations, our companies where we work, how can our government create guardrails or something to help us navigate this world that we're in? And this is the cool part. Can we have some specific practical acts that we can start doing today to make us feel better, to make us less stressed, to reclaim our peace of mind? So today, I have my co-moderator, Andrew, who already introduced himself.
Yeah.
And hello. Right. And we were supposed to have three panelists, but one of them is not well, so he may or may not be able to join in. Right now, I'm going to introduce Brandon Subero, who is a psychologist and youth advocate, and he's a dedicated clinical psychologist at Elder Associates.
Yeah. So,
Limited, bringing nearly a decade of experience working in both the
I don't
United
want to
States
start
and
with the comment.
Trinidad and Tobago with individuals, couples, and families from diverse backgrounds. He specializes in marriage and family therapy and thoughtfully integrates a range of therapeutic approaches, tailoring his work to meet the unique needs of each client and family system. At Elder Associates Limited, Brandon provides employee assistance program counseling to an array of clients, not only from Trinidad and Tobago, but across the greater Caribbean region. He offers both virtual and in-person sessions, allowing him to deliver accessible, culturally responsive, and evidence-based psychological support to individuals, employees, and their families wherever they are located. In addition to his clinical work, Brandon hosts workshops for a range of companies and organizations on diverse mental health topics, from managing stress and anxiety to suicide prevention, to name a few. Deeply passionate about helping people navigate life's challenges, he is committed to strengthening relationships and equipping clients with practical strategies for lasting emotional well-being. Guided by collaboration, empathy, and clinical excellence, he values creating a safe and supportive therapeutic space where meaningful growth can occur. Beyond his clinical practice, Brandon is devoted to improving the mental health of the society and is driven by a broader commitment to enhancing the state of the country. He believes the strong mental health at the individual, family, and workplace levels is foundational to building a better, healthier, more resilient society. We also have Dr. Miranda Foon. She is a medical doctor and a consultant specialist in psychiatry. She has a bachelor degree in medicine and a bachelor degree in surgery, and is also a doctor of medicine. She practices managing acute medical cases, strokes, cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, etc. She's been doing that for 12 years on the medical wards at San Fernando General Hospital. She has 2 years in ICU and anesthetics and 10 years in adult and children's psychiatry, managing the likes of bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, substance abuse or dependence, major depressive disorders, etc. She is currently practicing as a specialist at SurgiMed Medical Center San Fernando. So let's welcome both Brandon and Dr. Foon. Hi.
Hi, hi, hi.
Hi,
Hey.
hi, hi, Brandon.
Hi, Dr. Foon. How are you doing?
Okay, so let's start. What I want to start with is, what is the problem? What is the problem that we have? In the youth forum, they talked a lot about the algorithm. I don't know if anybody who here paid attention to that, but that is the way that these tools decide what they're going to feed you. All right. So, for example, in Trinidad, everywhere we turn, crime is out of control. Is the world actually that much more dangerous, or has the algorithm simply monetized our fear? Is it that we are interested in it, we get clicks, and that's why they put these things on the front page? Are the platforms designed to show us violent content because it keeps us strolling? So, say, Dr. Foon, for example, do you think that that does anything to our actual brain? Is it that there's a biological thing when we see this sort of thing come up on our screens in the mornings?
Correct, it does. What happens when we see those things, or where you understand, actually, we went so far into, I was going to talk other things, but anyway. So what we happen, when we see certain things, or we do certain things, right, it requires a stimulation and release of neurotransmitters in the brain. New neurotransmitters in the brain. When that happens in the brain, then it causes activation of something called dopamine, right? It activates it. Overactivation of dopamine actually is the reason why we have bipolar and schizophrenia and psychosis and psychotic behaviors. So when we see those things and we play those violent games, right? And we play those violent games, or we see certain things we interested in, it will keep feeding us more and more, because it's designed to feed you what they want, not what you want to start with. And once they pick up one or two things that you like, you interested in, or you tapped on, it will feed you. So the increase of that dopamine activity, right? When you keep looking at it and you're spending, and then part of it also is that you spend, once you get hooked in it, we all are actually guilty of that. For example, like we sit down on the sofa and we're scrolling, waiting for dinner. And then somebody call you and say, come ready with food. We say, I'm coming just now. That just now can be an hour or two. Even us as adults, we're all guilty of it, right? We see some comedy, some song playing, and we got involved, right? So that now, right, with a lot of people who don't have the discipline, after a while, it's enough. Because like other people, for example, some of us, adults, Gen Zs, young, everybody, there's no exemption. We can't say, oh, it's the younger generation or the younger people. Everybody, what happens sometimes, they get caught into that trap. And then like from instead of closing it down at 9 o'clock, after 2 hours, no, it goes on to 12 o'clock. And then there's one more, something else flip up. So they keep watching it. When 3 o'clock in the morning, they're going to sleep. So what happens is, when they keep being influenced with this stimulation causes the overactivation. So what we call, it's an overuse of the instrument, right, of the laptop or whatever. That overuse activates, right, the dopamine, and that overactivation of the dopamine, then eventually when they come out, they could come out and start to behave in a very funny way or strange way. For example, they can get bipolar, they can have depression or psychosis. For example, I'll give you an example of one of my cases. Like, I have this young boy, whole day, right, he got up 3 o'clock in the morning, and whole day he was locked up in the room, just playing games and doing. He didn't eat or anything, because it's so exciting, and so, you understand. So when he came out in the evening, whatever was going on in the game he was playing, for him, that was reality. And he could not separate that reality, you understand, from normal. So we were talking about it, and he said, just on the war is going to happen. It's going to happen. You all do this and do that. And the parents will tell him, that's a game. He's like, what are you talking about? Understand? And then there's an aggression that develops because they're not understanding him. But he could not separate the real from the honor, and he was never sick before. And that's because of the overactivation of the dopamine in the brain, the neurotransmitters, or what you call the neurobiological activity.
So are they only does one have to go to an extreme case, or is there a lesser degree that this happens to us every day? So is
It
it that
has to be.
everyone's brain is changing and we're not necessarily getting fully blown psychosis?
All of us are paying the price for that technology. That yes, we are being affected, but however, the fact that you are here and I am here and Brandon is here is that we have the discipline. Like, you know what? I need to go and sleep. I have to get to work in the morning, right? Even though we went on 2 hours more, one more, right? But others don't do that, and so we are affected. When we get up in the morning, we're still a bit sleepy. You understand? We are a bit, we may not function 100%, but we will function 90%. Other persons will not function. You understand? They'll be completely dysfunctional.
If you don't mind, if I could also kind of step
Yes,
in.
please.
Yeah. A big part of the algorithm is about engagement. Always maintaining our focus and engagement on what it is that we do like. So for me, for example, it would be sports. So I could scroll through a sports one video and it would just be, okay, I'm going after this one. After this one, I'm taking it off. But then I go to the other video and it's just 15 seconds. Okay, I can wait 15 seconds more. So the algorithm then allows us to want to absorb more information. This is also evident within the crime situation. So when it is you ask that question, Jacqueline, that's what it is that I see. People want to be far more informed because of the anxiousness that is involved in it. So when it is we sit down and the information is so readily available and we want to absorb more and more, you will see that a lot of the society, so it doesn't have to be a very extreme case, a lot of the society is impacted and affected by this because they want to absorb as much information as possible. And I don't know if I can recall, I think it was the chairman said it, and he said there's this fear of missing out, the FOMO. He used the acronym this morning, and that's part of it. We don't want to wake up in the morning and be surprised by something. So there's this ever-evolving anxiety within us, within the society that exists. And I know you brought the topic just based on the crime situation, but this is of course the bottom on any topic that may exist.
So
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry. So what he was saying, what the gentleman there is saying, is that he said there's an anxiousness within us. That anxiousness is not normal. That's not a normal. That anxiousness was created from the algorithm. It create that within us. Anxiousness mean anxiety, and as he said, you have the normal thing and the digital thing where you don't want to become forgetful. You don't want to be missing out. Missing out in the sense of the fear of missing out. That is simple thing. Even young teenagers, if they miss out on a chat on Instagram and thing, if they didn't comment on it, they feel when they go to school tomorrow, their friends would laugh at them and they're stupid and their thing. Those simple things that impact upon them. That is what you're talking about, the fear of me. But that fear is anxiety. Anxiety is created by the algorithm. Anxiety is a meaning scientifically and medically. It's a diminish in serotonin level, as Brandon will you understand. Will also relate to, you understand? I can see him nodding his head in the sense like, when the reason we have anxiety and we have depression is because our serotonin level is low. It is dropping. And whatever we do, we use serotonin. So the more we wake and the more we focus on that thing and the thing. So it's not as easy, it's the time spent. The more hours you spend, then you become psychotic. You become depression and you have bipolar features. So that's why if you spend long hours, but yes, we are all affected across the board. You understand? That's what I'm saying. But some of us have the discipline that we're going to stop. But then some of us don't have that discipline. We're unable to stop fighting ourselves. So as the gentleman was saying, one more, another sport, and then that hours passed.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that our brains do change to some degree, but it's almost like an addiction thing. So that if we do it,
it is definitely an addiction.
Okay.
Not like it is an addiction. It is an addiction. It
And
is an exactly addiction, yes.
And the notifications, they keep going off every 5 seconds and making you think, oh my God, I'm missing something, I'm missing something, I'm missing something. That kind of feeds into that as well, isn't it?
The fear, that fear, that algorithm and all that fear of missing and all that was created by the thing. And that fear is anxiety and lack of serotonin. And that increasing fear becomes a illness eventually. And they become dysfunctional.
Right. Now, if we focus on the crime and stuff, the trauma that we see a lot of trauma. We see actual people dying on social media now. I mean, for a while there, that people didn't used to show that, but now it's gotten very, very graphic. Does that make a difference? Can the brain distinguish between watching a tragedy on the screen and experiencing it in real life? Or do we still feel the same way?
So a
If we
brain,
were
okay. Right. So us, right? You and I and Brandon, we all have the ability here to decipher. Okay, that's a video. That is something happened. That's a news relating that. They have vulnerable individuals, and those vulnerable individuals may not be able to separate it, or they see it and they take it on, and they get emotionally they feel sad and they start to cry, and they said, look, I saw so and so happen and this happened. What if this happened to me? It happened to my family. What if it happened to my mother? My mother is not home yet. And they go on, and that in that vicious cycle. So vulnerable individuals, young people, weak people, people who are on the verge of having depression, patients who are bipolar, depression patients, those patients can be affected. So one of the things I do when my patient's very sick, I say, do not watch any horror movies. Do not until I know you are better.
Well, I'm not a horror movie fan at all. I've never been able to take in one of those movies because I just start feeling very anxious and it's not a good feeling. So, but does that make a permanent change in say the population? Because we have a lot of crime, but we don't have that much more crime than many other places. I mean, I feel that I was more afraid and more stressed about crime living in New York City back in the day than I am now living in Belmont, even though there is this perception and is perception starting to feel real to us.
Well, I think
So
Brandon, you want to take that first?
So it comes back again to engagement. You know, a lot of technology and social media, etc. They want more engagement. So if posting crime gives me more engagement, what is the I don't know, the maker of these applications going to do? They're going to showcase more crime to get that greater engagement. So a lot of it is really stemming from engagement. So if it is, we could move past the engagement. So you will say, because I live abroad as well, and I'm sure there was crime. I live in LA, and I'm sure there was crime just as much as there is in Trinidad. But because but because crime is such a hot topic in Trinidad, it just increases the engagement from people. You will see that in your face quite a lot more. But not to negate it, it is a problem that needs to be discussed. I don't want to make it sound like we're minimizing it.
It's not that we don't have crime. We do have crime. There's crime everywhere. And it is something that needs to be managed. But that's a different conversation for a different forum and a different area.
Correct. But that is where, for me, technology in of itself is neither the hero or the villain, because people see it as that. People say it's too much engagement. I just see it as an amplifier. So it's how it is that information is amplified. So it's either by the user, how the user amplifies the information, but also how the designer amplifies the information. So that's where the nuance is really in truth. When it comes to the technology, it's how it is used and how it is designed and how it is received by the individual.
Right. Just to add in a bit there, right? For Brandon, when the designer make those programs, all AI programs, they have one thing in mind, to have you engaged. Because the purpose of that is for them to make money.
Correct.
The purpose for that is to make you money, not that they like you or they want you to learn or they care about you. Is the purpose of that is to make money. So the purpose of it is to make you engage come what may. They don't care if you become dysfunctional or whatever.
Correct.
Now, there's another thing that I've seen is it seems as if because nobody knows who you are behind your screen, or you think nobody knows, that people seem to think that they could just say whatever and whenever. And we've started getting some really toxic interactions. And what do you call it? The toxicity of anonymity?
Yeah.
Is that a good way of putting it?
Sure.
And so what happens there? What is that and at Carnival, I've noticed a conversation around the fact that we do not free up as much. And is that because we think that everybody's going to see us and put us on social media, and then we're going to get all these negative comments about how you look in your outfit, what happened with your outfit, et cetera, et cetera. And is that something that is affecting us in general in our culture? Do you think? I mean, was that clear?
No, you're spot on. You're spot on. You see, people are fearful of being vulnerable, basically. That's really what it is that we're saying. You're fearful of being vulnerable and sharing your opinion and perspective with the fear of being ridiculed. Because there's a lack of governance of online profiles, people aren't sure if it's okay to express their opinion with a fear that somebody might not like it, and it wasn't even just like it, but they will be victims to abuse, more or less. It's
Yeah.
really, that's what it is. It's abuse. So you will see that people are now changing their ways and behaviors in which they interact with online friends or social media, etc., because of this fear of being ridiculed and the anonymity. You're absolutely correct with that. There's a level of toxicity that is involved with that. And it breeds, as I mean, Dr. Foon would know, it breeds a difference. And these people sometimes can be diagnosed with some greater mental health disorders. And it breeds a greater frustration and anger within the society because some people feed off of those people as well. So they too start the ball rolling from a very simple opinion and perspective. This then goes to something even broader. So yes, you're seeing people now shaping the way that they speak because they care more about their online persona versus who their real self is.
So
Because yes, exactly. Sorry, exactly as you were saying is that you see, this is why Instagram and those things can be dangerous. To start with, you have people who present themselves who they're not are. They're not. You understand? That's why all those is coming of people what they call ghosting you and all those kind of things because they present themselves like, for example, somebody who's 50 years present himself as a 25-year-old male when he's 55 or 60 years, right? And then he present himself and post those things, and then lots of people communicate with him. So that's the problem. But not only that, it empowers people who are I would call weak. It empowers you that you put up something or you say something and you feel empowered with it because in public you can't do it, in the classroom you can't do it, at your workplace you don't have a voice. You can't have a voice because you don't have the self-confidence to do it. But the Instagram and the Facebook and those medias gives you a different kind of power in your locked room because nobody can see you, nobody can hear you, nobody judge you at that moment when you're making that judgment call. And therefore, therein lies the power there. And that is the damaging thing of those things. But one of the things we have to do is get laws to sue them, take them to court for posting erratic things and saying wrong things about us.
Well, people will say that we have freedom of speech in Trinidad, but does freedom of speech, where does my freedom to say something impact your freedom to be unhurt?
Correct. Right. So if you have freedom of speech, right, your freedom of speech should not harm me. If your freedom of speech harms me in my internal environment, my person, it harms me, then we have a problem here. That's a problem. That's a wrong. Right? So you can have freedom of speech, but you cannot do wrong. So if you have your freedom of speech and it hurts one of us individually, it hurts my reputation, I get fired because the media read so and so and so, or they send a fake picture that was not me. You understand? Then so therefore the court, this is where the court comes into play, and this is where the public comes into play. This is where government comes into play, where the court make rules. If you present something, you have to bear the consequences of it.
So where the anonymity becomes really scary as well, and I see it now far more prevalent as I see a lot of youth, suicidality. A lot of youth are being pushed towards committing suicide due to online abuse of a person that they have no clue who they are. So
Correct.
if you're looking for reasons for governance and lawmaking, I don't think I gotta look much further because that speaks volumes. We have to protect our youth as much as possible because a lot of times this is the vulnerable group within our society. So they absorb a lot of information. They I want to say soft, but they're easily manipulated in certain ways. So when it is that we are looking at bettering our society, it should be geared towards them and how it is that we can safeguard them. And that is, to me, I have to look no further in terms of that anonymity and how it is that the laws and governance could change to protect the youth.
Because
But
you
that is
actually
also
right into the question I was going to ask, but it's really the link between social media and inadequacy or depression among youth and young professionals. And one of the things that I was wondering about that, and Andrew, don't forget you can jump in anytime, right? But one of the things I was wondering about that is, does it actually, and I'm going to ask Dr. Funda, does it actually, as you're growing up and you're forming your personality and all these things, I know there's a lot of change in adolescence and teens and up to what, 25, 30 is what they consider young
yeah,
people still, right?
25. Yeah, up to 30, I guess.
So does having that negativity hit you when you're forming yourself, your own psyche? Does that make a real difference as you get older? Is it that your whole personality could be changed by some negative interactions online? Is it that powerful?
It is that powerful. It's visual. For example, before we even had all the YouTube and all that, if you remember, like if you go to the movies and you look at a movie, and in the movie you're looking at it and you said, "Wow, her dress is nicer. That girl, woman, the actress dress is nicer. I have to go to her wedding next month. I'm going to get one like that." You will clearly remember that dress. The visual impact is most powerful to us. Visual impact. And now in the media, in this, it's not is a visual, it's also verbal, pounding at you and flashing at you. So yes, it's impacting on us because every time when we see something, and this is what something we call when you see something, light is the most powerful thing, right? Light penetrates, go through our eyes. Like for example, sunlight hit our eyes and it creates wakefulness because we wake up because of the sunlight comes out the same morning up because of that sunlight, and something in what we call zajibas is released, right? And that triggers different behaviors in our brain, right? It sends stimulations to a certain part in the brain, right? And then that brain goes sends things to the pineal gland to present, and so we're going on, right? So everything that impacts upon us, our food, our different things, impacts on our brain. Our food that we eat now, our food, our dress, our where we go, who we associate with, our conversations develop us.
Andrew, any comment?
No,
Not really. Do we have any comments from the audience in person or online? Just giving people a moment to check. Yes, Kevin.
Hi.
Hi.
Good. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Kevin Swift, TT Bank Director, and this is a wonderfully engaging discussion. So many relevant points, and thank you, Dr. Foon and Mr. Subera, for sharing your expertise and observations with us. I wanted to ask Dr. Foon if you can unpack the issue of the laws just a bit more. And I ask so because I'm wondering, isn't it that we can look at our current defamation and libel laws and use that to try and seek some sort of justice or remedy for things that happen online? But is it not so more a question of our culture? We're probably not used to knowing that we can do a lawsuit for something. It's the same way that we don't have like suing culture in Trinidad. Is that part of the equation?
Right. The thing is that yes, we can use our law as it is to sue anybody for putting anything that is incorrect about you. The thing exactly as I can't remember what his name was. Was it Jeremy? What's his name? The gentleman name? The gentleman who just spoke. What's his name? Yeah. Okay, I can't hear you. Jerome. Yeah. Right. Okay, so what it is, right, is that that we know, we are aware, we don't use it, right? We don't use it, but we can use the power, the law as it is now. The problem here we have is that the public and the law doesn't make it, does not propagate it and say, this is your right, you can do this. You understand? So once, if we can get that going, that you said this is your right. If somebody does that to you, and this is what we call cyberbullying, right? If they do that to you, they can be taken to court, they can be sued. You understand? And yes, we are not a suing population. We are not, we don't have that mentality yet. But it's happening. But it's happening because I have to go to court sometime for people because of they're suing this one because so and so happened at the workplace. And so it's happening, but in small portions, right? But you have, and then there's this famous case, right, that you all will probably remember, the cricketer, there is cricketer who posts a picture of his former girlfriend.
Overton Simmons. Yes.
Yes, see, and when he did that, she took
Overton
him to
Simmons.
court and she wants hands down. She took him to court and
Right.
she wants, but he didn't realize that she could have that she could have done that. You understand? So what he did was wrong. He can't do that.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. All right. I want to change a little bit from the social media about people using AI specifically for therapy online and actually not using guys like you all. There are a lot of cases in the States recently where ChatGPT, for instance, has kind of assisted people, young people, going and committing suicide, and their cases are in the law now. Anything you want to comment on that?
Sorry, me or
Either one.
right. So there's something called what we call digital therapy or virtual therapy, right? And this actually started more or less. This more or less came into vogue during our time of the pandemic. When we got the thing, that's when it came into vogue. Well, where lots of some patients, we tell them we will talk to you virtually, right? Unless you're very, very ill, we will see you. If not, I'll talk to you virtually. I'll tell you what to do. You'll just come in for the prescription, or we'll WhatsApp the prescription. The pharmacy will collect it, and the pharmacy will give you the medication based on that WhatsApp thing. To answer the question in that he asked proper, actually, let me make sure I get it. Virtual reality therapy, right? There's this thing that they are actually doing in the States in particular. They're doing what we call, and for example, we talk about the avatar, using an avatar. So you have the therapist, right? You have the patient. You have to young people who are suicidal and what those people, and when they don't know how to cope with it. So it's like they have three-way therapy that lasts between 15 to 30 minutes, right? Which from what I think it's excellent, although I know we don't have it. So you have the therapist, not necessarily a doctor like me, but like a person who's a psychologist. That's enough. You understand? They know they can do those things very good. So you have the psychologist and you have the young man. And I'll play this scenario. It's better with a scenario, for example. So you have this young person, and it's usually for patient with psychosis who's suicidal. And in the psychosis, the voice would tell them, or they would keep hearing or thinking and believing that I am stupid, I am useless, I'm good for nothing. That that voice they keep hearing and tell them. They get up to go somewhere. Where you going? You're stupid. You would fall down. That's not a car will should knock you down and dead. There's no point you living. Nobody likes you. Right? So they won't leave the room because they feel useless. After you keep hearing something all the time, we start believing in it. Right? So they start believing in that. And then after they stay indoors, and then the parents eventually realize this child is locked in, this child is not coming out because the child becomes depressed, and right. So they take the child to the therapist, and this is where the therapist allow the child to create an avatar in whatever form or fashion that child feel that child could relate to. And they have like a person, so they're adult and right, and the person can relate to with a voice, maybe just like the child, the young person, the teenager, whatever. And the child and the therapist is the voice of the avatar. So for example, the avatar will tell the child, you're stupid, you're an idiot, why you're better off dead, you're good for nothing, you're useless. And then either the therapist will either train the child how to respond to that, or because the child is once the child hears that, or the young person hear that, they withdraw. But in the therapy session, they would train the child. Like if it's my patient, what I would say to the child, I listen to how the child responds. The person will just withdraw most of the times. So I would say, okay, for example, if I was you, how I would have dealt with it. And if I was a 14, 15-year-old person, I would have said like, okay, so you say I'm stupid and you say I am useless and I'm good for nothing. I hear you say that, right? But you have to understand that we all have strengths and we all have weaknesses. None of us are perfect. And that includes you. You also, you understand? So maybe we can find a middle ground, and maybe you can tell me about, now what is it makes you tell me these unkind things? What it is that makes you be so unkind and be so, why you do, now there's a reason why you do that also. You understand? Because I'm sure you're not an evil person. So the child becomes confident in talking back to the voice, that person, and then eventually talking back to that voice, then the child deals with that delusion when the child is at home and the child don't commit suicide.
Right. So this is basically utilizing the technology under
Correct.
the guidance of a licensed and trained professional.
Correct.
But then
Correct.
what happens, Brandon, if it is ChatGPT and the child is locked in the room and they're on their phone with ChatGPT or their tablet or whatever, and the parents don't know, which is a lot of what has happened in those cases that Andrew was talking about. Children are on talking hundreds of hours with an AI chatbot. So what do you think about it, Brandon? Give your
So
perspective.
I thankfully I had the time today that I could have logged into the youth forum. And I must say, before it is I go into what I have to say, I must say, us as adults, if we could put our ego aside at times and allow these children who are the experts, because if you really pay attention to the conversations that they were having, they are the experts in this topic. And if we can allow them to teach us how to utilize this properly, especially the ones that I heard today, I think one for sure the country is in great hands. Let me just make sure and say that, right? You're touching on a topic now of just children, but this is a broader topic as well because it's not just children that utilize ChatGPT. It's the wider AI program that is, right? And
Yeah, I mean, there've been a lot of, I've seen articles where people have gone down a rabbit hole with AI and started thinking about believing all sorts of things and losing their house, their
I can tell you,
family, the whole
I have clients
their whole life.
in my office that would tell me, hey, Brandon, I couldn't wait for our session, but ChatGPT told me, and this is what ChatGPT said to do. And this is, so it's almost like, okay, well, let me exit the room because we're starting to agree more with ChatGPT than it is in person session. But to come back to it again with the children and especially with the suicidality aspect, one of the students in the forum said it best. These programs, these AI programs are taught to agree a lot of times with what it is that we are saying. So it's almost aiding us and saying, okay, well, because I mean, I interact with these things because I interact with a lot of youth because I want to see what it is that they're talking about. And you can see it. If you keep pushing and pushing and pushing AI, because they will try their best to veer you into the right direction. But even if you keep saying that's not going to work, that's not going to work, that's not an option, you will see how quickly these applications switch the tone and say, okay, well, I agree with you then. So that's where the issue really lies. So based on, and I'm talking about the youth there, same thing applies to the adults in terms of relationship building, in terms of friendships and letting go of friendships. So there's this no reliance on the technology to guide us instead of us using these tools as just a guidance. So that's the difference there. There's an over reliance and there's a guidance. So if it is, we could use it as a guidance tool and not be too reliable on it. That's where it is that the change really takes place.
Yeah, I mean, people say that, yes, OpenAI says we've trained it not to do this. It's not supposed to do this. Google says that they've got the disclaimer.
Correct.
It's not for medical advice. Please do not use this thing for medical advice. But people still do. And one of the things is you go back to that algorithm because the algorithm, these computers they're trained to do what you want them to do. So if you start saying, this is what I want, it will feed right back into whatever it is you want. You get that feedback loop.
Exactly.
And that feedback loop can lead to, as you were saying, to very negative outcomes.
Absolutely.
And the reason it leads to negative outcomes is because what we call something called reinforcement. That reinforcement, like exactly as people were saying, is that what happened here, what Brandon was saying, is that what happens here is that it will agree with you. It is trained to agree with you. It is trained to make you think that all that you are saying is right. You are all that. You are everything. You are right. You are the hero. You know better than everybody else. You are better than everybody else. The AI is trained to do that. That's one thing. So therefore, it reinforces your foolishness. It reinforces your make you think that you are right and make you think that you understand and you believe that and then you become that within in your head. Right? That's the first thing because it keep repeating and it keep telling you, yes, you're right. This is what, yeah. So and so, right? And you're right, right? So exactly as you said. But the other thing also, when it reinforces that, but the fear AI, right? There's a case actually in 2022 where a real case where a lawyer, somebody sued the airline, right? The person sued the airline, and when the person sued the airline, the person sued, right? Matter represented so they sued Avianca Airline. Avianca Airline was sued. The lawyer now, he went online, ChatGPT to be exact, and to get cases, and he got cases to show that now that these are other people who sued Delta Airlines, United Airlines, and how they right, and all those things, right? And when they sue all these people, right? So far he was winning. He was on a winning streak. When he finished, the judge wasn't. They could not remember any of those cases, and the other lawyers on the opposing side could not remember any such cases because they know that those cases would be pretty when you sue an airline. We don't sue the airline every day. And then they found out that then the lawyer now was called in. He was charged and he was asked by the judge, can you prove? He said he asked ChatGPT. He asked ChatGPT, is this fake or is this correct? These citations you are giving me and proving this case. ChatGPT insisted that yes, it is 100% correct. And not only the ChatGPT, they say it is not fake, it is 100%. ChatGPT, he also went on to say that you can find all this information in the database called LexisNexis and Westlaw. So such crystal clear information. So they are backing up with fake information and it's not knowledge. And therefore you're saying he has to be correct. This has to be correct because once they give this thing.
But I guess this is where it is so nuanced, because with data and information like that, where it is theoretical and fact, is different than when it is that we are talking about judgment and empathy and connection. So the AI now does not know these things. It does not know these, yet, because I'm sure that it's some forms of governance, etc., is going to transform that, but it will never be similar to that of human connection. So
correct. Yes, that's correct. But the other thing also, Banner, we have to remember with AI, right? The lesson to learn from AI, it's dangerous. We cannot expect AI to do our work for us. We should not allow AI to do our work for us. That's the take-home lesson from it. Because case incited, it cited is that this is what happens. So with students, university students in particular, letting the ChatGPT do their homework for them and those things, you will see what will happen. You understand? Because if they start to delay, then the professors also are becoming aware, sensible, but hello, they're looking out for those things now.
So Andrew, if I could just very quickly, when we talk about the child that is in the room now with this ChatGPT, let's say we're not going on the route of suicidality, but let's go about identity formation. In ChatGPT or in any of AI, I feel like we listen to ChatGPT right now, but in any AI program, there's this false sense of identity that is being built into the house, into the bedroom. Whereas when it is you go outside into a social setting, it's not the same environment that you're getting in ChatGPT. And if it's one thing for certain that we are seeing among youth, it's that a lack of this social interaction and connectivity that is existent because of what it is that is happening with ChatGPT. So where you see people more comfortable is within an online setting. So I could tell, I have students that will rush home instead of staying in school late. Imagine that. Imagine us rushing home to
Yeah.
our computer to interact.
And actually, I read an article today. I think it was the New York Times, but I wouldn't put my head on a block for that, where they're saying that some of the youth now, they can text. They can't make a phone call and talk to people.
Correct.
And
Yes.
when there's an in-person thing, some of them are actually using the chatbot, the AI chatbot, to practice certain interactions, like going out, meeting someone, having an interview, answering questions. They practice going to the movies with somebody. And it's like, how do you having a conversation over dinner? They don't know how to do those things and they are afraid of those things. So they're using an AI chatbot to help them with that. But what is the AI chatbot telling them? What kind of interaction is it leading them towards? And that would be something that we would really to start thinking about if that is the way they're using it.
That is the way that
But that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, That's not a bad thing. You see, AI has good and bad values, good and bad things, right? So we can use it as a therapy thing. It can treat you. You can use it. And what they do is like they have this chat box, right? I have a couple of patients who have those things, and they would and like a patient who in the spectrum and all that, the autism and all that, they would go on this chat box. They'll have this friend, and they'll create this own friend, almost like the avatar. They'll create this own person, and she was 14 years, and because when she's 17, she wants, or 18 years, she wants to have a boyfriend in England, not in Trinidad. She doesn't want that, although she's a Trinidadian. She's very specific what she wants. So she will make a person the image of the kind of boy she likes, and then she would pretend that she's going for this. She'll take out her food and go and eat in front of and have the chat and the conversation. When she finishes, she tells me what the conversation is about when she comes to see me. And and it's very good, and she's better. When she finished the conversation, the mother and the parents say she's also very happy. She's also happy because in her head she's like went on a little date.
Cool. Very interesting. But one of the things that you're saying here is the way that we learned it as old people in grey hunting is because we went out there and we sat with people and we had dinner and we learned to converse in person.
Socializing. Yes,
but
correct.
now
Yes.
they're not doing that. So they've got to use a tool to teach them
Correct.
how to do that. Is that
Yes.
something that is happening because, and this is where I want to switch again, is we're working more. We have more of an always on thing, and the parents are spending less time, I think, with children because we've got our email and so on. We send the email to people at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, expecting them to do work. People are staying at work longer. We've got traffic if you're actually leaving work and going home. You don't get home until 7, 8 o'clock as well. So that might be part of the reason that we've had to offload some of these things that we were taught by our parents. We can't teach that to our children. We don't have the time. But what can we do about that workplace culture? Because in France, they've got that blocked off time where you cannot send an email to a staff member outside of working hours. If I want to work Saturday, I can do the email, but it would have to be sitting in my mailbox and I schedule it. So it will go out Monday morning after the employee is supposed to be at work. Otherwise, the company gets fined. Is that something that we should start thinking about in Trinidad? Is it that we do spend too much time at work and is it that technology is making us always on?
Yes, absolutely. Part of the issue, I think a lot of organizations and companies, Jacqueline, are trying to implement this. They are trying to implement this culture where we don't always want to be on, right? So this is where you have more of a shift system. So you always have somebody available, but it's on a shift system basis. However, there's theory and then there's practice. what it is that is spoken within certain policies isn't always what is practiced within organizations. So part of the issue, which is seen as a trickle-down effect, is when the parents are now so absorbed within the work culture because of an anxious attachment, not anxious attachment to work, but an anxiousness about losing their job. They feel like they are competing, always competing against someone. So they have to be locked in, which then impacts the relationship with their children. So they aren't getting that engagement and attunement with their child. So that is where it is that you see that disengagement between and lack of learning or teaching between the parent and the child. So can something be done on an organizational, institutional level? Of course, we see it in other spaces. But again, as Dr. Funa said, it needs to be more governance and law and practice and policies and as you said, fined and sued in certain, I mean, I don't want to sue any company, but sued when it is that these things are
Irrelevant.
Correct.
Applicable, yeah. But
Correct.
the other thing also, what happens in this situation, sorry, right? What happened in the what we are seeing in private enterprises, and even in public enterprises, like this, like for example, I give you the thing, right? So like how Brandon said that, oh, they feel like they're competing. They feel, it's not they feel they're competing, they are competing because the supervisors will give them work and tell them you have to finish this by 5 o'clock. The person who is the employee, the employer, the person knows that he cannot or she cannot finish his work at 5 o'clock. So he or she either takes it home and completes it out during the night, or staying in the office and do it. So when I said, but what have you been doing whole day? Well, we are doing whole day. I'm working, right? I'm going nonstop. I get half an hour lunch now. They break down our lunch to half an hour. And then they send us to, we have to do this. And I said, well, why don't you put down your foot and said, look, there's only this much I can do. They say, well, I can't do that. I can't do it because everybody else, the supervisor will say, but everybody else could do it. But when the officer speak to everybody else, everybody that have the same complaints, it's too much. I cannot finish it. And the demand and the fear, exactly the fear, again, the word fear, the fear of losing their job. Nobody is going to say, I can't, I'm not going to finish it. I won't finish it. I'll come back tomorrow in the office and I'll finish it. The fear. So the laws have to put into place our work rules.
Or maybe as business owners, we have to be a little more relevant to and sensitive to the needs of employees, and we ourselves have to have that relationship with our employees where when you have to cut off from doing work, basically. I just want to talk about another aspect in that. In this morning's youth forum, some children actually said that they have given up social media. They have started to given up as part of their own therapy and mental health because they saw the effects of it, and they're actually signing off. They're deleting their Instagram and thankfully TikTok also, which I personally have a problem with. But anyway, so they are taking it. They are seeing the effects, and they are taking their own results. Any things you could speak about that, Brandon?
Yeah. Andre, I follow
the
you.
digital detox theory.
Correct. Andre, I follow you in that TikTok. I see it as it's very addictive. I haven't partaken in it yet, but I see the influence. Yeah, sorry, Jack, I can't because I know what it can bring. I already have Instagram to now with TikTok. What happens here is you then go switching apps. So you have to always be turned on, right? So this comes back to when we are human beings, but earlier on in the past, stimulation was inconsistent. Now stimulation is continuous. There's always something that is in front of your face. So what I'm seeing now with the youth, though, they themselves see the negative influence and the negative impact that this social media and these apps create, because it creates a false sense of identity. It's also a competitive nature with certain things. So the online persona, as we discussed before, is where the issue really lies versus who you really are in real life.
Dr. Foon, what do you think about that?
Right. The right now we have a diagnosis called the gaming addiction.
Correct.
Right. The gaming addiction, right? So there's a big problem, and it started again in the pandemic time because that's what they were doing, locked in with their iPads and their phones and all that. So what we are seeing now, what I am seeing now, what I have to manage is that across the board, children and adults, right? They're playing the game whole day. They're playing the game and all that, and the game is so absorbed into the game and the iPad and all that, the addiction. The following day, he wouldn't go to work. The person wouldn't go to work because the game continues. The game continues, so I have to play. Children would stay away from school. I had this young man, this little boy, he was in Form 4. He would, when his mother leave, the mother would drive out and make sure he leaves to go to school because he was only just about 2 minutes away from school. So he would walk, start towards school, and then he would see the car drive off and turn right back home and come and stay in the room whole day, but he'll keep on his uniform. He'll keep on his uniform, and when he sees she's coming, then he'll start his homework and drop the bag and behave as though he just came from school. So he was missing school for months upon months upon months. Addiction, it's several across the board. We have it. That's a big, big, big problem because again, that games were made with an addictive quality. That was the intent of it. It was made with an addictive quality.
But I wanted to think about what we are doing with regard to the workplace, because we've spoken about social media and gaming and so on. But in the workplace, during the pandemic, as we saw, we went to hybrid, some of us fully at home, at which point the line between work and home just totally went. And for some people, it works in that you can balance all your responsibilities, both home and work, during the day. So it's
Correct.
good if you've got to go and pick up your child at school, and then you come back, and then you do
Continue.
some more work from 4 to 6 or 7, and then you have dinner, and then you go and that sort of thing. But then what does that do to us who are working when you just never off work? What happens to us? Is that some people are feeling burnt out? Of course, some people feel burnt out in the office, like me, because I work very well from at home, but apparently I don't do so well in an office. You could do. But for most people, they seem to be complaining that this means that there's no time when they're not working. They haven't got that separation. Is that something that you've seen particularly in the EAP work that you do?
Yes,
Anna?
certainly. A lot of people, again, we spoke, there's this anxiousness about losing their job. So they find themselves always managing what it is that they have at hand at home. So we find that they themselves struggle to create that separation between work-life balance. That is an ongoing thing. We saw it happen in the pandemic, and it's something that has trickled down even to present day. Funnily enough, though, Jack, and I think organizations are aware of this phenomenon that is happening and are now forcing people to come back into the work environment, into the office, because they are noticing that there's a work-life balance issue. And unfortunately, we have the saying, Peter pay for Paul, Paul pay for all. For some people, like yourself, Jack, it might be okay to find that balance, right? It might be you might prefer to work at home, but because they're noticing this sudden change and people are always exhausted and they're struggling to find this balance, you see that organizations now are forcing a lot of their workers to work from in the office to kind of create that shift, to recreate that shift where there is that separation. And to be honest, it's so nuanced because it's really based on per person and the individual and the family upbringing. There's so many environmental factors that play here. So I can see why this transition is now going back to what it was before. Again, not that it's favorable for everyone, but I can understand why organizations are doing that now.
Yeah, because that is something I had not thought about. Because for me, I think a flexible sort of thing, would be the best. But it is definitely something that some people have a problem with.
Exactly. It comes back to self-control. That ability to create those boundaries. Yeah.
And talking about EAPs, do you find that there are more people taking advantage of these services? Because previously Trinidad was a place where mental health, I mean, we don't even have to talk about the madhouse in St. Anne's, which is what we
Not
thought
a
it was.
nice word. Not a nice word.
Not a nice word, that's the thing. But we have been treating with mental health in a very negative way in Trinidad and Tobago, all my life at least. I don't know but hopefully is that culture changing? Do you find that people are taking advantage of services like the EAP in work and psychiatric services otherwise?
Yes, yes. So first things first, there is still a stigma, but it has drastically improved. I will say
Correct.
it has drastically improved, and a lot of that. And again, this is where I say technology is not the villain or the hero here. This is where also, because of the technology, that you're seeing a lot of improvements, and you're hearing people who engage in therapy and all of these things. The stigma is now being decreased. Again, not to say it is not there; it's still there. You are seeing an uptick in a lot of the EAP utilization across all companies because people want, first things first, people are in distress and they're not getting any assistance probably from home because home might be distressing, work might be distressing. So honestly, the psychologist or the psychiatrist is like their last resort. So they're making sure, you know what, this is my last resort. I need to utilize this because I have to help regulate myself. So absolutely, I've been seeing an uptick, especially after the pandemic period. So after, let's say, 2020 to present, you're seeing an uptick where people are utilizing these services and in different factors, because within the EAP, it's not solely on an individual basis. We also get to go into the offices and produce workshops and deal with families and into the community. And so you are seeing that there's a rise in mental health awareness within the country, which is profound for me because when I first started, that was exactly as I said, that the connotation of this madhouse idea, which we need to try to eradicate, but it is still very difficult. So yes, I see a high utilization within the AP services recently.
It's good to know. We have one question from in the room. Kevon again.
Hi, yes. Thanks very much for that comment, Mr. Subero. And just as an add-on to that with the use of AAPs, and to just add a little tone of lighthearted humor here, have you or Dr. Foon, have you been seeing among employees in Trinidad and Tobago, people taking a mental day, not just like the Kes song, but understanding or using sick leave and such to take mental days? Is there any sort of seriousness around that, or is that still stigmatized?
I don't know if you call it a mental day, but when we see patients, and I think the law is pretty good in that, like when we see patients, for example, and I think this will if I see patients and in the medical report I write depression and anxiety, in the sick leave I write depression and anxiety, and let's assume the patient already took 2 weeks sick leave, so they exhausted their sick leave. But so now this is going to the 3rd week, and they were stayed home. I didn't know that. And then I write depression and anxiety. They will get their salary. If, however, they go to a GP and the GP write viral illness and they had viral illness, they will not get the salary if they went beyond their 2 weeks. So that in itself shows that the powers that be there is aware of this. I realize you all didn't know that, so I thought let me know. That's a wonderful example. Yes. So therefore the powers that be, and kudos go to that. And exactly as Brandon saying, yes, way more, you understand, way more people we see, way more, you understand, and more so in young people. We see more so a lot of more people, university students, because they talk and they pick it up from the technology and all that. But I was saying technology is two things. It has its good points and it has its bad points, right? And they are good qualities, and they will tell you, and they will exchange, and they will tell a person, oh, you're feeling like that? Okay, that's depression. Oh, you're feeling like this? That's anxiety. Come, I know somebody from EAP, or I know somebody from this. Go and do that. Oh, come, let me take you. And they will take the person. And one of the things I believe, though, to eradicate the stigma is we create the stigma. We ourselves, we as the patient who have the illness, it feels ashamed and thinks I'm abnormal. You're not abnormal. And one of the way I explain it, if you have high blood pressure, are you abnormal? If you have hypertension and you're on medication, are you abnormal? You're not. But and if you have bipolar also, you're not abnormal. It's the same thing. It's not different. It's the same thing. So it's just medication you need for high blood pressure or medication you need for bipolar. No difference. We create the stigma. Our family created because our family feels shame to say that you have bipolar or a thing. So one of the things I have said that we should do is walk the walk. When we have marching and we walking, I don't have bipolar, but I get on the road when there's people are walking, I walk for them. I walk with them because you walk the walk. It's the normal, the so-called normal. Nobody's normal, by the way. The so-called normal, right? All of us has issues. The so-called normal, right? We are the ones that will lend strength to the weaker ones. And the weaker mean the one who is not well, the unwell, right? Because we all, as I said, we all have our weaknesses and strengths. Every single one of us, no one exempted. So the thing is that the we have to walk the walk. When they're marching, gather your friends and all that when they're doing their walk for mental health day and walk and say, I am walking for those. I am walking for the ones who could not walk. I walking for the ones who because bear it in mind, and Brandon will tell you this, mental health patients are the weakest link. Very few support. They have the weakest support system. Weakest support system.
Yeah. But
and therefore your heart goes out to them.
to just kind of stick with what Kevin just asked us very gracefully. I advocate for people to take a mental health day, but it is not something that is within the policies, etc., of certain companies. There are some progressive companies that allow it, but a lot of the time you see people take it as a casual, they take it as sick leave, but advocate for that because it is necessary.
Or is that something that the government should put in? Because we do have laws that determine maternity leave, paternity leave, all the leaves really are by law.
Yeah.
So is that something that we should maybe advocate for? That the government allow us, that we should put in just the same way we've got our 2 weeks or more leave, we can have mental health leave.
First thing I'll say unequivocally, yes, right? But it does not have to go to a governance level alone. A lot of times, this could just be something as simple as leadership. As a leader, recognizing that somebody needs something. Like I'm not geared towards just having the government fix certain things. Sometimes within a leader and a supervisor, if it is we can implement something and recognize that somebody may be struggling and that we can implement a mental health day per se, that should be fine. That's not something that we need to go to some sense of governance or law, etc., to deal with that. I know. There's not a.
No. The only reason I was saying that is because the government is the largest employer in this country.
Agreed.
If that were in the public service rules or regulations or by law, then it would really impact. That would make a huge difference as opposed to individual companies and then if it's a supervisor and the CEO doesn't believe in it, or if it's the CEO says, yeah, you can take these days, but the manager refuses to sign off on it because the manager doesn't believe in it. If it's a law, you've got to do it.
For sure.
Yeah, that's one of the.
No, yeah, I guess I was just hoping for. I
But
wish I would have the open mindset for those things, where you can.
Just to put a spin on it, right? When you have a mental day, right? We have to bear in us our culture and Trinidad population, right? Everybody will take a mental day.
Yeah, well,
so that might open up doors. So we have to be careful how we make, certain provisions.
Well, I think maybe the mental health day is something that we can think about, but until we work for a progressive company or have an amazing government that decides, yes, we're going to put this in. What do you suggest that we do? What kinds of activities or tools, what do we do when we are feeling these stresses from attention grabbing, social media, our notifications going off all the time? We're working too hard. We've got emails, we've got stress. What do you suggest? Yoga?
Yeah, maybe. I'll say this. It's a challenge, right? I'll make sure and say that this is a challenge because our devices are so amazing that it learns us, and it is always, it's ever changing. I can look at my phone, and I remember a point in time when, okay, the light is too bright, so you just take off the phone. No, the light is adjusting to the light that is in the room. So it's almost keeping you engaged constantly. But in terms of what it is that we can do, we have to set limitations, literally set limitations. So if it is that there are many apps where you can lock your phone, the same technology. You can lock your phone until a particular time, you put it one side, you could remove devices out of a room, create a room on a setting that is almost device free, create time spots that are almost device free. But it takes a lot of change within the individual to go through something like that and want to incorporate something like that. So I always say that if it's something that we are doing it as an individual, it's good to incorporate it within a family system. So the children have to follow the same thing, your wife has to follow the same thing, everyone has to engage in this habit.
Like no devices at the table when we're having dinner.
Yeah.
Things like that.
But one thing Brandon had said, and I think we should reinforce on what Brandon said. What Brandon said, he said, if we could have employers and supervisors who are sensitive to their officer, right? If they're sensitive to the officer, they could say, he's not looking like how I accustomed to know how he's looking. And they call him and say, hey, everything going good? How are things? What's up? Take 2 days off or take 3 days. Take this, take some days off because he's aware, and that's what I think that plays a major role in that, so you're not overworked. If your supervisor or your senior colleague is able to pick up those things, that will help, and and be sensitive and be a human being and be humane about it.
And what about other simple things like taking breaks at work and walking outside?
That's
Put
all
down your
good, but
phone on the
sometimes
desk
the supervisor
and
don't
going out
allow it.
for a quick walk. Is that something that you think might work, or? And I do it, but I don't know if
I would say yes. Again, it all depends, right? So the first things first, we have to regulate our nervous system. So when it is you are dysregulated, you can do some breathing exercises, you can do yoga, you can engage in some form of mindfulness of some sort. Those things are very, very useful. And this, I will say, is where the AI comes into play really well, because they can then help you navigate those things. They can help you say, okay, let's take a deep breath now. It's more engaging with that. I would say that's where the tool is extremely useful in terms of giving you the resources. What I would recommend as well, especially for the workers and people within the workforce, utilizing one task at a time. So there's this eagerness of multitasking, we always have to be on, let's do this, one tab at a time. I can tell you, I could say this, but I don't practice it. So again, there's theory and there's practice, because one tab at a time is ideal, because you'll just constantly be flicking between tabs. So what you can do, instead of multitasking, doing 5 things at the exact same time, create blocks. So within that hour, see how we can do one thing at a time. Those same 5 things, I give it a certain allocation of time. That is how it is you'll get the task done, because you never feel this sense of completion when it is your dog going between different tabs. So that is one thing I see. I advise people a lot of times in terms of slowing it down. I know the demand is high, but that is one way that we can slow it down, keeping tasks as microscopic as possible.
Great.
Meditation works very well, Miss Jacqueline. All right. So what you could do, you have meditation, 5 minutes of meditation, 5 minutes of breathing, 5 minutes. Those things work magic in the workplace. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, but you have to learn how to do meditation and do it properly. Exactly, AI. Meditation, yoga, 5 minutes of yoga, 5 minutes of controlled breathing. It works. And different times of the days you can do it. You can go in the washroom and do it and come back out. But it works. Those things really works. There are studies doing. There are people who do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have reached our time allotment. Very interesting discussion. Thank you, Dr. Miranda Foon and Brandon Subero. and Jacqueline Morris. We're going to close this session and we have another panel discussion coming up, which is AI, cyber resilience, and regional innovation moderated by Mr. Ajmal Nazir, coming soon. Okay. Thank you very much again. And keep the questions coming in the chats and so on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome back to our last panel. And I'm sure you're going to find this panel extremely exciting. We are dealing with AI and a very important topic. I'm Ajmal Nazir, and I'm going to be the moderator for this panel. Before I introduce the panelists, let me set the framework for this panel. So, AI, cyber resilience, and regional innovation. So, for the next 90 minutes, we're going to be discussing this topic. And we're looking at it from two angles. We're looking at cybersecurity, and we're looking at AI as a double-edged sword. So, we're going to explore how AI is being used both in the side of defense, using it as a tool where it's assisting us to secure our networks and our infrastructure, but then also how AI can and is being used by the bad actors to exploit and attack infrastructure. So to help me discuss this topic and answer some of the questions, I've managed to put together a pretty powerful panel. So I'm going to give you a quick bio on who we have here. So first, on my left, we have Anthony Pearson. He's spent nearly 3 decades helping organizations use technology safely, responsibly, and effectively across the finance, telecommunication, and energy sectors. His work has focused on strengthening digital foundation while enabling meaningful innovation in environments where reliability, trust, and regulation matter. Anthony has also served on the boards of several state enterprises contributing to national digital transformation and technology modernization efforts. These roles have shaped his perspective on how policy, governance, and innovation intersect, particularly in complex public sector environments where scale, accountability, and sustainability are critical. He is the founding president of ISC2 Caribbean chapter, where he has been actively building cybersecurity capacity across the region through community development, professional training, and mentorship. Alongside his professional work, he remains committed to strengthening regional digital leadership, preparing organizations and individuals to navigate rapid technological change with confidence, especially as AI and intelligent systems reshape how work and services are delivered. So we have Anthony Pearson, the president of ISC2 Caribbean and Latin American chapter. And then equally, we have Esther Calendar George, who is the president of ISACA Trinidad chapter. Esther is passionate and accomplished cybersecurity leader with more than 25 years of experience spanning the financial, insurance, and telecommunication sectors. She has successfully designed and led the implementation of IT security systems, information security programs, and business continuity frameworks, establishing herself as a trusted authority in information risk and protection. She also brings with her a depth of IT expertise demonstrated through providing strategic CIO support for initiatives and ensuring operational resilience and governance of IT operations. Currently serving as the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, and possibly the first lady and only female CISO in Trinidad and Tobago, Esther is member of the prestigious Women in Cybersecurity WISIS Executive Leadership Network and holds a position of President of the Information Systems Audit Control Association, ISACA, Trinidad and Tobago chapter. ISACA is a global independent non-profit association that supports IT professionals and organizations worldwide through the development and adoption and use of internationally accepted practices, information systems, audit security, cybersecurity, governance, and risk management. She brings a strong academic and professional foundation spanning computer science, business administration, cybersecurity, risk management, and AI security governance, underpinned by global industry respected certifications. So finally, last but not least, the young fella at the end, do not be fooled by his teenage looks. Mr. Anish Bachu is an experienced cybersecurity professional. He's currently serving as the head of National Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, that's TTCCERT, under the Ministry of Homeland Security. With 6 years of dedicated service to the team and country, he is now tasked with leading national cyber incident management and coordination efforts, putting him at the forefront of safeguarding the nation's digital future. Anish oversees a dynamic team of highly skilled professionals who are responsible for a wide range of critical national security functions. Anish's technical expertise and strategic acumen have been instrumental in the successful execution of numerous critical cybersecurity projects within the government of Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Notably, he played a pivotal role in the National Cybersecurity Assessment of 2021/2022, developing invaluable insight into the nation's cybersecurity posture. Anish serves on the Interministerial Committee for Cybersecurity and AI Safety, CARICOM Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan, CCSCAP, Steering Committee, the Interministerial Committee for Counterterrorism, and Commonwealth Caribbean Cyber Fellowship. So when I say we have an esteemed panel, we have an esteemed panel. So we're going to fire off, dive straight in on governance and reality. From your respective vantage points, governance in ISACA, professional standards in ISC2, and then national security, Anish, where do you see the biggest disconnect between how cybersecurity and AI risks are governed on paper versus how they are actually managed in practice in Trinidad and Tobago? Anthony, we can start with yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ajamal. Yeah, thank you very much, Ajamal. So, in terms of governance and AI, regionally, we tend, as you know, culturally, not to focus on governance as a critical component of any system or any organization, right? And what that does, it impacts on the security of organizations, government, because we don't focus on how we operate, right? So AI is like a new tool or something like a machine, right? So if you get a new car and you don't read the instructions on how to safely operate the car, then it's highly likely that you could end up in a situation where you could end up in an accident and you wouldn't know what to do, or you wouldn't know how to maneuver, or you wouldn't know how to navigate, right? And AI is simply the same thing. It's a new tool, right? It's a very powerful tool, and it can potentially be harmful if not used properly. So we have examples of AI, and these are what we call large language models like ChatGPT. So almost everybody knows ChatGPT. My 10-year-old son, he knows ChatGPT, right? If there's a question that he needs answered, he no longer goes to Google. He knows, I need to go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT how to answer this question, or what are the answers for this question that I have. But if you look at ChatGPT, there's a fine print somewhere inside there that tells you that the results that you get is based on, a model and should not be something that you would take as, as law, right? Is because these things tend to be experimental. So it may not provide the answers that are as accurate as you would need it to be. And because a lot of people, they depend heavily on AI, like ChatGPT, they could end up in a situation where, because there's no governance or no rules guiding them on how to utilize these tools, they will end up in situations where they can put their organizations in jeopardy, right? So you have to know how to utilize these tools, right? And AI is just one, and it is very powerful, and it's going to get even more powerful. One of the problems with AI that we will experience in the future, and I am talking the near future, is that the data sources that AI would be using to provide answers to questions, that data source or those data sources are now becoming polluted by what we call AI slop or internet slop, right? And what that does, it reduces the accuracy of the results coming from these models. So now I'll just pass on the mic to my other panelists.
Yeah, thank you for that. So same question for Esther. From a governance perspective, where do you see the disconnect between what, let's say, Isaka says how we should govern AI and how we're actually doing it in Trinidad, or not doing it, as the case may be?
Hi, afternoon. So I think I will give a private sector perspective and then a wider community. I think there's always an issue with innovation and implementing new tech and governance, because the innovation aspect moves so rapidly that you tend to have to play catch up. You have to go and start off with your policies, because, regulated industries as well, we also have to make sure that this is the wrong thing to say, tick a box, but you have to make sure that you have those foundational principles in place. But guess what? The person who's preparing a report is uploading your report into ChatGPT and you don't have a policy on it. So the challenge, I believe, is we do the paperwork, and sometimes we take long to do the paperwork. We do the training from the professional perspective, not the end user. And the actual implementation of the tech from an organizational perspective or from a country perspective, it's a little slow. So we end up in a risky situation, for want of a better word. So ISACA and ISC2, we try our best to implement the foundational and frameworks and work with the relevant authorities. But it's not that we can do this alone. We need the policymakers from a national perspective. We also need organizations in the private sectors across the world to help implement in their environments proper governance, which is, again, you come in with technology at a rapid speed, and then you don't have the time or the resources or the energy to actually put the frameworks in place. And one point that comes to mind with me at Terminator, right? You send a machine to fight a machine. Forget all the paper, forget all the tech, forget who beat the machine. So we also have to look at innovative ways of creating a balance between governance and implement innovation. I think that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And that is a challenge with any new innovation. You don't know how to govern or regulate something when it's so new. You have to see what's going on, see where the risks are, and only then can you start to put a framework together. And that's what we're seeing in AI, because even the 42001 standard, and recently ISC2 and ISACA has released out some AI certifications on that. They're still in their infancy, and what we'd expect is rapid revisions over the next year or two. Let me just bring in Anish from now. As new as innovation may be, from a national security, a risk is a risk. So you can't have an excuse to say that, look, it's still new and we don't know how to deal with this. So what are you seeing on what we should be doing and what we are doing? So I'm going to make a joke that I make all the time when we talk about innovation, right? So my responsibility as, in my role of, this de facto cybersecurity for government role, my responsibility is to put in new in innovation, right? And not to stop it overall, but to make sure that it's done in a secure or a safe manner, right? Because new technologies are emerging. ICT teams across government have new tasks every Monday morning, dependent on where the executive went for vacation over the weekend, right? And the instruction is, all right, we'll do this. I want this. I've seen this in country X. I want it here. So ICT teams are consistently challenged with, all right, how do we get this done? I mean, we know public policy is always a slow road, right? So ICT teams are forced to get something done without a framework, without guidelines, without guardrails. And what we've found ourselves in a situation now is where we have multiple systems across different entities, different places, built on different standards, using different rails, using, so in some cases no guardrails, in some cases guardrails that I have not heard of, right? So there does present a challenge, and from my perspective, and for the team that I'm responsible for, when we are met with one of these new technologies, whether it's been implemented through by a vendor or through an ICT team, it is on us now to do that research to ensure that we can't just say, well, no, I don't know nothing about that. We can't do it, right? Now we don't live in that age anymore, at least where I work, right? But yeah, it's on us to make sure that as the security people involved, we have those checks and balances in place. So we don't put the no in innovation, we just guide it in the right direction. Right. Thank you for that. So again, the next question is obviously AI is changing the landscape. So in the beginning, you had asset-based risk. Then it moved on to a risk-based model, and now we're moving towards a threat-based model, and that's where those in the industry will realize that a lot more people are using the MITRE ATT&CK framework because it's based around threats. So AI has fundamentally changed the threat landscape, right? You've got deep fakes, you've got automated attacks, which means speed, whereas a real penetration test could require someone to sit there possibly for 3, 4, 5 days and do a penetration test, because you try something, you see the results, you look at the results, you analyze those results, and then you decide, okay, what's the next attack that I need to try? But using AI, all of that 3 days, 4 days can be condensed down into like 5 minutes. So decision speed compression has taken place. Do you believe that our current risk models, controls, and insurance approaches are still fit for purpose? Or are we trying to secure an IE era threat using pre-AI thinking? And I'll go in reverse order, starting with Anish.
Shouldn't I give up your mic? All right. Yes, to an extent, I agree. In terms of we're combating new threats, trying to use techniques that would have worked a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But you're right in saying that AI has compounded the frequency with which these things happen. It's made it easier for these things to happen. We've gone from tracking in the thousands of spam emails coming in to the Trinidad jurisdiction per year to in the hundreds of thousands and into the millions of spam emails coming in, right? And if you look at them, they're very good, right? I will get confused sometimes, looking at some of these things, because you look at it and be like, well, what am I supposed to train people to look for anymore? Right. The things that we would usually tell them to do. I mean, and we're zeroing in on spam and phishing for now. But what am I supposed to tell them to? Spelling errors? Fake logo? That's not the case anymore, right? So what are we supposed to do? And to catch up with that, they're the expensive technology tools that we could implement to try and
detect these things before it happen. But in some cases, it feels as though you're chasing a horse that's already all the way down the road. It hit the promenade and going on the Ryson Road. It's ready to go. So it's a little bit difficult in that sense. And when we look at some of the other threats that we do face, threats related to how to put it, not just ransomware, but threats meant to steal information, right? Espionage-based threats and those types of things. When these sophisticated groups deploy these types of technologies against us, how do we manage that within the existing threat model? We can't, right? Which is why there's the MITRE ATT&CK framework for AI now, right? To account for to give us something to at least benchmark it against, something for us to train our defenders against. And it's something that's happening, but not to the speed that it probably should be happening.
Just to add to Anish's comments, I like to take it back. So all these are foundational things. We have to go back to basics because yes, I did say fight technology with technology, right? But let's say in the financial services industry, you have to do certain checks. You have to now look at your processes. So the guidelines are there, the governance structures and frameworks are there to guide, and you're going to get more governance structures and frameworks as technology evolves. But you're going to have some basic things that you have to go back to. Look at the controls in your processes itself. Because with AI, we always talk about the human in the loop. What are your guardrails from a human perspective in your processes that is using technology? We tend to say that everything will become automated. We'll make it easier, make it faster, but you're doing that, but no one is checking. What are you checking? Where are your control checks in between all of that? So I think that even though we are evolving in tech, even though we are evolving in AI, which is a headache for someone who has to manage security, we also need to make sure that our workforce is trained, make sure our children are digitally literate, make sure our leaders are digitally literate, because it's free game for everyone. And the techniques are so sophisticated that you sitting down there busting your head looking through an email header. You can't see anything wrong, but you don't know what is happening in the background. A simple business email compromise. Guess what? That could have been avoided with a phone call to verify who is receiving the funds or who is receiving money. A simple thing. So the tech, you're unable to detect the tech with the tech. So your email system sent through an email, because guess what? You're accustomed communicating with someone, you're accustomed replying, the email content looks good because the AI is recognizing the patterns. Your email system, of course, you have to use the tech to secure the tech. But guess what? You don't know if it is that person's address was spoofed with new technology that is AI. And it's hard to detect. So if I'm going to transfer, let's say 100,000 US, something like that, your processes and your system should say, hey, let me call, what is your account number? You check your email, everything looks perfect. I'm going to transfer, please confirm. Some sort of manual, what I would call in this case, human in the loop, to defend. So we have to go back to basics. Training is important. We have to understand what are the risks. We have to keep abreast of it, but also we need to make sure that human element stays.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's also been these cases where you've been hearing where the people have been using AI to emulate voice. So they would call you up as just a missed call. You speak a few words and they basically learn your vocal signature and then they just repeat it. So it is a challenge. It's evolving. And then it's one of these things that you may not even know what's possible until, the 0-day attack happens.
So it's like trying to defend from a sniper, and the sniper is moving from one spot to the next spot, right? So the threat is constantly evolving, right? So how do you defend against a threat that constantly evolves, right? One of the controls that you could put in place is, as Esther said, is human in the loop. And what that human does is like the final gate of authorization or approval for a particular process, right? If your process is a finance-based process, as Esther had used as a case, then that human in the loop, the last point in which the process comes to an end, would then be the one that validates whether this particular transaction is a valid one, right? So that is one of the controls that you could put in place. There are many, many more. Anish had indicated that, AI has nullified some of the techniques that we have used for the past 10 or 15 years, right? Before we could have identified a phishing email by the misspelled words, the improper grammar, because a lot of the threat agents, they are not natural English speakers. So they could not by themselves come up with proper structured sentences. But with the advent of ChatGPT and different AI models, now all they have to do is ask ChatGPT, and I say ChatGPT, but there are many, many others. Just ask the AI to craft a convincing email for a particular purpose, right? And we trained hundreds and thousands of people to look for spelling errors, to look for these grammatical errors. That no longer exists. So how do you defend against that? So AI has made this, a significant problem for us, a significant challenge. So Esther already had indicated that, we could utilize the machine to fight the machine. So that is what we are doing, right? So it's not like a full Android, but it's more like a cyborg. So it's what the systems that we are putting in place are part human, part machine. And that is what we have to do in order to try and safeguard ourselves against some of these attacks. So essentially, that is what most of us in the industry are working on right now. So you can call it AI augmented defense, right? So there's something that has been effective, but we do not know how long it would be effective for. But it is effective currently, and it's something that we utilize.
I just want to add one thing to the discussion in terms of, getting back to the change in the threat profile, right? And in terms of the change in the threat profile, the advent of deepfakes and the voice manipulation and whatnot has gotten so bad to the point where companies now are making the investments in terms of brand reputation, on brand trust management, right? So automated systems that would be able to detect when your logo, when your CEO's face is being used in some scam somewhere to dupe your customers or whatever. Scale that up in the context of the government, right? We've all seen the scam ads on Facebook and Instagram using members of the government's likeness to promote certain, investment scams and whatnot. And then in response to that is AI driven, right? In response to that, now we have to adapt any tools that we use, the techniques that we use to do brand trust, but for now the government, right? To identify these things when they're happening, to take corrective action before it gets to the point that a citizen sends money to the wrong place.
It's a extremely challenging environment because we need to be right every single time, and they only need to be right once, right? And one of the things from a governance or paper is you have your lead defense, right? So it's just not relying on them breaching one of your controls, depending on how secure the data needs to be or how important it is, you will put in multiple defenses. But it continues to be challenging. At this point, I also want to put a message out to the audience that are online. If you guys have got any questions, then feel free to put it in the chat. And Jackie, I see you got your laptop there. So just give me a shout if you see anything that we need to put forward to the panel. This is a once in a lifetime chance. We've got these three people here, so you can ask them anything you want, whether it's discounts on certifications or the sensitive information. Now's your chance. Sure. There should be another mic somewhere.
So working? Yeah. My question was about wild AI in an organization. Because, everybody's accustomed to using the little ChatGPT and Gemini and so forth on their phones at home and with their children and so on. And then they come into the office and it's a website. So how can you manage that when they might take say, oh, I have to analyze this spreadsheet and upload the spreadsheet. There we go. And next thing you know, OpenAI has ingested all of your company data in that spreadsheet that's supposed to be confidential. And it's sitting down now and they're using it to train their model. And it will show up in somebody else's query at some point. How do you deal with that? Besides just telling people you can't do that, because they will anyway.
So that's a real scenario. So what I would say is it's some things you have to accept, right? You have to know that it's going to happen. But from an organizational perspective, even if in the absence of a policy or so, you have to have some level of awareness to your users. One, they have to, you have a responsibility to teach your users how to use the AI responsibly. You also need to let them know from a compliance perspective, if you do this, this can happen. And meaning repercussions, consequences in terms of disciplinary action. But these things need to be aired and ventilated as to what are your parameters of using it in the organization. The other thing is monitoring. It's really hard to monitor some tools, but there are tools that can be used to monitor the web browsing activity or so, or applications that if you're using the AI on your, I never use apps, those AI apps. I tend to use the browser version most times on your desktop or on your laptop. The IT team should be able to detect some of those activities or even detect the traffic, the URL traffic to the websites. So you should have an idea of or start with an idea of how many persons in my organization is actually using AI, which brings you to a point where should we adopt a tool? If we are having so many users doing this activity, we should encourage them to use it safely, and we should be the ones to control how we do it and how you access it. So for some organizations, you may say, all right, we have a use case, which I'm always a advocate for. Look at your usage. What is the common most usage of AI in your organization, and try to build a case around it and try to put the guardrails around it. But it's really tough, but it can be done. Yeah.
So I'll add a little bit to that. You have three options. First option, you don't do anything and you let all the information go out wherever it needs to be, right? This is why I have a Gmail account, because I don't care about my own information. Just keep going. I shouldn't say that, right? Anyway, the other option is to just block it outright, right? Technical at the firewall level, no traffic to ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, whatnot. Your users are going to revolt, right? The third option, and it's the option that a lot of mature organizations and a lot of government, not local government, but a lot of international governments are doing, is creating their own AI platform to allow their employees to use it, to query company data, to query state agency data, whatever it might be, right? So in my own small entity, we have our own, it's using our open source model, but it sits on our premises. It sits within an environment we control. It communicates in a way that we want it to communicate, and it's trained on our intelligence data. So you can ask that a question on our intelligence data, it'll spit out a valid answer, right? You want to analyze the document, throw it inside there and do it. But I know that nobody else is going to have access to that information. So I think, and a lot of agencies are going that route. The US government, I think, just signed an agreement. US Department of Defense just signed an agreement with Google Gemini, right, to use Google Gemini in the DoD. But you think that's going to be the regular Google Gemini that we all have access? It's not going to be. It's going to be set up specially for them, with trained on their information that has strict controls around it. And that's not something that's just only available for large government agencies. That's also something commercially available to regular entities.
There's one other question in the chat, which is on securing the data that AI leverages. As the saying goes, AI cannot exist without data.
Could you just repeat the question, please?
What avenues are being done? Basically, what's being done to secure the data that AI leverages in, I presume, in the organization, since AI cannot exist without data?
Well, AI is trained on data, but so Anish and Esther, they provided some examples on how you go about securing it, right? Both securing your data by ensuring that you have full control over the artificial intelligent machinery, right? Ensuring that any information that leaves your company's network or your government infrastructure is monitored and is managed properly, so that you know what is going out there and what is coming in, right? So once you have full control over that, you could manage the security of your data, right? Then you have technical controls. That is a technical control, and then you have administrative controls. The administrative controls come with governance, right? And with governance, this has a lot to do with HR, right? You have to have your HR policies in place. Why? Because if people don't follow the policies and the rules, there need to be consequences for non-conformance, right? And those consequences have to be severe enough for people to follow the rules. Culturally, we don't really like to follow the rules, but we have to enforce the rules, which will come in policies. We have to ensure that our staff is educated, so they know what to do, what is right, and what is wrong. And if they don't follow the rules, then the consequences will be, severe enough for them to understand why they should follow the rules. And the combination of having both administrative controls and technical controls is like, as Ajama was saying, defense in depth approach, where it's like an onion. You have different layers of protection. The administrative control is where you tell people what to do and what not to do. And then the technical controls, just in case they decide to still do it, the technical controls will stop them before they do something wrong, like share your data to the rest of the internet.
I have one more thing to add. Again, it comes back to the basics. I always go back to your basics, because in order for you to securely adopt the use of AI, you have to have proper cybersecurity practices, proper information security practices, data protection. Well, I use the term information security because it's a pet peeve of mine that people separate cybersecurity, data protection, and all that when it's all under the umbrella of information security. So to help protect your data, you have to have the layered approach, the technical controls, the training, the tools, everything. And you also have to have those basic cybersecurity protection in place. So while we have the HR side, we have the governance side, we also have to make sure it's holistic. Again, the layers, the onions. You can't operate in isolation, and that's where you start back to the basics.
Thanks for that. That was a good question, and it actually leads me nicely into what my next question is. It's come up a couple of times where we're mentioning controls, whether it's technical, administrative, process, or people, and we spoke about compliance and consequences, which comes to responsibility and accountability. And when I'm doing audits, first things I ask is, you got the policies, let me look at your racing matrix. So today, I'm going to give you three an opportunity to build a racing matrix for the national scale. Who is responsible for cyber risk at a national scale? Is it the board? And I know you've sat on a few boards, so was it you? Is it the CISO, right? Or is it?
Well, I could take this first, right? So usually the seat with the ultimate responsibility, final responsibility, would be the ones that would be held accountable for cybersecurity or whatever else in an organization. And usually that would be the board of directors, right? So on a national scale, we have ministries, we have it's MDAs, right? We have MDAs, we have agencies, right? What is it D for? Departments, right? Ministries, departments, and agencies, right? And we also have state-run organizations. Right? They all possess a governance structure and a management structure, right? And they usually have a board of directors. And the board of directors, including the chairman or chairwoman, they would be the ones, in my opinion, ultimately responsible and accountable for cybersecurity within the organizations that they govern. So that is my final statement on that.
That sounds like an academic or a paper. So let's see what happens in industry. Esther?
So I think that is a struggle right now, because as Anthony pointed out, it's a cultural thing too, right? We don't like to take accountability for certain things, right? But to me, I think from an AI perspective, it cannot be just one entity. It has to be some sort of shared responsibility. Yes, from a private sector perspective, the board, yes. But because AI, I think people misinterpret that AI is only technical. It's only technical aspects of it. You also have the human aspect, the data protection, the legal aspect, regulatory aspect. So in an organization, my recommendation would be to incorporate like your legal head, your IT head, so that you have that collaborative approach to addressing AI in terms of responsibility, accountability. Of course, we have been taught it lies with the board, but responsibility and actually you need somebody with the powers to really control that governance and all aspects of it. You need that different eye, because there are legal implications, intellectual property. Nobody thinks about that. When it is your data is being used by a third-party vendor, the vendor comes to do a job for you and using your data and takes your data out of your organization without you knowing. But then you go to a contract and you don't see provisions for that in your contract. So we need to have a shared, because all of us have expertise in our own right. But that shared, if it's a board, a steering committee, somebody, you need to have that level of governance and oversight in an organization. Now, in the national context, I can't really talk too much about that. But what I would say is that we do have a mix, from my eyesight, we do have a mix of the governmental agencies, and we also have regulatory bodies. So we have persons like the CBTT, Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. I think it's the Telecommunications Authority, or TAT. So I think it should be, yes, we have Empire and all these lovely names that have now merged into different ministries. But we need a good mix of implementers or the agencies like the iGovTT aspects of it. We also need the regulators, the governmental persons, the person who could enforce policy. And we also need somewhere in there maybe consultations with private sector. companies like or agencies or organizations like ISC2 and ISACA to help bring that independent eye as well into that whole framework. So before they pass it off to Anish and say it is the Ministry of Homeland Security responsibility, I don't see it sitting in one area. I see it from a governmental perspective or national perspective being a joint thing. And just to put one more plug, I just want to commend, I think is one of the ministries that recently had consultations on how we are to govern AI as a national public administration. Yes. So they would have had a lot of conversation around who owns AI and same type of answers where it can't be just one based on what it is. So Anish, who's going to take over AI?
Okay, so let me try and answer this in a way where I wouldn't lose my job, right? It's a shared responsibility, and I agree with everything that has been said so far. It's a shared responsibility in that there is no one organization in the Trinidad government that does all the things that cyber needs at the national level, right? The CSIRT does a handful of things. There's a team in the Ministry of Public Administration that does another set of things. There's a team over in the police that does another set of things. There's a team in the intelligence that does something else. There's a team in the defense. I could go on, right? Coordinating that activity is the challenge, right? Because there's no one entity to say, we don't have like a national agency or something to say that this is the coordination point. Now, with the reformation and realignment of the ministries, the responsibility of cybersecurity was positioned under the Ministry of Homeland Security, right? What that does, it shows the government's intention of making cybersecurity a national security priority, or the area of cyber as a national security priority, which is one piece of it. But we also have the securing of government digital transformation and the securing of our digital society and the securing of all these different things. So we have the regulators involved as well, whether that's TAT, whether that's CBTT, whether that's the Regulated Industries Commission, whoever it might be, right? So it has been my responsibility of late. It's not in my job description, but it has been my responsibility of late to help coordinate that activity, to make sure that, the different entities are talking to each other, making sure that we're not duplicating responsibility to duplicating actions to some extent. We're not being wasteful to another extent. And one of the other things I would say in some other jurisdictions, like let's take the UK, for example, at the very senior levels in government, they have a minister with the responsibility for cybersecurity. And in the UK's case, that's the Deputy Prime Minister. Right. In the US's case, they have an Office of Cyber so a National Cybersecurity Advisor in the Office of the President. Right. So at some point we may get to that point, but as it is right now, it is a shared responsibility that involves a lot of coordination. And is it done well all the time? Probably no. There's always room to see your face. There's always room to learn, right? But it is our attempt at making sure that in lieu of legislation, in lieu of national strategy, in lieu of these things, we have a mechanism that could secure the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, I just wanted to add, something to show something inside there. Right. So, just as how the UK government has a minister whose responsibility is cybersecurity, and just to give you an indication of how important this position is, that responsibility was placed under the Deputy Prime Minister's role. That's to tell you how important cybersecurity is for the national defense of the UK, right? Likewise, in organizations, the board of directors should have at least one member of the board who has, an understanding of cybersecurity, right? Or a responsibility of cybersecurity. And that way you would have insight into some of the things that are, happening within your organization, so that you wouldn't be totally blind. Because one of the issues that boards face is that they receive information from management, And not all the time that information is trustworthy, right? So if the organization is telling you that it's cyber secure, everything is secure, then you have to take the word of the organization, of management, that it is cyber secure. But what happens if there's an incident, right? So if there's an incident and the board is unaware that there was a significant issue with the cyber hygiene of the organization that they govern, then somebody has to be held to account for that. If the board of directors is blindsided, then it has to be somebody else who reports to the board, right? So, so it could be someone at the C level, right?
So and I agree with that. I just wanted to go back to one of the points I made because I forgot it, and if I don't say it, I'll get in trouble. So one of the things, that has happened to try to make the coordination between the agencies a lot better is the creation of the Interministerial Committee for Cybersecurity. It's led by the Minister of Public Administration, and that I think signals a very, very clear intent of actually having a very senior committee with cabinet authority to try to make some of these decisions and encourage is the right word, encourage the cooperation amongst the typically siloed agencies and entities. Yeah.
Right. So sticking on that point, what role does frameworks have? What roles do certifications like an ISO 27001 or a CSF certification or COBIT frameworks or any of the framework TOGAF have to play in helping us? Could we ask the regulators for the industries that are regulated, that's the finance sector, the telecom sector, the utilities, which is critical infrastructure, that if they could start introducing audits, certified audits, which also tackle the supply chain, would that help us to get into a stronger posture when it comes to cybersecurity?
The short answer is yes. It can help, but what I would say is that, remember earlier on I said tick a box. So sometimes having these frameworks can create many, I would say, hurdles, too much of it, too many of them. And we tend to get things done to tick a box. But this is where I think the regulators yes, we could identify what are our standards and frameworks that we would like to align to, but we would need to have assurance, which is why we have the audit departments. We have to have a strong line for assurance that these things are really working effectively and these things are you are really aligned in your organization and practicing, because we can easily tick a box to say we implemented MFA. But when you go in and you check, how many persons have you really implemented MFA on?
Oh, it's SMS.
SMS MFA, or what type of MFA? So I think the frameworks are the good building blocks for us to adopt to. You must have them. So let's say we are going to, in my organization, we are going to hire a vendor or a company. We ask for certain certifications because at basic, you should meet a certain level. And then we ask you for your SOC reports. So we then go through to see, actually, you say you have this, but let me see how that's working for you. Let me see if there are any gaps in your audits. And go a little further. If I find a gap in your audit, let me see how long it takes to close it. Let me see when you close it, or if it's closed, or if it's a critical or high or what. So I think that the frameworks do play a good part, a safe part in terms of providing that, I like to say, a Bible for you to operate within, your guiding principles. But we still need to be very careful, which is why we have that third line, that audit function, to make sure that you are really effectively implementing what we guide you to do as best practice.
Right. Thank you. All right, let's talk about skills gap. Right. Certifications, capability, or capacity. So we talk about skills gap a lot, and it's been discussed a couple of times over the last 2 days. Right. From your perspective, is the bigger issue really a lack of certification or a lack of hands-on capability or a lack of institutional capacity?
All of the above. All of the above. When we look at the programs that are currently in place, to whether that's a bachelor's program, in most cases in Trinidad it's a master's program, right? There is a general misalignment with what students are being taught and what the industry really is. And then on top of that, the ability of students to apply the knowledge in a practical sense, right, becomes a very big challenge for us. What we found a lot of success with is taking students who probably don't even have a background in technology and train them to do the intelligence work that we do and train them to do the analytics work that we do, because it's a little bit easier than having them come with preconceived notions on that front. Another issue that we found too is, okay, we could train how much people we want. We could have how much master's degree students and MS students that we want, but then do we have the positions to hire them into, right? I was having a conversation fairly recently with my counterpart in Jamaica, and he was basically saying the same thing, in that they're outputting all of these students every year. They've done a lot of work in creating a bachelor's program and a master's program, but then they don't have the appetite in the industry for these qualifications, right? There's no way for them to go, so they end up exporting the talent, right? Or the talent sits idle for a long time. Yeah. So it's a very, very multifaceted problem. There's no one solution for it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that's it. It boils back down to the misalignment with what is being taught versus what the sector needs, as well as there's not enough space in the sector. There's no demand for it, or enough demand. Let me put it like that. We keep saying not yet, but we say not yet a while now, you know.
I think I mean, you want me to go ahead?
As the two certificate people.
I have a term I like to use. I call people certificate bantons, because sometimes when you go on LinkedIn, you see all sorts of acronyms at the end of their names. But when you sit down in an interview with them, they can't give them a simple scenario, they cannot identify one weak point in there or one risk. And it usually comes back down to soft skills or skills that you cannot be taught. So you could go and I could give you a textbook and I could tell you to get a certification, you could learn XYZ. But when you give scenario-based interviews and you competency-based interviews, there's where you see the real gap in critical thinking. So contrary to what people believe, you sometimes don't need to be technical to be in cyber per se. You need to understand technical concepts from a high level perspective. You need to understand networks depending on the role that you're going to. But one of the things that I see as lacking is grit, because you have to be able to cough it out. You have to be able to sit down and dig and investigate and analyze and interrogate. You have to be courageous. You have to be able to say no, not say no, but let's do it this way. You have to be someone who can twist your thinking to suit different audiences. So I strongly see it as a psychology-based field, because you are influencing. You have to influence people. The tech will always be there, but you have to tell or teach a user not to click on a link. How are you going to do that? You now have to teach your children to some extent about cyberbullying and how to safely deal with it. But it comes back down to your psyche. How can you handle it? And looking at different ways of analyzing a situation from a book or technical perspective. So just so you know, I don't have a technical IT master's. I chose to pursue a business master's because you could learn tech on your own. But you have to understand how, if you're providing a service in cyber, you have to understand how your business operates. You have to understand the language of your board. You have to understand your users from a business perspective, and also from a doing a degree. People may underestimate. So the older folks who work their way through the organization will say, well, I ain't going to no degree, right? I have work experience. But there are certain things that occur in a degree process that you need. For example, you have to write reports. When it is you have an incident, you have to write up a report. And a report is a very critical component of incident management, because you have to go back and refer to those things and lessons learned and all that. And you have to present those things to the board. So those are skills that you have to have. You just can't say that you're sitting behind a computer and you're going to fight with code. No, you have to be able to speak the language. You have to translate. You have to communicate. And the degree level sometimes force you to do projects. They force you to write reports. So I would say the certs complement work experience. The degree serves a purpose, and the master's, depending on the level of career, where you are in your career, that also adds value, because I have to speak the language of the board. When I present to my board, I cannot tell them everything is fine, but I need to tell them that your investment is working for you. These are the funds that you have invested in the technology. You spend extra money, but this is what has happened. We haven't had these at all. We have negated these attacks because you gave the investment. I don't say cost, I say investment. So you have to change your language. But each level of certification and educational achievements, they serve a different purpose, and nothing beats work experience as well. You have to have it, because you're not going to find everything in a textbook. Real world teaches you a lot.
Well, I'll jump in here now. Esther and Anish, they touched on some very serious points, right? Hopefully I'll be able to, complement some of the points that they mentioned. So Anish spoke about not having space for students and entry level type professionals who coming into cybersecurity, right? That is an issue, and it's also an opportunity, right? So we will discuss the opportunity after, right? Then he also spoke about the lack of quality candidates. That is a major issue, right? Esther actually touched on that as well, right? One of the issues that we have with people in ICT and cybersecurity is that they don't understand business, right? That's a huge problem, right? They believe, most IT people believe, that the world revolves around them. That is not true, right? That is not true. The business is what drives the need for IT and cybersecurity, right? You have to understand business. You have to understand, if you're working for a particular company, you need to understand the business in which the company is in. If you have to provide value to that company, you have to understand your role within the company from a business point of view. If you have to go to before a board to present for a new project, a cybersecurity project, you have to go with a business case. If you don't go with a business case, how do you justify to the board that we need to have these cybersecurity systems in place? And they tend to be very expensive, so it would require some significant investment. And you can't talk the talk, right? So those are some of the gaps that cybersecurity professionals and IT professionals have. They need to understand business. That's one. We'll go back to the capacity issue. In terms of capacity is, an issue for the Caribbean. We don't have huge populations, but we do have a need for having certified professionals who understand, who have a particular level of expertise. Going and getting certification is not enough. You need to have a certain amount of capability, which would come with experience, right? And as Esther said, the certification will just complement that, right? A certification will also give an organization a certain amount of, confidence that you know what you're speaking about, right? But if you don't have the foundation or the foundational knowledge, then what you would only achieve in an interview is just regurgitate some theoretical knowledge that you learn during your certification process, right? And that is not enough. So I will want to engage Anish and Esther. Sorry, moderator. to discuss the opportunities that exist within the region in Trinidad and Tobago and the region for building capacity within cybersecurity, AI, and general IT using innovation. Right? I don't know if. Well, I will start it off, right? Right. So in terms of the opportunities we have, I see in the audience here, the local audience, I see Mr. Tracy Hackshaw, right? My very good friend, Mr. Hackshaw, who almost everyone in IT may know, right? One of the initiatives that we were involved in is trying to build a center of innovation, and not just innovation, right? What it entails is building an entrepreneurial spirit within ICT. So yes, we have a lot of graduates coming out of university, but there are ways they can employ themselves by utilizing developing ideas that they may have based on credible business or actual business needs that exist within the region, right? I remember having a meeting with Tracy, and one of the things that blew me away was that we had a working session with members and representatives from the medical industry, the education industry, culture. What shocked me the most was the need for IT systems and the need for cybersecurity systems by the culture industry within Trinidad and Tobago. There's a big need there, and as we can see now, like we entering into the or we already entered into the carnival season in Trinidad and Tobago, and a lot of the transactions happen over the internet. So if you pay for your costume, you utilize the internet to pay for your costume, which involves payment systems. And because you use payment systems, there's a certain amount of cybersecurity protections that have to go into these systems, right? So going back to the opportunities that exist, we have a certain number of graduates coming out of university every single year. But what are they doing? They are looking for jobs within organizations that currently exist. But what they can do is also look for opportunities for them to develop their own innovations, right? So at this point, I'll just want to pass the mic to my fellow panelists.
I have an additional opportunity area as well in terms of, so locally, we do have universities that offer cybersecurity courses and degrees. And I can see an avenue for us that, from an ISACA and ISC2 perspective, to actually introduce some of the into the curriculum some of our courses, our foundational courses, I've seen it done in one other country. I think it was Puerto Rico. They would have had a module or two based on an ISACA certification, so that when the graduate leaves, they also already have a, if you achieve you have a certificate in or ISACA certificate, right? So by the end, you have a degree and a certificate. The other opportunity is when you join the organizations from a student perspective, you get opportunities to volunteer. So you get that work experience alongside a certification if you want to do that, and also your degree of choice, whether it's a master's level or BSc level. But I think that we need to do a little more work on our ends as well to outreach to these universities, because we do have student groups, but we need to activate them to help close that gap and seize that opportunity that we're hearing. So that's a call for us as well. It's for the two organizations to really make that partnership more prominent with the local universities that offer those certifications. Sorry, Anish.
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
so I took the moderator's mic. I am not the moderator right now.
You are no longer a part of this conversation as well.
But I would also want to pledge that ISC2 and ISACA will join forces, and we will see what we could yeah, how we could assist.
All right. So great. I'm glad you say join forces, partner, work together. I'm always up for partnerships, right? One of the things that in our small way, the CSIT has tried to close that gap in terms of what students should know is in the last couple of months of 2025, I think we brought a total of 70 students into our team, right? Different, exposure programs, right? To show them exactly what cyber threat intelligence looks like. Show them exactly, how do you do a web application security assessment. Show them exactly how to do certain things that are needed in the government space, right? So yes, they're in a program. Yes, they, whatever it might be. But we're showing them practically what skills the government wants at this point in time, right? And we are always open, whether it is to provide, a trainer, whether it is to provide insights, whether it is to just come and talk to students, whatnot. We are always happy to have that conversation any day of the week. Just today, right before the session, and the reason why the moderator was panicking and thought I was late is because I was on a Teams call with a university student from USC, talking about what things she should do in order to align herself as she's approaching the end of her time in school, to align herself for a position in cyber. Yeah, we need to join forces, right? So yeah, I'm all here for it, and I think there's tremendous opportunity. Yeah.
Right. Thank you for that, and I'm glad you said that. So this panel was strategically designed to get both the presidents together, and I was going to ask, is there an opportunity to collaborate, and then to lobby to say, okay, look, how can we push the space forward? There is a lack of jobs, but there isn't a lack of need, right? So it's that education at the higher level to make the investments. It's not a cost; it's an investment, and as we push towards digital transformation, we're just increasing or making the problem bigger. And at some point, if it hasn't happened now, there will be reputational consequences to this. So we have a hand up from Tracy Hackshaw.
I just wanted to pin you guys on that point about the lack of jobs. So I've seen a lot of chatter about the jobs that are advertised, and they are multifaceted. Let's just use that word. So is it that there's a lack of jobs, or is it that the people who are recruiting don't understand the field? So that you try to get a jack of all trades. You're trying to, as Anthony says, it's business case. So I'll just hire one person to do everything. Is that the reality, or is it that we should be trying to look at skills differentiation a little differently, and maybe educating employers that you can't just hire one person, or you shouldn't hire one person to do website design, network admin, fix the monitors, organize the training room, put out the coffee, I don't know, whatever it is they're doing. And by the way, secure our systems and deal with ransomware and so on. Isn't that, why is that not being looked at? Because you see the ads coming out, it has like 2 pages of duties covering in the moon and the sun and the stars. And no one has seemed to like say, hey, guys, come on. You can't just do that and pay them nothing. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Tracy. And that's a very, very good question because we see it and it's discussed in certain WhatsApp groups and everything. So I'd like one person to answer it. We have 10 minutes left, and I do have a really good question that I would like you guys to deep dive into.
I would say I'll give the IT person answer. It depends. I think it depends on the maturity of your organization. It may not, or the size of your organization. It may work for some, but it's definitely for most, it cannot work. So I think there is some need for education to the HR professionals as to what are the requirements or what should be the requirements for certain particular jobs, because it's IT in the past used to be programming. IT has expanded to, besides fixing machines, AI, all these wide fields, and same with cyber. Cyber used to be just monitoring firewalls or configuring firewalls. Now it's it's governance and technical. So I think it's a really challenge for us as well. It's a challenge for us to help the HR professionals understand the job roles. Because even with my organization, we had a learning curve with appointing a CISO. But because of the size of the organization and the need and the industries and the countries which we operate, we had to do it because it's a regulatory requirement as well. So again, it depends, yes, but we do need to do some work with our HR partners.
A note here also, that's great of what you were mentioning in this. Yeah, thanks for leaving me. Also, I love what I was hearing about that collaboration that you're having there that could be with the CSIRT, ISC and ISACA. Also, like you were mentioning about success stories. So here I am. I came to visit here to Trinidad, and I could say that the CSIRT in Panama, what they have made also, is that they made an alliance with some universities. So students, since the second year, not the first year, since the second year after, they are having the opportunity to have that on-hand experience. So that is something that is great that prepares them better. And well, from that line, it could be something great that could be after implemented here. I hear that you already mentioned that you give them some training and stuff, but also into that professional experience, practice, hand-ons, probably training small business, I don't know. But yes, something into that. Besides that success story, I had one quick question of one of the mentions that you're having on the taking decisions in the corporate companies about AI speed and also cybersecurity. I would like to know how, in this case for CSIRT, how do you see about the companies that are adopting AI for speed efficiency, and there, and how do you might think also is that change resistance into companies, because then there might be a company that could say, well, I have an information security solution that is outdated, but I'm still protecting my environments, into changing to major cybersecurity solutions that sometimes come with AI empowered automation. That's what helps into reducing that false positives and detecting these new threats that you have been mentioning here in the committee.
I think when we look at organizations and organizations' willingness to adopt new cyber technologies, there is the willingness to adopt, right? At least in the local space, there is that. All right, I mean, I'm a technology person at heart, right? So I always look for the nice, shiny new thing, and I was like, I want that. So yeah, there's always a willingness to adopt, but there's also the trade-off in terms of, okay, what could we afford to adopt at this point in time, right? What is the minimum that we need to protect ourselves? And you get that question all the time. Well, I get that question all the time. Well, Anish, we can't afford all of this. What's like baseline that we need to meet, right? But yeah, the new AI powered tools when it relates to cyber and integrating AI into cyber threat detection and response, we've seen those deployments be gaining traction in the local environment, not at the speed that the threat actors are moving at. Right, it's a little bit behind, but it is gaining a lot of traction. And I take your point as well about the collaboration with the universities. I think that's an excellent idea that we'll talk about that after a little bit. Yeah.
All right, thanks. That's a continue before the time.
I've got 5 minutes now. Right. No, that's fine. We appreciate the engagement and the comments. Final question. I'm sure we could carry on for another hour or so, but we do need to stop in 5 minutes. Right? Is that we've been talking about constraints, ideals and this and that. So here's a hypothetical question. If you was the Minister of Cybersecurity, or the person high up in a private board that had the ultimate sort of authority, right? What one serious investment would you make over the next 24 months to improve cyber resilience in an AI-driven threat environment? People, policy, or platforms, or all of the above? I'll start with the president of ISC2.
Right. Okay. People, policy, or platform. All right. So, for me, I would focus on process. It's not there, right? But I would focus on process, right? Why? Because to invest in a cybersecurity solution, you have to understand where your organization stand at this point in time, what your current risk profile is at this point in time. But just jumping at focusing on a platform is a mistake, because you'll be focusing on technology, and it's something that we do consistently well. And we go out and we buy technology and we put it in, and then we realize, wait, now it's not working, right? It's not working. Why? Because you need to have a certain amount of planning before you do something like that. And I wouldn't just jump into investing in technology without understanding where I stand currently. So the first thing I would do is conduct some sort of a cybersecurity assessment to understand what my position is, and to develop the processes that I would need in order to build out a proper cybersecurity infrastructure. However, there's a caveat. However, if I belong to an organization and we have no cybersecurity system to protect us, my first act would be to conduct a very quick evaluation of what's out there that I could install very quickly to at least give my organization a certain level of protection. So, as Esther said before, it depends.
Right. Thank you for that. And from one president to the next.
I would say yes, it depends. It's people, technology, and what's the other one? Policy.
Policy. Yeah.
Policy. So I would say we need to divvy up the funds a little bit. And maybe touch on each. From the people, you would have to, again, some level of assessment, assess who are your critical roles, who are your critical people that you need to implement this technology, because we need to upskill. We need to make sure that when we bring in the technology, you have the knowledge and you have the expertise. You may not have the full experience, but you have the capacity to use the technology, because we're going to implement AI in the organization, but you're not going to hire outside. You're going to use the people that you have, but the people that you have in here for 15 years and they're not upskilling. So you have to have that level of assessment in your own organization and in country as well. From a national level, we need to have that. From the technology, as I say, we had to fight machine with machine right now because we can't keep up. I cannot take 3 or 4 hours to find one little IP address in an email header when it is I have AI that to find it in 2 seconds. Policy from both the internal and national level, because again, we don't like accountability. When data breaches happen, who you going to call?
Not me.
Who is going to be accountable for it? A customer wants to get the data somewhere else, and you have to be responsible, handle people's data responsibly. So we must be forced to. So policy, I'll take all 3, but I would prioritize from the people, the critical roles, again, the critical areas, the critical sectors for policy, and also for what's the other one again? I'm trying to rush it down now. Your time short.
Platforms.
Platforms, yes. Right, where are the areas that you need to focus on and get the money inside of there. That's it.
Okay, thanks for that. And Anish, I know you're not running for public office. I'm not going to call you a minister or get you into trouble. So the question for you is, if you could convince our current minister, where would you ask should be the investment over the next 24 months?
I thought you wasn't trying to get me in trouble. Anyway, from the national perspective, when we look at, and I sat listening to both Anthony and Esther, and I'm like, I have a good answer for this, right? From the national perspective, when we're looking at developing long-term cyber resilience, it involves, and we've touched on it quite a number of times, it involves the creation of a security conscious culture, right? Cybersecurity, physical security, whatever it might be, right? If we were to do an investment over the next 24 months to create a long-lasting culture of cyber resilience, it starts with the people under 18. Investment into education in schools, not just at the secondary level, but there's appetite for it at the primary level or the higher end of the primary level as well. Because these are not just vulnerable sectors in the society, being targeted with online predators and all these different things, but they're also the ones that are going to enforce it to their parents, enforce it to their grandparents, enforce it to their friends and to their family and to the whatnot. So if it is that we're looking to create a long-term impact on national cyber resilience, investment in children, investment in the schools, in training programs is where I would prioritize.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I agree with you. I'm not going to give you the exact decade because that would show you my age, right? But in the last century, when there was this switch across to becoming more environmentally aware, in the UK, the emphasis was through the schools. It was the kids at the age of 7 or 8 that started asking and pushing their parents at home to say, listen, we're throwing away too much rubbish. We're using too much card, plastics and everything. So I would certainly agree. I think it's a tried, tested, proven model in that.
So I just have to add one thing to that, right? Anisha hit the nail on the head when it comes to, we need a lot of fresh blood in cybersecurity because half of all cybersecurity professionals are probably around 50, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So we fall within that category, right? Well, maybe not Esther, but
But on that side of the category.
Yeah. So within 15 years, you would be getting, you would have a serious deficit of cybersecurity professionals. However, with the advent of AI, we have no idea of what the demand for cybersecurity professionals would be in the next 10 or 15 years. So instead of, just closing our eyes and hoping for the best, what we do or should do is try to, as much as possible, educate as many young people as we can. The statistics will show that between the ages of 18 and 35 years of age, they account for only 10 to 11% of cybersecurity professionals right now. So we have a significant deficit, and we would be experiencing a serious problem in the future. And we have a lot to look out for. We have quantum computing coming up, and that will break a lot of our cybersecurity. Um, it will break a lot of our encryptions. So all the protections that we have right now and we enjoy, um, uh, quantum computing will break all of them, right? Yeah. And who would get access to the first set of quantum computers, right? You had to ask yourself that question. Well, yeah, Skynet, of course, and as well as leaders of drug cartels, leaders of ransomware gangs, because they have the money to pay for it, right? And that is something that we have to look forward to probably in the next 10 or 15 years. But so yeah. And then AI on top of that, AI would advance, and then running AI on a quantum platform, is going to be exciting. So we have a lot to look forward to.
We may have to come out of retirement to help out
Not
the
me.
young teenagers at the end there.
Hopefully by that time I'm on a farm somewhere.
I was not going to say
Never
that.
to see a computer again in my life.
Going to say that. My dream is to be on a farm.
All right, I'm getting some hand signals. We're like sort of 5 minutes over time. So I'm going to have to make a sharp stop here. I want to thank the panelists for the people that are here and those that may be joining. We would have access to these celebrities to ask them further questions. So with that, I'd like to thank the panel, thank the audience. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. All right. Just leave that here. Yeah. Okay, so that was the last panel, but we're now going to move into a presentation. This is by Dr. Craig Ramlal, who is the Director of AI Innovation Center at UWI St. Augustine campus, and also the Chair of the Caribbean AI Task Force. And along with Dr. Craig Ramlal, if you could come and take a seat next to me. We have Shernan Osepa. I believe Shernan is online, who's a consultant and a strategic advisor with CTU and a coordinator for the Caribbean AI Task Force. And I believe you guys are going to be sharing some findings of what the AI Task Force has been doing across the Caribbean. Right, Dr. Ramlal, over to you.
All right, yeah, thanks. All right, thank you. So this session is, I guess, myself and Shannon. Just
yes.
okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I did not prepare anything, so let's get into half an hour of listening to myself and Shannon discuss AI at length. All right. So does anyone here know about I mean, some of the members of the Caribbean AI Task Force are here, but who is not a member of the Caribbean AI Task Force? Do you guys know about it? No? Okay. So let me start from the start. So we started this task force in 2025, the middle of 2025, because we were seeing what was happening around the world, especially in regions coming together in developing their own set of recommendations and guidelines and policies for AI. So in the Caribbean, our countries, our nation, our member states, they do not have something to stand on, some kind of agreed structure, some kind of agreed argument to stand on for AI. Why is it important, or why should we care? Why should regions stand together for AI? Anyone wants to venture? I'm going to try to do this interactive, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. Anyone wants to venture a reason as to why we want to do something that is regional? Why should it matter? Yes. Thank you, Tracy, for.
Yes, Tracy Hackshaw. Um, well, we've seen in the past, we've done policies and frameworks that are extremely fragmented and bespoke and may not have worked across the board when you have the attempt to have a Caribbean that's working in harmony, a single ICT space, a single economy, etc. So I would imagine the underlying effort here is to ensure that we don't make that same mistake again, especially with the movement towards this AI paradigm, that there's a harmonious, working, effective regime for policy, but not just policy, but perhaps collaboration on projects and implementation. Thank you.
Yes. What the problem that we face is an economic one and also one of security. What we have seen is that in the EU, it works somewhat well. Africa already has the AU continental strategy. Singapore, the ASEAN countries actually have their guidelines and principles for AI, and the Caribbean does not have any. And the reason why regions move towards this is because they see things like common principles, guidelines, binding instruments, because it causes their market to be much larger than a single country. The cross data flows, the governance, the interoperability between the legislation, it's all for economic resilience and all for data protection and so on. It's like a common infrastructure in your region versus moving your data out of the region into another place. There's much issue in moving our data out of our own borders, especially data like EID data, citizenry data. That's very tricky. And so the idea is, how do we create something or some shared set of principles and recommendations so that we can have this infrastructure here? So I would hand over to Shannon for a little bit to discuss how the objectives and, well, what are the objectives of the task force and how did we form?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramlal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in addition to what you already mentioned, let me just mention it quite briefly, and then I will be focusing on the objectives. We in the Caribbean, if you look at the CTU, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, it has a very important mandate. So the CTU is the main ICT policy body, let's say in the Caribbean, focusing on telecommunications, internet governance, development. And when we started to talk about this whole, let's say, AI discussions globally and also in the region, especially ministers and other governments officials, they were looking in the direction of the CTU for some guidance. So that is why we had also to do something with respect to this and to harmonize, as you did mention, let's say, all the policies that we have been seeing across the Caribbean. In the Caribbean, so far, we have some, let's say, some countries. If you look at Jamaica, for example, they do have a national AI strategy. And we have seen also the UNESCO doing certain things in the Caribbean. So we had to harmonize all these policies in order for us to be in sync, especially when dealing with government officials, ministers, etc., etc. So the objectives are also to build regional AI capacity and talent. As you may know, as small island development states, we are facing some very specific challenges, and we don't always have all the people in the region that can assist and help us with respect to what we like to achieve. So this is also one of the objectives of the AI task force, to build regional AI capacity and talent. And also, what we would like to do and have been doing is to promote inclusive and ethical AI for sustainable development. It's nice to talk about AI, but what does it mean for us in the Caribbean? How can we use AI to solve and to address our specific challenges that we are facing? So this is also one of the objectives of the AI Task Force. And of course, to foster cross-sector collaboration and innovation. So these are basically the objectives of the task force.
Okay.
That you are leading as the chair.
Thank you for that. So what happened was that with that known, the CTU then sent out a call to the governments of the CARICOM nations for recommendations of individuals to serve on this task force, as well as in private sector, CSOs, the public sector, and so on. And so we have a 38-member task force consisting of all of those individuals who are expertise in it, who are quite well, they are well known and they are well informed in their field, both in ICT areas, legislation, policy, and AI, technical AI capacity as well. And so in September, during the CTU's 23rd Ministerial Summit, the resolution for the AI task force was adopted, and a one-year mandate was given to the task force. We are to produce a final set of recommendations, and this set of recommendations will form a declaration. This declaration will be proposed at a Caribbean AI Forum in June 2026, and the ministers will then determine if it is adopted or if it is not adopted. So we are now working towards the writing of that declaration. So we have produced our interim report already. It's online. You can see it. It was launched on the 13th of December. And I would just want to tell you five of the five recommendations, just very briefly highlight what they are. You can determine which ones may make it and which ones may not make it. They were defined and built by 4 working groups. The 4 working groups were set up such as capacity and training, data and infrastructure, governance, and so on. And some of the recommendations you will find are very close to home. They can win, and some of them are very out there. But the ministers has asked that we be as bold as possible, ask for the things, and then in the declaration, we'll know what makes it and what does not make it. So let me read some for you. So the first was, of course, to establish a harmonized regional AI policy framework and governance mechanism. This will have allow us to enact model laws and harmonize AI regulations, to set up minimum regional standards and codes of practice, to introduce procurement and audit standards for AI. How do you purchase AI systems and how do you audit it? And to set up or create a regional AI oversight body and coordination network. The other one is to strengthen data governance and digital infrastructure for AI. Here we will launch a Caribbean Data Commons, open data under one roof. Modernize and harmonize data protection laws. Co-finance expanded broadband and connectivity. Prioritize open source AI models for the Caribbean, and align all tech investments with sustainability, inclusion, gender equality, and accessibility goals. Quite far reach, right? The other one is facilitate AI innovation and industry development in key sectors. Here we are to provide government incentives such as seed funding, tax incentives, R&D support for AI-focused businesses. Establish a regional AI innovation fund. This will be blended financing from grants, bonds, private sector, and so on. Strengthen linkages between academia, industry, and government with joint R&D and commercialization. Develop regional AI assets, such as a Caribbean-specific open source language model, trained on Creole data and so on. Promote forums and symposia. Adopt risk-based regulatory approaches. Then the other two, I think these are, the next one I'm going to read to you should be met fairly easily, as well as the other one. Build human capacity, skills, and awareness for the AI age. Integrate AI coding and data literacy in educational curricula. That's fine. Roll out teacher training and certification programs. Conduct skills gap assessments. Develop innovation labs and research hubs. Run public awareness campaigns and establish mechanisms for continuous curriculum updates. And finally, to promote multi-stakeholder engagement and collaborative governance, to convene a Caribbean AI multi-stakeholder forum. This could be either annual or biannual. Every year we have a conference or so. And this will be put on by the governments. And this is for everyone, by the way, for policymakers, civil society, industry, and academia, to create a national AI advisory committees, right, for each nation, involving private sector, academia, for policy design and pilots, to engage actively in international AI governance forums, and finally, to link multi-stakeholder engagement to innovation labs and practical policy implementation. So, what we are asking of you now is that you give us feedback on this interim report. The feedback we seek is from you can write your feedback to caitf@ctu.int. And so the report is online, you can read it on the website, and we are asking for feedback to let us know. We have 3 consultations coming up this year before June. These consultations can be both virtual, it will be a mix of virtual and in person, where we discuss these findings again, and we want to hear what do you think needs to change, what can we keep. We will then be releasing our final report, which will then go into the declaration. So I think it's 4:50. I think we will now open up for some questions. I don't know. I think we have some questions online. I can't see them. I don't know, Shannon, if you can read them, but we will open up for questions from the floor.
Yes, basically, there was a question on climate change, environmental impact on Caribbean small island development states need to be part of this. This was a comment from Javette. Yes, if you look, as I did mention initially, what we're trying to do with this task force is to address specific Caribbean challenges. So climate change is one of the topics that is quite, let's say, relevant for the Caribbean. So we will be focusing on it. How can we use AI to address specific climate change issues? And also how we will be using how we will be using AI, for example, to address health and tourism, those kind of things that we are dealing with in the Caribbean. So to answer your question, Javette, I hope that I do pronounce it correctly. This is also one of the areas that we will be focusing on.
Yeah, it's box 2 in the report. I think page, I don't know what page this is. Page 16. We spoke about it. AI is destroying the environment and contributing to climate change. That's a good one. Well, it's what type of AI, right? The large language models that require large infrastructure will do something like that, but not the smaller models. Most of the models that we need are mainly smaller models in any case.
So correct. Maybe you could elaborate a bit on what we will be putting. You already did mention it, but to be clear, especially for our audience, given that we don't have, let's say, all the funds in the Caribbean, are we trying to replicate what, let's say, all these big companies are doing in the US and Europe, or what exactly are we trying to do? So I think that should be clear.
Yeah, we can't build front-end models in the Caribbean. That takes a massive amount of investment. To create a 13 billion parameter model, we would need at least 38 billion US for the compute alone, and then we have to pay for energy systems, the cooling systems, the housing of that, the security for that, the human capital. It's insane. We can't do that level of development in the Caribbean. What we can develop is systems that work with smaller, much more narrower AI models that work for things like agriculture, our niche industries, things like carnival, tourism, and so on. So we are not looking at general AI models. The issue I have oftentimes is when we use the word AI, everyone thinks about everything under the sun. They think about large language models all the way down to predictive models, which it is. It is a catch-all for all of those things, but it's also a catch-all for robotic systems, semiconductors, a major amounts of hardware systems. But people don't even talk about those. They only think about large language models. But that's just a narrow part of what AI systems are. And I think we need to be kind of clear in our discussions, especially in the Caribbean, of what we are looking for in terms of what we are going to build and what is the benefit for the Caribbean. Yeah, Tracy has a question.
Yes, so Tracy again. So can I be devil's advocate? Just for the sake of arguing. We've seen recent articles come out about maybe the right way to say it is that the economic model of AI has failed or is failing. Where's the return on investment? You just mentioned, for example, the cost of generating a new frontier type model. What will happen to this task force and the policies and so on? I think you started getting into it about the relevance and trying to make it more appropriate. If it is that it just becomes like one of those other things that we've hyped over for a couple of years, 2022, OpenAI, and then we just kind of move on to the next, the quantum, as someone was pointing out today. Will this just disappear into the ether, or is it that, as I think your son suggests, that we make this more relevant to actual, contextual projects like robotics and automation and so on that will in fact happen and better happen in the region? Thanks.
We should not conflate the issues of frontier models and their business appetite and their business processes with what we are trying to achieve. AI existed way before large language models. What is failing is the business processes around large language models and not AI, the technology itself. So we need to make sure and delineate between those two. And you are completely right. We are moving toward doing things specifically for the Caribbean to reach a point where we build our own technology to export to other markets. That this is the whole point of it. Our market is way too small, but we do have the human capacity. When you look at our education rate, it's extremely high, right? We do have that capacity to develop the tools that we can export to other markets. So we want to fix our own problems here within ourselves instead of bringing in those other products, being vendor locked in, losing our data, not benefiting from the data that is moving outside. Build that technology and export it to other markets. So that's really the point of this. It's not, like you said, we are not a task force to write a report. We are a task force to actually do something. Yeah. Any other questions?
I think it's quite important if I can also focus on, and it's not only us here in the Caribbean, Tracy. We do have people all around the globe, let's say from the diaspora, and a lot of them are also giving a contribution to this task force. So it's not only a Caribbean thing where we are discussing among ourselves, but we do have, let's say, we do have the assistance and help from others, from our experts that for one way or the other are no longer living in the region, but still they're giving contribution to us. And we are working with them as well in this regard.
Yeah. Any more questions? I hear music outside, so if anyone was Tracy?
Sorry for that. I just using the opportunity to get something more out of the task force now that it's sort of in a launch mode, I would call it, or at catalyzing mode. So what really is going to happen next? You said there's a conference, a declaration. You know me, and that's fantastic. Are these projects that were suggested and sort of hinted at in your report? Is there some way of latching onto funding, actual, something that we can hold on to and say, you know what, having done this, here's what's going to happen next?
Fantastic question, Tracy. You keep asking questions all night. I will answer them for you. This is not my first rodeo, right? So I've done this before at the international. Well, this is international, but at the UN level, what we've noticed is a couple of things. When you start getting into, we also did the interim report, and we also did the final report, and then we moved it to the Global Digital Compact to get it adopted. Same exact thing that we did there, we are doing here. It's going along the same process. In the middle, between the launch of the interim report and the launch of the final report, we knew, we had a sense of what countries would want and what countries did not want. We knew when we gave them the report and we started to talk to them, we knew what they wanted. So we started to work on the things that they wanted. Most things that they want right now is the capacity building. They are not going to say no to that at all. So we have started moving things, putting things in place because we want to get funding. We want to get projects on the ground in place. So if you look at what's happening in the Caribbean area right now, you have the UNESCO RAM that was talked about before. You have the UNDP ILA that's going on. You also have the UNDP CARICOM AI regional program. And you also have ECLAC's regional national AI readiness strategy. So you have several things happening at the same time. So the idea is to align all of them. We do have people in all of them. So the idea is to align all of them towards what we know the ministries are going to agree to and start getting those projects built. So what would look really good is in June, we come out and we say, okay, we have a declaration. We knew this was going to be approved. It is approved. The next day, oh, well, we knew it was going to be approved. These are the projects that are going on right now that are already funded, already happening. That is what we want. Ah, boy, we have our next player.
Thanks, Dr. Craig. I'm listening to Tracy and I'm hearing your responses, and I like the clarifications you made. We're not talking about frontier, we're talking about AI for our context, which would be applicable regardless. But in terms of the approach of the task force and what you're saying here, how do we safeguard ourselves from the I would want to say the vagaries, but the fact that among our nations, particularly when it comes to like digital issues and collective approaches, we see we could become sidetracked for a number of reasons. There are the legitimate reasons of the hurricanes and such, and then there are other reasons. How do we safeguard this thrust going forward?
That's a real hard question, but that's it. And got the microphone. Yeah, in the past, I think Patrick was sitting on right there. You guys tried open data in 2010, and that failed horribly. It didn't go because they didn't want to take it, right? The data.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, we had everything up and running, and we did get some data from NAMDEFCO, but the other ministries didn't contribute, and I know there's now a data.gov.tt. I'm not sure if that is being populated on a real-time basis.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is how do we? I don't know, Sanjay, you want to answer that?
No, didn't want to answer. I have a question for you after you finish.
Yeah. So the thing is, right? I can't guarantee. It's not up to me. That's the problem. It's up to the ministries. It's up to the countries to push it forward. Because again, we can just have a declaration that just sits and nothing happens, right? And that's what we don't want to have happening, right? So some of the approach, the approach that let's say the approach that the UN has taken, yeah, the approach that the UN has taken would have been when we knew things were coming out, we started looking at the stakeholders in place and we started getting them involved and activating them to start projects between the interim report to final declaration, just in that in between period. So for me, I think that is one mechanism. I'm not saying that is the mechanism to do. I'm saying that is one mechanism we can have so that we just don't create a report and have it lie down. Unfortunately, we can't force the other stakeholders to on a national level to push things forward, but we do hope that this thrust from AI internationally, that it will look good if you do this particular thing and go forward. We have the Global AI Governance Dialogue happening. All nations should be giving an answer, will be given a seat at that table to discuss what their interests internationally and what they need to do. We wrote that. I was on that body who wrote that to happen, and so it's the same thing again that's we're going through. We have Sanjay, and then we have Nigel. Yeah.
You're
It's on this particular. Okay, good.
Yeah, just to add, in terms of effectiveness of this task force towards the end, what we've also saw, well, it's being coordinated through the CTU. So your CTU is a coordinating body for the Caribbean, a harmonizing body, and so on. And what we sought to do is include on this task force experts from our member states who are actually doing stuff related to AI as well. So the expectation, the plan essentially is that the product of this task force would have the inputs from the various member states and hopefully the collective wisdom of the member states. And through that, hopefully again, the commitment of the member states to follow through with the recommendations that come from there. So the aim is to produce a product that they all support. So you minimize the probability of it just sitting there when it's done. Thanks.
Craig, you made a comment about the capacity building. So I have a fundamental question that concerns that dimension. What level of capacity building are we looking at for the region? And how does that impact now on timelines?
Right. So it's split up into two. As you know, we have a partnership with OpenAI, and that focus is on education as well. So capacity is already being seen with education is already being seen at a level from primary school going all the way up. Now, the University of the West Indies, and actually when Sanjay was the head of department, we set up a series of postgraduate programs for capacity building and capacity development in AI. So there's a postgraduate diploma in AI, Masters of Applied Science in AI, MPhil in AI, PhD in AI. And it was important that we look at it in that perspective first, because we had to know how to build the thing before we know how to do anything else with it. We had to know how to manipulate the technology before we started doing anything with it. So we are hoping that that comes out in September of this year. People can apply for it. You can look at what the regulations are to apply for it, and it's open to all the member states, to the 22 member states, because it's a blended, it's online, parts is in person, but you can pass through the entire program, doing it more or less online. You might have to come and do some exams, but more or less online. Now, to that, we are also going to start up a MSc in interdisciplinary AI and a bachelor's in interdisciplinary AI, so that we can now focus on things like AI and policy, AI and governance, AI and climate change, AI and legal, and so on, right? But that was very important that we had that capacity there first at the postgraduate level to build this technology. From a nation standpoint, and when we talk about capacity building from the Caribbean AI Task Force, it has to be from the population understanding the limitations of AI, what it is. We have commercials with AI, with these deepfakes now, and my parents don't even know these deepfakes. They think it's real people putting on cream and so on, and you know. So we really have to educate our population about that. There was a massive fear when we were doing voting, when we had a national election, of what the deepfakes can say and what can happen. So we have to look at it from that public standpoint, from the education from primary school level come all the way up, and as well as the tertiary level. And we are already taken these steps for tertiary level. Let's have that last question. What is the time?
Craig, George Gobin, TT Mag. Question is, if you look back at this project 3 to 5 years from now, what would be the critical factors to help you judge whether you've been successful or not?
Commercialization of AI tools within the region, research in the region, capacity development with AI programs in the region, and the movement of products from our region into outward space. You see, this is the lacking thing that our region does not do. We do not export technology, right? That's our problem. So we need to, we always consume it. So we need to start building things and export it out. That's a massive foreign exchange. And the downward value chain that you get from just exporting products is huge. The kind of trade relationships that you have with countries, from technology is massive. Digital, you are looking at your sandbox, part of your protocols are in alignment with another country's protocols. All kind of things happen when you do something like that. So that is our one win that we need to have happening. Okay, it's 5:08. I think, the music is louder. I think we can wrap there. Shannon, I don't know if you want to say any last words.
Yes, of course. We would like to hear from you. The interim report, it's online, and it's on CTU's website, ctu.int. And you can send us, let's say, in an email with your comments, recommendations, and we will take all those into account while we are working on the final document. So you can reach us by sending email to ceatf@ctu.int. Let me repeat, ceatf@ctu.int. So send us an email and we will get in touch.
CAITF@ctu.int. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
So if you don't mind, I'll just do it from the crowd. So since we are multi-stakeholder, let's do it right here. So if you want to have the camera face the other way, it'll be great. All right, so I'm here to do the closing remarks and vote of thanks for my glasses because I wrote something down. All right, so distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, friends, joining us both here in person and online. As we bring the proceedings of the 2026 Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, TTIGF, this is the 10th edition, 10th anniversary. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for that. To a close, we can look back on about 2 days, give or take in the hours of sort of rigorous debate and insightful dialogue centered on our theme for this year, the innovation paradox, balancing progress with responsibility and resilience. Over the last 2 days, we have navigated the complex landscape of our digital future, from securing our critical infrastructure and integrating artificial intelligence to addressing the digital divide and crucially understanding the human cost of innovation on our mental health. We would like to therefore express our profound gratitude to, let's begin with our featured speakers who set the tone for the forum. So we extend sincere thanks to the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlath, the Minister of Education, for his presence and keynote address this morning, actually, prior to the youth session, highlighting the intersection of education and digital governance. And yesterday, we had the presence of Mr. Chengetai Masango, who is the head of the UN IGF Secretariat in Geneva, giving his remarks. And also like to thank Ms.
Paula Otegi of LACNIC for her opening remarks on day one, which was yesterday. These grounded our local discussions in a global and regional context. Next, maybe to our moderators and panelists. Our agenda was packed with expertise, and we'd like to thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. So thanks to Professor Sanjay Bahadur Singh and the panelists who tackled securing critical infrastructure, to Mr. George Gobin and his panel for dissecting the integration of AI into digital transformation, to Mr. Ajmal Nazir for guiding two critical sessions on digital divide discussion on day one, and today's session, AI, cyber resilience, and regional innovation. I don't want to name all the panelists, but just thank you very much to all panelists who participated on all of those sessions we had over the last 2 days. And thanks, of course, to Ms. Jacqueline Morris and her panelists for her session on mental health and well-being in the digital age. I missed that. Was it Jacqueline that moderated it? Yes. And Andrew. Jacqueline and Andrew, thank you. We also want to thank, obviously, the CTU, who just presented on the task force report, Caribbean AI task force report. And because I guess it's a little different, I'll just name Dr. Craig Ramlal, chair of the task force, and Shona Sepper, the CTU Trinidad consultant advisor, for edifying us on the report and taking the questions. And in my humble opinion, let's also give probably one of the biggest rounds of applause to our youth this morning. We had a very, very, very good turnout of youth and young people in our youth workshop, youth forum. So I'd like to thank them. The schools that participated, there are too many to mention. And in that regard, the organizer, we kind of outsourced it to restore a sense of ICANN RSC, who've been our usual partners in this, to Mr. Raj Ramdas, Kevin Khan and their team, to getting that really well done. Thank you so much to them for that. I'd like to thank our partners, and I'll just name them. This is because they contributed in no mean way to getting this successful. I will name each one of them because it would not be possible without them and their unwavering support, and they're committed to digital development of Trinidad and Tobago. So we gratefully acknowledge, in somewhat alphabetical order, Airlink Communications, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the CTU, CFSF Couriers Limited, Computer Technologies and Services Limited, CTSL, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, LACNIC, because I can't remember what they stand for. I think it's Latin American Caribbean Network of Nations. Internet Addresses Registry, I think, yes, correct. Thank you, Kevin, who used to work there. And Kevin's new employer, Liberty Caribbean. Thank you, Liberty Caribbean. Precision Cyber Technologies and Digital Solutions Limited, RBR, the Trans-Tobago Network Information Center, TTNIC, and by no means least, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT. Thank you to all of them. Let's give a round of applause for all of their support. I think this is the longest list we've had for our 10th anniversary. So thank you to all our partners who came on board this year. And to the organizers, we must acknowledge the hard work of the members of the TTMAG, Trinidad Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, led by Chair Mr. Dev Gosain and his dedicated board of directors for their vision in bringing the forum to life. I'd like to especially thank Ms. Anita Sohan, who really went beyond the call to get this up and running. And I'm not sure if she had a team with her, didn't seem so. But if there was a team, thank a team. But Anita, thank you so much. It really went very well, as you can see from the turnout and our partnerships and so on, and the food and drinks we're going to have after. So thank you. And by no means least, really not, by no means least, finally, thanks to you, all of the people who participated online, on site here, the audience, the stakeholders, those who contributed to providing us with your ideas for the sessions, the questions, all the people who contributed in some way to the session, whether you joined in a hybrid or sat in this room. your questions and engagement are what made the multi-stakeholder model work. So thank you so much to all of you and all of us. So let's leave here with a renewed commitment to balancing our technological progress with the resilience and responsibility our society requires. Let's move beyond talk into action, please. Let's do that. Thank you very much. Stay safe. And we look forward to seeing you at TTIGF 2027, which we don't have dates yet, I think, but soon come. And see you soon online. Thank you very much. Bye-bye all.